We see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking calls. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the ESL Mobile Challenge. Are you leveling up? Well, we're leveling up, that's for sure. I'm Leader Smith, and joining me is Ark for this one. Lethal is waiting in the wings for what is going to be another 7 matches of action here on Play Day 4. And it's the big one. We're at the halfway point almost, Ark.
I know, right? It's just like flown by. There's been so many fast-paced games and a lot of teams looking just to wrap things up quickly, but a lot of others giving them a bit of a run for their money as well. So I'm expecting more fireworks today.
Absolutely. You can see at the top of the table 5-0. AC Milan Clash and SK Gaming. They will meet each other today. There's somebody somewhere is going to have a loss. Who will it be? Navi, though, big surprise me. 0-6 for them. I suddenly realized I put them down as a win today, and now my prediction's feeling a little bit scary.
Yeah, I played it safe today. I just copied Lethal. I'm not in the greatest of winning streaks at the moment, so I thought I'd just go and copy him.
Well, as you can see, Noble Elite up against Tribe Gaming to start with. Tribe were looking solid yesterday, but Noble Elite came up with a couple of surprise wins. Big versus Tribe, it was a bad day for Big yesterday. Tribe, of course, only had that one single game. Then into Navi versus Reply Totem. Reply Totem also starting to have some good performances, and as I just said, 0-6 for Navi. It's a little worrying with their one game today. Then we have a double header for Clash up against Reply Totem and SK Gaming. That's the big one you definitely want to set your watches for. And then straight after that, it is Exo Free Agents versus SK Gaming. Some massive games for SK today.
Yeah, they really need to nail it as well. They want to make sure that they're on the top and showing Clash that they work their way towards this and just a little bit behind in terms of games, but not behind in terms of the scorelines. But yeah, absolutely. I'm very keen to see how Noble Elite especially played today. We got our predictions yesterday completely wrong, and they absolutely blew it out the water with some really interesting comp choices. So looking for big things from them today also.
And the final game, of course, Big versus Exo Free Agents. Currently planned for 11:30. I can tell you these times can change based on how quick, obviously, the games prior to them will be. Obviously, if we have a bunch of 3-0s, things will be much faster. So first up is Noble Elite. Obviously, for them, it is Andre, John, and Melanie, and they are up against the Tribe Gaming today. Obviously, sticking around with Tom, Spen, and KC. Where's your pictures, boys? Where's your pictures?
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, this is the thing. I mean, Thomas Ben have been in the World Finals. We've seen a fair amount of them. Casey, a bit quieter on social media, but does like to get his hair out every now and again to look like a bit of a wishing troll. But has had his fair share of lands as well, especially in the early part of last year with back then Code Magic Purple. Yeah, I mean, we'd love to see their faces, wouldn't we?
Absolutely. What are they doing? Hiding their pictures. Get your pictures over to the production. They want them sorted out. We'll get them in there. Don't worry. Hopefully that'll get sorted out as soon as possible. But that is the map. So obviously, we're starting things off. It's going to be split straight away into Super Stadium for the Brawl, then into some assembly required, Shooting Star, and Kaboom Canyon to close things out if we need it. The bands coming through, Bell and Primo, and Stuart and Primo for Tribe. So Poco was allowed this time. Obviously, normally he's been banned alongside Primo. But Bell being banned away, not too surprising. Once again, despite obviously the patch that came out last week, still very much one of the top brawler choices.
Yeah, I think these are pretty smart bans for me. Yeah, I'm equally surprised to not see the Poco ban there, but Stu definitely seems to be something which Tribe are taking into account. I really hope, I've got to say, that it goes to Shooting Star, because we saw yesterday Noble Elite bringing out the Leon pick consistently so, and they were getting great results with that. So I hope that we do go to at least that full set to see whether they're going to bring out some similar ideas today.
Yeah, so obviously this is the first game of the day. If you don't know what's going on, well, where have you been to start with? We're into the fourth play day now, the ESL Mobile Challenge. $45,000 up for grabs in this tournament. Lots to play for. And of course, don't forget those top 4 teams from this round robin stage is going to go through to those finals. So you got to be in one of those top 4 slots. That's what they're all fighting for right now. As is, Clash and SK are looking golden. But, as I say, we're only at the halfway stage. Things could change around. Things could turn pretty badly for some of these teams. Obviously, it will be 14 games in total with the 8 teams there. So, still a long way to go.
Yeah, there's still much that can change also. I mean, like last week we saw happening in real time, the balance changes and players had to adapt very, very quickly. And there's still a little bit, all over the place on some respects, like looking at Primo, looking at you. So, players are going to have to constantly be mixing up their game, messing up their play style to see what works and what doesn't. And yeah, that's what we saw yesterday from Noble Elite in particular, was just kind of using some really unusual choices and some brawlers which people didn't really expect to see, and it did work more often than not. The question today is going to be, is that going to be something which Tribe are going to be able to handle? Are they going to be able to deal with that, or are they going to have, equally of a challenging time from things?
Yeah, and we saw from Tribe yesterday, obviously they played Reply Totem, was the first game of the day yesterday as well, actually. Gave them time to go off and watch the football. I know Spen wanted to do that. They really look strong. There's no doubt about it. I think we were surprised. They had, let's face it, they had probably the toughest start. Tribe did. They had Exo free agents into SK Gaming, into Clash. It's just like, well, okay, great. We start 0-3. And now this is the time for them to bounce back. And they've done just that. Obviously came back strongly. Actually, the game against Navi, I think, wasn't that the one that went literally to the last thing? Or was that Exo? I think it may have been Exo.
It was that was Exo free agents, yes, in Play Day 1, actually. Yeah, that was a fantastic battle, and one that I'm sure Tribe would have absolutely come away, smiling about winning that one if they had. But Exo played very, very well to bring that one back, it must be said, the reverse sweep on that one. But yeah, I mean, the scorelines and the ones that they've won are pretty decent. They got 3-0 yesterday against Reply Totem, and I'm sure no doubt looking to replicate that same thing again, because ultimately that does go a long, long way. Ultimately, if you have a pretty, swift and easy time of things in your minds, then that's going to definitely carry on to your next games and have that positive mindset to draw from.
Yeah, hopefully we'll just get the game ready to go in just a moment. We're just waiting for the players to get themselves in there, ready to go. First game of the day, or was the case, of course. Everybody's got their time set and to go. So, split to start with here, the hot zone map. Yeah. There's a cat about to come across.
I love it. Which one? Is it Rocky?
I just leave that tail in my face. That's it. Just leave that tail in my face. that was
like a car washers.
Just drag it across my face, just like.
If you just put a little bit of
that-
powder on that, we can get, be touched up in the process, D-Man.
a little bit of makeup wipe. That was Shana. That was my little girl cat. That's actually, I say little girl. That's like the eldest cat we have. That had a big operation, bless her. But anyway, we're getting quite distracted from the game. What I was about to say before that happened is we're going on to Split. Obviously, the Hot Zone. We saw some real strong tactics from the likes of SK, obviously on Hot Zone yesterday. How do we see this one going?
I think for me, Casey's shown more often than not recently that he really is drawn to that Surge pick. It's not a ban, so I think that he might consider that one. That would be my go-to. I really think that Brawler here can thrive, and we saw Skyrex yesterday for SK Gaming making that Brawler just show how strong it is in the current meta. Not really a bannable offense in that respect, but still one that is very worthy of considering and paying attention to and not feeding those stacks. For me, I like a Rico, but we have seen a lot of roughs as well to break open some of those middle lanes to really kind of like level out the playing field a little bit. We saw some Frank yesterday as well. So, some of the tanky brawlers are still kind of making an appearance here. For me, I'd be going Rico. That's my go-to.
Yeah, I suspect Ruffs. I think Ruffs is almost a staple diet for any Hot Zone map. Just obviously based on his super, he's got the ability to basically hold them himself effectively. Obviously, and he can be a strong brawler in himself. Obviously, being able to land the shots. But let's have a look at what the players have gone with. The game is ready to go.
Looking forward to seeing their choices. Let's see. So, yep, Search for Noble Elite, I think, is smart, as well as the Ruffs, so no surprises there. Ems, as well, as a great deterrent for any of the tankier choices, but probably not going to be bringing any of them in. Yeah, Colt for KC, and he can shred it, so keep to see whether it will fare better for him as the Colt rather than the Surge.
Oh, Spin survives with next to nothing. Close run thing. And now, of course, we're going to see Andre getting around there. Spin gets away again with next to nothing. The pressure, though, coming out from the Ems. Ems obviously was starting to get banned out yesterday. KC showing how strong that Colt can be. He just hits left, right, constantly keeping both brawlers at bay. But Noble Elite still hold both zones.
Yeah, and that's the thing. 75% now, and Tribe really do need to get the wipe as they need to bring this deficit back. And I've got to say, Andre on the left-hand side there is hunkering down and hitting shots. Must be close to another stack. There it is. And that is going to be surely, unless Tom can do something about this right side lane. If he does, the left-hand side lane is still going to get capped. So I've got to say, Noble Elite came out with a really strong start against a really strong team.
Yeah, absolutely nailed that. Just about the perfect start they could hope for there, taking full control. And I think we pretty much hit the nail on the head. We didn't call about the Ems, but Ems obviously, like I said, was banned a couple of times yesterday. Was allowed through, clearly very strong. And, just getting in the face of both that B and Colt.
Yeah, I mean, Ems is in a great place. And yeah, like you rightly say, banned frequently, but actually still, regardless of being banned, got played once as well. So players are definitely drawn to that particular brawler, and I've got to remember that today if they're going to ban that one.
About that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the Ruffs here was a good choice, actually. I think the Colt really, as much as I can see it working on Split and have seen it work and work quite dominantly, when you break open the entirety of the map, you can really just have target practice. But it wasn't really doing the job for Tribe in that respect in the comp lineup. I think they might be able to consider something with more control or kind of more HP or tankiness would go a long way here as well. They've got to respond with something, and they're not a team that shy away from mixing up their comps. So I think they're bringing something different this round.
Big Frank comes to the table. Let's see how this is going to change it up here. Big Frank comes out. Andre going to get picked off. So it will be Melny holding his zone. And immediately we're seeing those wreckers being put to work. John trying to push up there. That's not going to work out. Going to take a whole face full, but Melny is the one that was holding it. But look at this. Tribe's already managed to lock out the majority of theirs, but then Andre comes in, clears out Spen, and now Noble Elite, after wrecking just about every wall that's available, will take control.
Casey's getting his stacks, that side wall goes down. I think that's probably wise because Tom was using it obviously to hide behind, but I think that Tribe now need to up the pace. Really, this is their last moment now as Noble Elite have done a really fantastic job of capping these zones. They've got to defend this left-hand side now as John on the bottom there is going to see the backside of that supply drop coming in from Spen. Will Andre survive this? Goes down quickly, and the ticket will remain then. And that's going to be good use for Tom to be able to utilize now as it's fallen in from Noble Elite. But the tankiness is the question. Can Tribe take them down quick enough? Because there's a lot of HP behind Noble Elite right now.
They've managed to clear both of them out. They have managed to do it, 90%, but they are chasing it right now, and they have to get in the faces. As you say, Melanie coming in on that Frank is so tanky. They did manage to lock John up and take John down quickly. If they can focus on Melanie, they get him down. Andre's going to be next, and that may just be enough for Tribe. The respawns are coming through. There's a lot of work to be done here. You can see John trying to get in as close as he can, and instantly goes down. And Tribe will come out on top despite being against 94% from a majority of that. Incredible turnaround.
A fantastic one. I mean, you know, they could not go down. They had to all work together for that one because Jackie and Frank coming towards you is a dangerous thing without a Poco. And you know, this is what we see sometimes in HOTS, and it's fascinating when we do because it requires so much composure. But you can see there, just like the comebacks are possible. You got to believe and you got to keep on your feet. That's really the two things that are keys for consideration. But again, I do love the way that Noble Elite are playing today. I mean, I went with Tribe on the predictions, but I would not be surprised if we could potentially see an upset if Noble Elite can continue this kind of pressure.
Yeah, and it just felt like Noble Elite, they were coming one by one on the respawn. They weren't waiting for them to group up and go as a team. Like if John would have just waited a second for Frank to come up behind him, which was Melanie, you know, they would have gone as a two. But instead, every time it was John going in, getting picked off, and then straight away going into it. Either way, we're tied up, one apiece in the first set. Let's see how this one transitions.
Yep, teamwork makes the dream work. Frank for KC, Poco for Tom, and Bull for Spen. But this time, we're going with the Poco pick. And that's where I felt like Noble Elite didn't really consider enough in the last game. Nice smash from KC will break open a lot of grassy area there as well. And that will provide no stone unturned for Tribe. They were to see everyone jumping in. The jump pad's in a good spot for Noble Elite. But at the same time, with Tom being able to support KC, I just cannot see Noble Elite touching the left-hand side.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a full Frank off, I feel here. Melnie's going to try and land the stun down. That's going to get countered. Does get caught out. Casey gets in, but in comes John on the reply. Instant stun comes in. Melnie is stunned out, but nothing Tom could do to try and back that one up. 3 hit points does take him down. But while that's all happening, of course, Noble Elite have locked out the right-hand side. Now the left side locked out by Tribe as well. So they've done a great job at taking both control, but it is Noble Elite in control here. Melanie gets one, gets two. The slam comes in, but in comes Spen. Now Tom coming around the side and KC. Tom trying to do what he can to just sidestep all of Melanie could do and just about makes it work. And are they going to surely chain it all again?
Oh my word. I mean, this is a great pick from Spen and one that we don't ever see him play very often, not at least this year's match. We saw a little bit of it last year, but the coordination from the Tribos right now, despite the lead, the question now is this takedown the left-hand side. Can Noble Elite make a comeback? There's not much in it at all now. John goes down. 4% is all that's left. This is surely going to be Noble Elite.
Yeah, they can't keep them off it. Great work there from Andre. Just knock them off the zone, keep the control. And in the end, Noble Elite take the first set in the series here on Hot Zone. So we're going to be moving over to Super Stadium next for the Brawl Ball. But what a great game.
Fantastic start for both sides. I mean, this is the thing. I think this is actually quite an even matchup at the moment. Tribe were not playing that last game badly. It's just that Noble Elite capitalized on the early stages better. And you know, there's some really aggressive plays from Tribe, but you know, it's very rare to see an underdog like Noble Elite being able to take that kind of pressure and respond accordingly. And with such a fantastic day yesterday, they've definitely got a bit of winning oomph on their side today that's definitely showing through for me.
Absolutely solid performance for them. Obviously, both Tribe and Reply Totem on 2-0-3 right now. So, you know, this is a real big step for them. Currently, Tribe holding based on their score difference, right? That's the only reason they're sitting in that 4th spot right now. And the 4th spot we talked about, that's the hot spot. That's where you want to be going forward. And Reply Totem could take it from Tribe here if they keep this up. They get themselves the first set. But now moving on to Brawl Ball, how are we going to change things about? What are we going to go with there? Obviously, we start to see the bruisers coming in. I'm going to say we're going to see an M's here of some variety, maybe on both sides, just to counter the fact that we may see the Franks.
Yeah, I think it'll be a wise choice to consider for sure. I think we saw some Sprout yesterday as well as Brawler, which I think can work really well here as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see, you know, either Tom or Casey going towards that particular one, or Barley. Tom likes a lot of Barley as well. From Noble Elite, I mean, again, I think I'm correct in saying that they actually were playing Sprout yesterday as well, but I could be wrong. that they have they've definitely got a lot of variety to their ideas. So, I mean, I think some tanks would be a go-to here. I think it could be an option. We've already seen Tribe experimenting with that idea. But I think that if nobody do, they've got to consider Poco a bit more weight. Although they were able to make that last game, when they went with the more tanky approach in the second game, they didn't have the heals to back it up.
Well, here we go. Of course, we didn't mention the Ruffs. The Ruffs coming through once again. And actually a Tara and a Barley on the right-hand side. Actually, very different comps. So we've got the M's, obviously, along with the Barley. And the... it is the Sprout. I was about to say it's Tick, but it is Sprout. I was just double-checking. I never know. I could never quite tell. Sometimes the skins can kind of fool me sometimes. But I got most of these covered. And, of course, the B, of course, for Spen.
Yeah, this is a pretty similar comp to what Tribe run in the past. Is that long game approach, having the B in the tower, but there down goes KC. It's been a lot of pressure with the healing tonic as well. Pass from Melanie to Cindy. John gets it. That'll be Noble Elite making a flying start early on.
Great start for Noble Elite, opening things up, getting the early goal, and back to where they started here. So really interesting choice that's working out well. There's going to be the super coming out from Andre, tossing out those mollies. That's going to force them back and buy time for Melanie. So double thrower comp seems to be working out. Ooh, Cindy got sniped down there by Spen and Tom. Spen's going to try and push on forward. Got to be careful. That ball is a hot spot in itself at the moment. It's just going to make sure they get control of it, try and lead it forward. But now John's going to be the focus target. That M's, that's what they need to get down. You can see Tom trying to get the ricochet shots, trying to make them work, but not going to happen. Now he's got around the sidelines. This is dangerous for the throwers, of course, because you can put the real pressure down. There's going to be the block, but it's not enough, and Tom will walk it over the line.
That air superiority from the rough star power coming in so nicely there for Tom to open up the goal line despite the defensive capabilities of the Sprout wall. And again, we saw in the lead up to that just how well Tom was utilizing it, breaking that right hand side and just opening up the map, letting Spen and KC shine and do their thing. And I feel like as time goes on now, I was going to say prior to that goal that Tribe have got an overtime-based comp, but they've got to get there. Well, now they're one step closer to getting there, and if they continue this up and can hold for a little bit longer and just keep these supply drops coming in to give that buff over to everyone on the team, then that's going to go a long, long way for them in overtime.
So great use of the ricochet there from Tom, making it work, keeping both Melanie and Andre back at the moment. Now, overtime, 10 seconds away, and as you mentioned, this definitely falls into the favor of Tribe in overtime. Obviously, those throwers are going to have to be super accurate, which is why we've got John switching over against the Tara on the right here, trying to keep KC back. But now the ball's coming through. You can see they're already backing away. They throw that out. Andre will save it on the line. The Sprout using that super to try and deflect as much as they can. John being pressured in the corner. John getting caught out here. Will manage to just about keep them back. They've lost Melanie already. And now John's in trouble. There they go. Cleared out. They're going to get one spawn back in there. Is it going to be KC just walking over the line?
Yeah, that was a smart way to go about that because there was honestly no need to try to go for the pass. If he had, it could have been intercepted. A bit of a miss shot from Spen, but he made the right timing to do so because they had the kind of control of the situation. They were pushed up so greatly upon Noble Elite there, and a great turnaround, especially when you consider the fact that they're behind in this instance. They've got to turn this around in Brawl Ball, and that was that first goal blocked so well from Melanie. Honestly, massive credit to that because his thumb was quick. That was the one off the line. And then the follow-up here as well. Casey did greatly on that pull as well to stay distance because he brought the M's closer to him and therefore would have taken a lot of damage had he gone on the aggressive. But he was able to keep his really distance in mind. And it went very well for Tribe at the end of the day. But a stressful situation. Noble Elite are continuing to place that pressure on them.
Absolutely. Let's see whether they can keep it up now because obviously they are still one set down. Despite the fact they've just won the first game in this Brawl Ball set. Now, what sort of adjustments could we make in that one? The roughs definitely worked very well there for Tom over on the left-hand side. Don't know whether Spen's going to maybe even change the B up there. Obviously, the M's being used. I think M's was pretty strong on the left there. I'm just wondering if they're going to switch one of those throwers out. Probably keep hold of Sprout, maybe switch Barley out.
Could be a Gene as well. We know Spen likes to play a lot of Gene, but I feel like, yeah, they were going to stick with this. This is quite a common comp that they've used in the past, and one which they know it sort of struggles a little bit in that early stages, but in the later stages, it can really come into play. So they can hold control, then it will work out well for them. I like the adaptations that we're seeing as well from Noble Elite here, going with the B and the Ruffs as well, and just playing more or less the mirror matchups aside from the M's and the Tara, but let's see how they fare this time.
Yeah, so Noble Elite feel that they have it in the bag to try and turn this around, but Tom already finds Melny around the side there. Cindy has to try and step across, but instantly takes shots from both Spen and Tom. Works well. Casey getting in a dangerous position. Does manage to hit that super. Melny gets taken down, but he managed to get Spen out. Now, can they get the ball across? They can. They sneak it through. You just think it's safe, but Tom finds the angle and slips the ball in 1-0.
Was the deja vu from the first round goal is going to be said, and yeah, nobody still didn't pay attention to that air superiority star power. Spen trying to look for a shot, the takedown the way through from John as well. Andrew just managed to catch it, but this is where Tribe want to stay. They want to hold control here. Getting out these spawns can be a difficult thing now as well, so if they can hold the control of the mid, then it could be a good thing. So nobody really needs to get a couple of takedowns here. So they can make it a 3 versus 2. It'll go a long, long way, and that's a start from Merger on the left-hand side. Air superiority supply drop coming in for Melny to capitalize on the damage buff and HP buff. Can they make this goal? They got 1 minute to do it.
They needed to get Spen down. I feel that's where Andre and Meldy were trying to get the pressure down on Spen. It didn't work out. He dodged most of the shots. And now you can see Andre on his back foot, gets taken down. Meldy and Spen will trade blows. But that puts Cindy all alone at the moment on the line, trying to wait for those respawns to come in. Cindy takes a shot to the face. Now you can see Greg once again keeping the pressure on. Casey doing a fantastic job at just keeping them guessing on that sidelines. And now it buys time for Tom to push up. Cindy looking around the side there. I feel like Spen's thinking about having a cheeky little shot through the middle there. It's certainly doable. There's the shot. The goal opens up. Spen wants to run straight into the ball and shoot, but it's not going to work out. Just needs to clear them out. Andre's going to be the focus fire. Melny will go down. The respawn comes back in. Casey tries to run it over the line, but it doesn't work out. And John gets it, but he's got 10 seconds to score.
Oh, Tom intercepted lovely, nicely done there because I wasn't sure whether he had the angle there because he was coming back and sort of had that hesitation there and just about called it in the nick of time. I think they may have been called on the respawn anyway, but either way, it could have been a chance for Noble Elite there. But Tribe will bring this one back, getting their flow, it seems.
Yeah, so all tied up once again. Just as it was in the first set. First set went to Noble Elite. Now we'll see, though, Tribe definitely in the driving seat here. And this is where Tom just snuck that ball in the side there. Quite nice and easy. As you say, that superiority working wonders.
Yeah, I just feel like at the moment they're just starting to really start to synergize and think things through a little bit, bring down the pace of the game and just kind of think through their decision making. And there's a couple of times when I saw chances to maybe get a double pull on the Tara and various other things, but this is the way that Tribe seems to be playing for me at the moment, just taking it down a notch and just thinking things through, making sure that the right decisions are made, and that's going a long, long way. But no, the question is, will Noble Elite be able to come back? They still got a lot of fight left in them. Having a new game mode might be the very thing to ignite some of that in the energy.
Absolutely. Let's see what they're going to change here. Obviously, the only difference really was the Ems and the Tara previously. So Noble Elite switching things up and maybe balancing. I just wonder if either of these teams is going to maybe take a gamble and change something up quite drastically, see whether it can work out. For Noble Elite, they definitely felt like they were on the back foot throughout the entirety of that game. Yeah,
they didn't seem like they were really that well connected in terms of just getting out of spawns. You know, they did make that one attempt towards the end, but I feel like if they had maybe been able to hold a bit more mid-control and just kind of, they weren't really confirming a lot of their kills. A lot of the times when they did, I saw a lot of double kills actually, and it was happening on both sides, which just didn't really change too much in terms of the dynamic. They really needed to apply more pressure on Tribe, put them in more circumstances of like a 1 versus 3 at the end when we saw Tom trying to get back onto the defense. That would have been something to kind of ruffle their feathers a little bit more than it did. And you know, Tom was able to get so much value off the back of that rough star power, that air superiority, breaking down a lot of the cover. And we didn't really see that same idea really from Noble Elite.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but okay. Wasn't that tied? I thought it was 1 apiece. Am I losing my marbles?
No, I think you might be losing your marbles.
Oh no, of course I am, because it was 1-0. Yes, of course it was. I am losing my marbles. It was 2-0. So we're tied at 1 apiece in sets. Is what I was trying to get to. But yes, okay. Let's see what they brought to the table here. So the ball comes out. There is the Rico. This is. I think we had this one yesterday. I feel like Clash maybe played this one yesterday. I don't. There's a lot of games been going on. My brain's kind of shot right now. But the Melny on the Frankie's just going to block and try and tank out that siege as much as he can. John will go down, and that's going to open things up drastically for Tribe to get the damage down. 43% and done already. And they're going to get some bolts, though. 26 seconds. Shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Anyways, the smash doesn't connect here. I like the Rico pick. It's not like the strongest meta-wise, but one that I think can work out quite well there. Nice take down the left-hand side from John. Casey rocking the Surfer Kyle skin, so we know he got the battle pass. Let's see whether Spen can connect with the super. Not really mounted, showed a good sign of going for the cover there. The bolt on the right will not be banked by Casey. Andre goes to pick that one up. So a push coming in for Noble Elite. But actually now, having said that, Spen gets the takedown and puts it back in the pocket of Tribes. Nonetheless, the push needs to be defended.
Yeah, this is a big push coming out. Let's see what they can do with it, because you can see Spen already managing to get plenty of shots in the back there. Will finally go down, but I feel this is not going to be as much damage as they would require. And of course, the bolt difference very much in Tribe's favor now. So as they try and push out, there's the super coming out from Tom to try and push them back, force them away from that central area. Melny going to get focused, but has got a tank full of hit points. And now they try and go aggressive on there. You can see KC on the Carl trying to make it work. That's not the Carl. It is the Carl. It's just a funky skin, that's all. And John, though, this ball's been working for Noble Elite here. They've got tied up. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. They need to get that bolt back. Should be enough. No, they couldn't quite get it back. It's Tribe that turned 2 in. And that was so close to being a tie. But now, really, the game should go to Tribe.
That was just in the nick of time there from Tom as a result. Now, surely the bodies can get within. Yeah, and that is going to be a dominant end, but a very close game. It's got to be said to get to that point. Noble Elite was standing their ground in that mid. It went down to the final millisecond to confirm that final push.
Very, very close. I'm going to look, see. I didn't see who picked it up because I only saw, obviously,
Tom,
we're only looking on the south side, so we only saw Noble Elite holding the bolt. I didn't see what Tribe had. Oh, we're not going to get to see the bolts. Okay. But yes, solid performance from them. It was actually SK Big we had this map on yesterday, so I knew I'd seen it yesterday. But that game SK dominated and actually switched some serious comps there. And we kind of semi saw the same from Noble Elite, obviously bringing the Frank to the table. But Tribe were having none of that.
Yeah, they were utilizing their range. I think that, again, this is a reason why I really like Rico. It gives you the options to use the walls, or when they're broken down, if that happens, then, well, you're able to keep at your distance. And, you know, brawlers like Frank feed Rico so much. So it's a great deterrent to a lot of those ideas. We've helped Primo out the mix. That's the important band there to be able to play that particular brawler, because ultimately Primo can jump on your head and you're pretty squidgy for the most part playing Rico. But yeah, it worked out pretty well. It's a decent comp. I think that Noble Elite might reconsider those kind of big brutes going into our next game, especially if Tribe want to continue this same idea of going for range, and I think that's the way to go. I think Tom will probably stay on the stay on the Barley for control. That's a brawler which he's quite comfortable with in Siege, and it has a lot of healing abilities or slowing abilities for defensive purposes. So that would be a staple diet for me. But yeah, they like to mix things up as well. Despite getting a win, that might not be the thing which makes them want to recycle that same idea. They might want to mix things up.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, if you think of, say, the way SK do it, they'll just completely change it up and keep you guessing. I wonder whether Tribe are maybe going to try that and shift things out. Based on what they've done in the previous maps, I would say they're just, you know, if it's tried and tested, it worked, let's keep doing it. Let's keep maybe just tweak it ever so slightly, maybe a single brawler change between there. Whereas for Noble Elite, they may well have to go back to the drawing board and look at what they're going to bring to the table. Let's get the game on your screens and see if they have made any adjustments. Yes, the Bull in there, the Frank in there, and the Carl, of course. And the only difference is Andre's actually switched over to the Barley now. And Tribe have obviously removed it.
Yeah, and I think the Carl pick here is a great one for Tribe, because it means that you can go in and get that early bolt, and it's going to be a tricky thing with Andre trying to take Casey down really here, especially with the amount of evasion purposes and qualities that he's got to his disposal. John there on the left-hand side, pushing through Tom was a smart move there because he invaded the smash as a result, but this push has got to be defended. There's a couple of bolts in the bank for Noble Elite going into the next matchup. Tom coming in as he needs to go on the aggressive a little bit here. There's some bolt deficit to account for
Zero
going into
damage.
this next round.
Yeah, zero damage done. I mean, you think of it, last time, obviously, they got it down to, what, 46%, I think, in the first pass. This time, not getting in close, and of course, they didn't have the Rico to back it up, right? You can't throw that Rico super in there, just keep bursting down that Ike. It's not going to be enough for them this time around. Now, KC trying to keep them at base. Ben doing a great job at avoiding and mitigating most of the damage there from Melny. KC comes in, spins to win, does take Melny down. And now Andre is going to get forced back here, because as soon as his cover goes away, the Barley is going to be so delicate. But it is going to be Noble Elite's first attack with the ball.
Great chance for them. They've got the Barley as well. Now, to me, is a key brawler, which I think Tribe maybe made a bit of a miss with. It's one of those brawlers which can get damaged regardless as to where you are under push. You can still come back in order to defend the next round. And here we go with the smashes. Everyone from Tribe is down. This is looking like a gnarly push. Coming in Melanie with the hammer swipes. The Barley last calls. And that will be it for that second round of Siege. Noble Elite made that push count.
Yeah, that was solid. That was a big, solid push. And you know what? I think we're going to go the distance all the way through this game. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 3-2 down to the final set. It's definitely looking like both these teams have it in the bag to try and push for it. But we're tied up once again, 1-1 in the set. And let's see what changes they can make. As you mentioned, I feel that the Barley switch off possibly for Tribe maybe was a mistake.
Yeah, it just means that if, in that instance there, if Tribe were all on their feet, then, Andrew could just kind of be lobbing and focusing his damage directly onto the Ike and having his remaining members of the team kind of just going in for the aggression purposes. And he would still be able to come back to defend the next round for the bolts if they didn't get enough behind the push. But it was quite apparent going in that with everyone of the team wipe being down, that they were just able to easy pickings the Ike, and everyone committed. I think it was the right call to make, as we know, because they won. And it looked like a strong push coming in. I think Tribe might want to consider going back to their first comp. If Noble Elite are going to be kind of stubborn to continue this kind of tanky idea, then having the call to get that first bolt, which is going to obviously go to then encourage the first push, having Barley for control and damage if you get the first push to get damage, and then having Rico for the range to then counter the tanks could be the way to go next.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tribe just revert back to what they did in the first game, honestly.
Yeah.
It worked so well. And actually, if you think of that comp, it would work against what we just saw Noble Elite pulling out as well. Obviously, Noble Elite making those adjustments based on it. So we'll see in just a moment. I definitely think the Barley change was good. I love to see these teams. I'm just saying because my fiance is next to me. I love to see these teams playing Barley because every time I play it, I get complained at. Maybe just because I'm crap on it. I don't know. Oh God, you're not going to play Barley again, are you? Jeez.
Come on, he's the bartending Brit. We got a batch for our fellow gentlemen.
I think it's more that I'm just bad at it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go back to playing Rosa. Fine.
Yeah, it's a really versatile brawler, and with the choice of gadgets as well as star powers tends to be more edged towards the extra Noxus for the damage purposes. The pros are pretty good at being able to close the gap when they need to, but also not overcommit too much on the thrower. You really have to stay on your feet and be that core backbone for your team. So mainly in the gadget side of things, having sticky syrup mix is a great gadget to have for the defense to slow the bot, allow the Ike to connect more frequently, to take the big brute down quicker than you would otherwise be able to, and then the healing tonic for placing down the healing and keeping your teammates all able to control the mid with the bolts. It's one of those brawlers which cases both of those ideas in Siege, so it depends on your playstyle really.
Well, we'll see what they're doing. I saw a bull. I think I just saw a Barley once again, and yeah, as Gene. Obviously, Gene was banned a bunch yesterday, but today is allowed through. Women the 4. Obviously, the Rico is back on the scenes, along with the bull and the M's for Tribe.
Healing qualities then from Andre to consider, and obviously the big magic hand for the pulls. Tom's missed that bolt and leave it to KC, which is the wise thing to do. He was low on health anyway, so it made sense to do that. And already the first push coming in for Tribe, so early signs are good. I think this is a great time to bring out the Rico as well, with the bull there being as well and able to attack Gene from a longer range. This could be a great chance for Tribe. Look at KC just going in with the Stomper gadget as well for the slowdown. What a great start from Tribe. They're not going to be able to finish, I don't think, but that is a chunky amount of damage early on.
Yeah, 65% with just a level 3 bot. You got to be happy with that. They're already on the bot collection, way ahead of Noble Elite, so they will be able to get that second bot out almost likely as Ball just goes piling through there. Casey putting the damage down, but it wasn't backed up by Spen, and now John chases down Tom over on the right-hand side, gives them a little bit of control, but as you can see, 6-2, they're going to have to collect those bolts really quickly. I don't think they're even going to spawn quick enough for them to get a hold of this one. And now Tribe coming back out of the spawn will gain control and, of course, get that next bot.
Tribe are going to want to try to tie this up here. They can still hold the control, but we did see there, Noble Elite did bring it back. A nice defensive there, friend zone from Tom, and then the support with Spen. Casey coming as well, a lot of health. I see from the side of Tribe, and that is going to be it. Tribe then will take the second set and have one over on Noble Elite.
I gotta question what John just did there on the ball, using that super to charge out at the end when you really kind of needed it to defend. It just basically left, obviously, Spen on the Rico completely open. So he's just like, fine, I'll just unload my super onto your Ike. It was, yeah, look at him, he's up the top there. John's up the top there. Went chasing after Tom, I think, there.
He wants to go in on Tom because if he can close the gap, then Ems is really weak in those close proximities. But unfortunately, Tom had super, so it just only served to slow him down and put him out of position. And he really needed to get that takedown to defend the push regardless. So I can see why. I think that either way you look at it, Tribe just had it on lockdown, and those kind of takedowns needed to happen before the bot was in the position where he was in. Obviously, the respawns are so brutal now since the updates. Players and teams need to really consider those aggressive plays. They can be very rewarding, but they can also be very damaging also. So you've got to find the balance.
Yeah, the big plays can sometimes backfire. So now 2-1 advantage goes over to Tribe Gaming as we move on to Shooting Star for next game, which will be on the Bounty. Now remember, Bell is banned. It does mean obviously Piper is almost likely on the cards as we move on to a Bounty game. Almost a staple diet. Did we have Shooting Star yesterday? I believe we did.
So this is the thing.
No, we didn't get to
yesterday, they played Pam on Shooting Star. They played Leon on Shooting Star.
Oh, yes.
Pretty much everything that wasn't like, our traditional lineup. I think Tribe are going to go with Piper, Danny, and Tick. That would be like the standard go-to. I think we're going to see Noble Elite experiment and try to throw off Tribe with their comps here because they like to try out some weird and wacky ideas.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the Leon, you were even confused by it at the time. It doesn't look like it's going to be. It's going to be a simple Pam, Max, and Jean for Noble Elite. Meanwhile, we're going to have it's the Ruffs, the Max, and who else is in there? I can't see them underneath everything. I think it's a B that's under there, isn't it? And the pile
Jean as well. They've got the Jean, the Ruffs, the Jean, the Miss Paul as well. It's interesting Jean, because like Tribe here have kind of like almost anticipated a little bit what Noble Elite were thinking from probably watching them yesterday, because we saw this exact comp, the Max, the Jean, and the Pam, and it worked out really well for Noble Elite. They got the win with it, so we're going to see now whether the Max is still a meta-worthy choice here. Look at this, exactly the same story we saw yesterday. Everyone hunkered in this corner. The rough sandbags are there, but how long can Tribe hold on?
No, well, as soon as they get that magic hand out, that's going to be the chance for them to push out there. Casey instantly goes aggressive, tries to push out from the back of it. Oh, the magic hand reply comes out. John will pick the kill up on Tom there as the Ruffs gets picked off, and now they're going to get caught in a little bit of a crossfire here as Tribe try and go aggressive. 5-2 still in their favor. Casey does push out. Tom gets himself the kill there onto Andre, and that removes Jean from the mix right now, and this is a big advantage for Tribe.
Yeah, really, really big opportunity for them if they can hold on, but I've got to be so careful with Jean, combining with Max as well for the speed and the ability to maneuver around here. Tribe could be in trouble. They've got to hunker down and do what they did last time round and just wait for that pull from Spen to come in, but that takedown as well from Tom will go a long, long way to extend the star lead. 7 stars now in favor of Tribe, but the takedown is still plenty of time, 20 seconds. We do see some clutch plays here. Can Noble Elite close the gap?
It's going to be all about that magic hand. It's going to come out any second now, I feel. They're going to push around the side. Where they're going to go with it. In goes Andre. Doesn't happen. He gets picked off. Sydney goes down. Oh, my God. And that is going to be John down. And Melanie now the last man standing. Doesn't matter. Job done. It just felt like, for me, from Noble Elite, there was a lot of damage coming out, but none of it was focused. It was all just like on the blob. And I think Tribe were doing a really good job at rotating and mitigating who was blocking damage.
Yeah, and being very calm and composed under those big pinches. Noble Elite there, honestly, that is a dangerous place to find yourselves, because that is going to lead to nothing but a team wipe. With one misplay, all 3 players go down. So you've really got to make sure that you play those moments right. We saw that same idea. This comp from Noble Elite is designed to really hurt everyone, and they do it very, very well. It's got to be said. I don't really see any other team going in with that kind of approach in Shooting Star, so it's really interesting to see. And this is the only time that they've really kind of done it where it hasn't worked out, as far as I know. And Tribe just looking very cool under pressure, and now they're on match point.
Yeah, we'll see what they change here, whether the Pam maybe switches, get the Piper in there, because if they sort of bundled in that corner like that, we would see a Piper having a field day, just sniping them off left and right. As you mentioned, it was close, I feel, for Tribe there. When you see someone backed in a corner like that, you just feel, okay, the end is coming. You're about to get wiped out here and possibly even spawn capped as well, because, you know, once they're pushed up into a corner like that, generally it falls apart them. So whether we see the changes coming through, just to remind you guys of the bans, as obviously it's been a while since we mentioned those. For them so far, it was Bell Primo banned out for Noble Elite, and Stu and Primo banned out for Tribe Gaming. Of course, blind bans, which is why we got double Primos in there. Let's see what they bring to the table. What changes will they make? Nothing.
Well, yeah, no changes to Noble Elite. I think, from playing Bell, that could be a mistake.
Tom, that's a default loss, son.
That could be a default loss, yeah.
That's a default win for Noble Elite there, I think. You know, I just said, let's just remind us what they banned for that reason. And I think Tom needed a bit of reminding there. So that is a default loss, judging by generally how the rules were yesterday. Default loss for Tribe, so it will be tied 1 apiece.
Well, we'll see whether whether the Tribe have even realised as well, actually, because no one's spinning or making it known. So maybe they'll go and continue to play this one out on Moment. He might be indicating there with the drop of the pin that he's realised. But a nice pull from Spen. Again, these leads and these stars won't matter because the winner's going to go to Noble Elite. But it's kind of curious to see whether Tribe are going to play this one still, or whether, you know, Noble Elite are going to, you know, just use it as practice, really. Ultimately, it will give a bit of knowledge towards the next game. It gives Tribe the awareness that, you know, Noble Elite are being stubborn with the comp. So they may have learned something from this, but at the same time, the win, and that's the most important thing, will go in the way of the Noble Elite.
Yeah, I mean, it was a change they could have made, and as I said, it could have gone with the Piper. Interesting to see that Noble Elite decided to stay with the same comp as well. So, yeah. So just to remind you guys at home, the bans, of course, to just clarify, Noble Elite banned out Bell and Primo, and Tribe banned out Stu and Primo. And of course, because Tom has selected Bell, it would mean it's going to be a default loss. Just for this one.
Still trying to build the stars up as maybe like a war paint for the next round, perhaps. Kind of trying to dampen the egos of Noble Elite. Again, all these stars, there's a crime pin from Spen. And I hope it's because they realize that they played the Battle Brawler, not because they feel like they've got the victory, because that could be kind of awkward.
Yeah. Bit of a whoopsie from Tom there. So, just a scrim, just a practice. Because, you know, we're not on the long broadcast as it is. Running through to 11:30 in the production over in Australia, running through the night. They're fine. They're fine. They love it when we have these sort of problems. Let's have a replay of it. Why not? Because the game didn't count.
I mean, this is why we see Bell being banned so much, because ultimately, you know, if you're unfortunate enough to not consider it as a choice when she's on the cards, and you're up against that, it's honestly a really, really tricky thing, especially against brawlers like Jean with that magic puff star power. You know, that's a star power in itself that people want to get beneath and utilize. Same with Ruffs and the air superiority, or rather their build promotion. And, you know, that's the reason. She's really, really deadly. But yeah, a bit of a miss from Tribe. They would have liked to have secured things there as a result. This is the chance for Noble Elite to take away their match point and take it to enough game mode.
Yeah, and I gotta be honest, I'm not sure if Piper would actually work now, judging by how Bell played out there. Bell obviously works because Bell has the shield, whereas Piper won't have that. Now, Piper, if he wants to use the super to blow away the cover, well, you're blowing your own cover generally, especially with the way the game's played out. The last 2 times, they've pretty much been pinned back. So we'll see how this one works out when they change it. Noble Elite look like they want to stay stubborn. They don't want to change anything.
Yeah, and I think that's like something that Tribe needs to consider when it comes to that Piper idea, because Piper's going to really struggle to get out of those spawns. The Pam is a very strong counter, and having that healing station as well provides a little bit of cover if they get into the spot where they need to, you know, tank a few shots. So I think Tribe have done their homework. They've looked at yesterday, they've seen what Noble Elite like to favor here. They don't like to favor the traditional ideas. And that's the smart thing to do, because I've never seen Tribe ever play anything other than, you know, Piper, Tick, and Nanny on this particular map. So they're definitely adapting, and the best teams are those that do that. They have to look at their opposition and play the brawlers that are the best to counter their likely picks, rather than going in with the meta. And it's working out for the most part if they're not choosing bad brawlers.
Is there an option for a Sprout? Maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to think of any locations, especially with the way they're getting pushed back, maybe to try and lock somebody out. We saw... I can't think who it was who was sort of using the Sprout to great success and basically segregating effectively one of the team members and focusing them down. But I think it may have been SK.
Yeah, could well be. Yeah, and he also plays a great
SK
Sprout as well, actually. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a tricky thing if they do want to go in with Sprout simply because of the Max, and Max can really close the gap with the speed. And when you're going on the aggressive against the Sprout, you really struggle to land a lot of those shots. You really want to keep your distance, and which you can do on Shooting Star. You know, it's definitely an option. I think Tick's probably the more go-to option here, just simply because of the ability to defend yourself when you are up and close and personal with something like a People, something along those lines, with the last hurrah gadget or your Tick head super. So. It's an option. We have seen it can work. It's just very difficult to maintain the control, especially when you look at how Noble Elite are going on the aggressive so much. Something we don't tend to see as a playstyle. It's got to be said in Shooting Stars. So yeah, Tribe at the moment reading it pretty well, and I wonder now whether Noble Elite will try to do something about that idea now that Tribe are caught on. Bring out the Leon, I would say, would be a great shout for them.
Yeah, I think obviously if they stuck with the the Ruffs, sorry, stick with the Ruffs.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe bring the Rico in, because obviously we know Spen can play that very well, and maybe switch it out that way. But obviously, at the moment, I'm just thinking of like the fact is they have been penned into that top right-hand corner by Noble Elite, despite the fact they won the first game. Obviously, now they find themselves tied at 1 apiece, which is probably why we got delays, because I guess Tribe are like, wait, what just happened? Why are we not moving on? Wait, oh no! We played the band.
They were left the server and they're getting pinged, like, come back.
Come back, you have not won this. Yeah, get yourselves back there. Yeah, I mean, there's a strong chance now, obviously, with this being, well, it is match point, obviously, for Tribe still. But it is technically also a chance to go to Kaboom Canyon, which would be Heist if they go there next.
Yeah, that's it could be a really costly mistake actually for Tribe if they don't really hunker down this next game and really make it count. And again, I do worry on that side of things because Noble Elite just it's rare that you see a team like Tribe pushed way back into a corner and bounty, and that's where the Ruffs pick I think has got to stay. Having that field promotion there to increase the HP of everyone, and they can hunker down in those instances where they're under that kind of herding pressure from Noble Elite. That's what's going to keep them alive, and I think that they can't take out the Ruffs, especially if Noble Elite go in with that same idea, bringing in the Pam and bringing in those other brawlers like Max to really be on the super aggressive. They've got to be very careful now because this could be tied up very quickly and go from a potential winning opportunity to a really, really difficult scenario to come back.
If you're just wondering why we're waiting, we're just waiting for the players. Obviously, they are remaking the lobby because they thought they'd finished the game and not realized we played a banned brawler. That was a big boo-boo. So once the Tribe get themselves sorted back out, of course, they are playing the next game, so I guess they're looking to try and shuffle on as quickly as they can because they're playing big next, right? Yeah, it is. Oh yes, this is of course the back-to-back. Playday 4 and 5. We basically have the exact same schedule, Playday 4 and 5. So what you're seeing right now, we will have the exact same next Tuesday as well. All these matches will play out. Yes, so we'll obviously have Noble Elite Tribe rematch and all the way through the day, obviously, which is why they're going through there. Yeah, and I don't think it was a misclick. I like as chat has pointed out, I think it was just literally they chose it and just completely forgot that it was bad.
It was somebody read it out.
Somebody somewhere needs to write them down. Maybe I'm just going to say in future Tribe that could be a possibility.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's perfect that you read it out when you did because sometimes the bans happen at the beginning and you don't really ever see them again on the overlay. So people out there, and ourselves included, may have just thought that nothing of it and just continued till the end. It would have been as much a surprise to us than as it was to everyone else, but we were able to spot it really early on. So yeah, I mean it's one of these brawlers which I think is so much of a go-to on Shooting Star nowadays as well, as opposed to the Piper picks as well. I think now the meta's kind of shifting away from a little bit of what we expect to see normally. Maybe Bell's making a bit more of a statement in that area, but yeah, regardless of that, we're going to see an Amber coming in though for Noble Elite this time round, and Gene for Spen. The Ruffs there. Oh, a quick takedown from Noble Elite. Tom didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, so the Gene working well, and obviously the Amber now for Melanie as well. That puts a lot of damage down onto Casey. Casey trying to put that damage down on the side there. Keep my eye on those magic hands possibly going to come out at the moment. It's Tribe that are being the ones putting the pressure on this time around, and rightly so, because they are chasing it while they have the blue star. They are 2-1 down at the moment. This, of course, would take it to a 5th set if we required it. At the moment, of course, Tribe 2-1 up, all tied, 1 apiece here. And now this is to what we were talking about before. It's dangerous to get backed in the corner. The magic hand comes out from Spen. It grabs a hold of Melny. Thank you very much. Hit and run and Tribe back away.
Very good comp choice, though, it's got to be said. Both sides of the same idea. And now the pull, though, from Span, and the pickup was there. 4-star lead now for Tribe. But Casey's looking weary there, has to be forced back. He's got the blue star as well, so got to take that into consideration also. Hints from Spen would suggest confidence, but Andrew's got a pull here, and this game's got plenty more length left to go. Definitely the tankiness here from that field promotion will go a long way, but if Audrey can connect, and then it becomes a 3 versus 2, and Spen missed his pull, that's going to be a real problem for Tribe. They don't recover that from that super quickly. Supply truck going down as well will give Audrey a bit more power to his punch, so I think that I like the way this is heading for Noble Elite, actually.
I think Andre's looking to try and get hold of KC, judging by the way he's been positioning and poising himself, or maybe just saving it for that final last hurrah to try and collect somebody off guard. Of course, a couple of 3 stars in there, so they would have to get 2 kills to try and turn this one around. 10 seconds to go here. This is when it gets a little bit silly. Let's see how it's going to work out, because Noble Elite are taking a lot of damage, and there is the big pull, and it's Andre they caught a hold of. Tribe make no bones about this one. They will win the series 3-1.
Very competent and composed, despite that early loss then in that first game. They were able to bring it back, and I gotta say though, I think that Tribe would be feeling that it was closer than they would have liked for sure, and I really like that Noble Elite are putting up so much of a fight and not being intimidated by teams like Tribe that have got such a big track record behind them. So, I mean, I've got to say, despite Noble Elite losing the game, I'm very impressed with how they performed so far today.
Well, Tribe, of course, not done just yet. They're going to be moving on to the next matchup. That's when they're going to be facing Big as well in what could be a nice back-to-back for them. We'll see how it works out. That puts them on 3-3. So turning that scoreline around after a terrible, terrible start, or a tough start, whichever way you want to look at it. We'll be back in a moment, ladies and gentlemen, for Big versus Tribe.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hello, I'm Casey. I play with Tribe Gaming alongside Spen, Tom and Drake.
So I want to start all the way back when you first started playing Brawl Stars, and you know how you developed as a player. So did you get on the bus, like the Brawl Stars bus, straight away and start playing loads, or how was the journey?
Yeah, I started playing Brawl Stars within the first week of its release due to one of my old friends that used to play Clash Royale, and at the start of it, I played it quite a bit at the start, and then I took quite a break off Brawl Stars, and then once I came back to it, like I actually started pushing ladder a lot more, and like started looking into competitive, and then it started off like last year that I actually started doing competitive and joining Gold Magic, which was one of the top teams, and then this year I've ended up on Tribe Gaming.
I mean, what an amazing jump. I mean, what do you consider that your team's biggest advantage is over your opponents?
I would say that we're all smart, and we're a lot, like this year we think a lot more when we're playing.
Well, I think that I speak for everyone when I give you a little bit of a clap right now, because you guys smashed the second ladder, right? And going undefeated, so your confidence must be so high, even with the caliber of the teams that you went up against, right?
Yeah, when we played the first ESL ladder, we didn't manage to get first in the actual ESL ladder. Exo managed to get that. So, and then we ended up playing playoffs and we didn't make it the first time. So when the second ESL ladder came out, we were like, okay, we're going to grind for this #1 spot so we don't have to play the playoff. And we managed to go unbeaten through the whole season.
Well, undefeated, exactly. That is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, do you have different tactics set aside for different teams that you face, especially as we progress into the challenge season when the caliber of the teams are going to be, pretty amazing?
Yeah, and I mean, we always look over teams, watch VODs, and always look to improve and hopefully look to show it off.
Well, what team has surprised you the most during the ESL Mobile Open? Like one of your competitors that maybe you didn't expect to be quite so good and they really surprised you?
And FA Trio was one of them. Like, they was actually grinding for it, and they managed to get a lot of wins as well.
So what are your expectations for this tournament then? Going into the challenge season, who do you think is going to be your toughest opponent?
And there's in EU right now, like, there's quite a lot of good teams. For example, Exo, SK Gaming, Clash, Totem. So, like, we're not taking no games lightly, and hopefully we can get some W's.
Well, you sound quietly confident, I think, sat over there. Now, is there anything that you'd like to say to your fans who have been supporting you throughout your journey before you embark on the next stage of the ESL Mobile Open?
Just like to say thank you for supporting us all the way through, like, through the ups and downs, and hopefully we get some results.
Well, thank you so much for talking with me, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lee Smith, and Lethal has decided to join us for this one, as Big will now face off against Tribe.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. Noble Elite put up a pretty damn good fight earlier on. It was more than I anticipated. It just proves that yesterday it wasn't just a fluke. They're not having just a good day. Maybe just having a good week. I'm not really too sure. But I think the interview which Noble Elite spoke about regarding everything which has been happening towards them in terms of like how they're progressing and how they're trying to hit that new plateau. They've got a wide variety of compositions they like to try out to see if they can make things work in terms of like in their favorship, like going against a lot of these teams. But they said they've got the pedigree in terms of skill there. It's just a matter of just being able to release it. And it seems to be working so far. Okay, yeah, sure, fair enough. They lost that last series against Tribe, but definitely was a much better series than a lot of us anticipated. But with Big versus Tribe now, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult for for Big, in considering what we just saw from Tribe in that last series.
Yeah, and for Big, they started off well. They were having decent games, but obviously yesterday was a bit of a rough one. 2 losses there. Nadine, Lars, and Sugar Snort for them. Some big plays. We had obviously had the interview with Nadine as well yesterday. We heard from him. So, I mean, they're certainly a team that have impressed me so far, but yesterday they were that game against SK was brutal. That was a bit of a sore point, I think, there, and it's definitely one they're going to want to forget about overnight and sort of reset their minds coming into this Tribe game.
Yeah, don't blame him in the slightest. Yeah, not really a not the best play day they had yesterday, but they could turn things around a little bit here. And Tribe's still looking to continue on the warpath and at least try their absolute best to make it to the top 4. They should do, really. It's what you expect from these teams. But you're talking about pictures here as well, D-Man. You got 1 out of 3 is not bad. Maybe 2 out of 3 next week.
We could snap Spen from one of his multitude of videos out there. And KC, we just had an interview with. We could at least try and crop him out of that one, maybe. I don't know. I don't know, but yeah, Tom's trying to look as hench as he can there, and we'll see. We'll see, of course, when we get them in there. But you guys know what they look like anyway. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, let's see what we're going to have. Okay, we're starting things off on Snake Prairie for the bounty, then into Double Swoosh for the gems, into Sneaky Fields for the Brawl, Parallel Plays, the Hot Zone, and if we need it, Factory Rush for the Siege. Primo, double band out, Stu also, and I cannot remember who that is on the face.
Oh, Amber?
Is that Amber's face? Is that really Amber's face?
Well, anyway,
I recognize them so much better by in-game characters than I do for face characters, and for some reason none of my links are working anymore. I think my computer's having a moment. There we go.
It's all good. It's all good. Well, sometimes I do get Purple Paradise with you. I'm glad we haven't had it. It's been a while now, but we're definitely overdue, yeah. Demon. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to come at some point in one of these series today, or maybe tomorrow. We'll have to see. Sorry, not tomorrow. Excuse me. It will be next week. But those are the bands. Pretty standard, I'll say. Primo, not surprised in the slightest. We do get a bit of a mixed bag. Even with the Stu, he is popping up like a lot more often compared to what we see normally. We've seen a lot less Poco so far. It's only been a couple of matches, don't get me wrong, but honestly, if that trend will continue to occur, considering a lot of these teams do like to avoid that Poco double tank compositions on more than one occasion. So, seen Stu a bit more often than we've seen in previous weeks. But again, like I said before, compared to last week, it's nice to see that a lot of these teams, all these players have actually been able to figure out, just an outline of what brawlers need to be banned coming to this matchup. Even on the very first day, we had a very good indication to lead him into a lot of these series. But, enough chatter as we're going to get into our first game in this second matchup today to see if Tribe can make it 2 for 2.
And it is going to be a mirror match setup. This is the map we saw SK dominant on yesterday. Wasn't he big against SK yesterday on this exact same map? I feel like it was. I feel like Snake Prairie may well have been where they played at some point, but SK definitely played it, I'm certain. Yes, it was Big Snake Prairie. Yeah, it was the one that SK kind of dominated on, but I don't think that's too surprising for anyone at the moment. But it's been a great start for Big here. 8-3 and counting, as they do manage to get yet another one down there. Nadine looking good. And this is what I was talking about. Like, for me, Big looks really good at the start than play day 1 and 2. Yes, they had a rough play day 3, but honestly, I think coming into this one, this is going to be a close game.
Certainly is indeed. Nadine, normally one of the game changers on Big. Let's see what he can do here. He's done a huge amount for his team on multiple occasions. And speaking of the Devil, does take down KC, so that's going to give him a little bit more leadway here. Tribe still trailing behind by 7 stars, and Big do have the blue star as well. So Tribe need to not discover, but we need to try and figure out exactly how they can try and find a weakness in their setup. And it's going to be very, very tough, considering, as you can see now, Casey and Spen looking to push it along that right lane. And now you can see as well, Sugar just find a few shots back just to give them an indication to know that we are here when we're looking to stand our ground. But all 3 members still in that right lane, and looks like it's going to come to that final engagement, D-Man.
Yeah, it can turn, but not just like that when Sugar Snort does manage to find himself the quick kill. And oh, what a beautiful play from Big. Absolutely pixel perfect right there. Big will take this one 16-3.
Something will do indeed. That was a little bit more one-sided than we expected. Still the first game of the set, so we'll see how things will pan out towards the end. But yeah, just a little bit surprised. Just very methodical, very calculated. Nothing really too out of the ordinary. Just a very standard game for what we see time and time again on that map as well. So yeah, not really too much to dissect there.
No, that was one-sided. So, okay, Tribe, over to you. They were pushed all the way by Noble Elite as well. But things started so well for Big already. And, Nadine on the Piper can be pretty deadly. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, he's pretty cheeky with some of the shots he likes to pull off here and there. Definitely got the ball rolling at the very beginning. And then just made matters worse, just doing so much damage. And then just, of course, Lars doing the excess damage after it's all just being on clean-up duty. It's just great stuff from Big, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from them. They got some really good players on this squad. It's just a matter of making it work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, to see where they can lock this one back together, of course. I think, I don't think we're going to see any brawler changes. I don't. And maybe... No, I don't think. I don't. I was thinking maybe the Tara for an Ems, but I'm honestly, I'm not sure we're going to get anything like that. I think we're going to see pretty much the same all over again here. Just simply play better. It's 5-head play right there.
Yeah, it's all about your mechanics at the end of the day, isn't it? You know, your fundamentals to try and swing things around a little bit. I thought Tribe would come out of the woodwork and come out swinging strong at the beginning, considering they just come out of that first win of the day in our first match of this play day, but instead Big are the ones who actually turn up looking pretty good here. And let's see if they can continue going on forward. Sugar on that left lane, keeping Spen back just a tad. Nadine just keeping tabs to find out exactly what is going to go on. He will get the trade on Casey, which is absolutely huge, but Spen is just in the middle of a crossfire here. Lars does take him down, and that's going to be his opportunity to pull all the way back with that blue star.
Yep, so 7-3, big start already once again, looking fantastic for them. And now Tom tries to get a peek, but takes a face full of cards from Lars as he tries his approach. And well, Big are starting to back it up here. It's a little bit dangerous, but now look at them. They're going hunting around the left-hand side to try and focus onto KC, but it doesn't work in the end. Lars is the one that gets focused, and that's the blue star stolen away by Tribe there. And again, the super popped out, demolished the majority of that grass, and now put the pressure onto Big to make the move.
Yeah, he was the last person to want to get taken down, shall we say. But now Tribe have that defensive setup going. Casey takes down Nadine there, which is a bit uncharacteristic of Big to make a mistake like that. Lars almost cleaned up as well, left on 768 HP. And now they've got to try and find that opening to exploit here. But it's very, very difficult on this map, considering Tribe are so aware of the situation, just constantly firing back to see if they do make any early pushes. Casey got that right lane completely cleared and obviously takes him down as well. Takes down Sugar. Lars takes down Spen in the process, but Casey takes down another as he's going 2 for 2 here. We'll try and look for that third. If he can take down Lars with a nice little flank, it will keep him back. Knows that Lars is trapped there. And this is looking pretty bleak for Big, considering they've still got a 5-star deficit to catch up on, but that's not going to help with Casey making matters worse. 7-star deficit. Nadine's going to try and push in that right lane. Lars will do the same, but with a numbers disadvantage, it is just not going to happen. No deaths are going to be required. Just too little, too late. Not enough DPS. Casey just getting another one to add salt to the wound. And there we have it. Tribe tie things up in set number 1.
Great totem there, and I think it was Spen that threw the totem out there as well. Great work for him. Obviously, that ties them all up. But yeah, Big just got caught napping. They went looking for the aggression on the left-hand side. They got a little overconfident. And just on that right side, I think this is it here. Lars just gets caught out in a moment. This is where it all started off, and it was looking good for Big here. But as they went aggressive, it was simply Lars that got caught off guard as they tried to push up, and that was really the difference. And then from then it was kind of just a snowball effect effectively as Big were just chasing it, looking for the kills, going hunting for it. So really well played by Tribe, really well played. And as I said, you know, just play better, Forehead. That's how you got to do it. And that's exactly what they did.
They certainly did indeed. The start from Big was looking good, especially with that crossfire they had planned out to get the blue star and the kill towards their names. So we had that 4-star lead. It's a shame that Lars was taken out later on. So it means that, let's be honest, like on a map like that, when you're on the back foot and you've got to be the one to force out the final engagement, it's so difficult and so tough, because you're going to take a sprinkle of damage here and can that final engagement count. And it's very, very annoying and very difficult. And that's why you see quite an aggressive start sometimes from both these teams, because they don't want to be put in that situation. You could say that with most maps on Bounty, but on this one in particular, it can be a real nuisance here. With Spen and Sugar just trading out damage. Lars does get the initial kill here, with Spen still looking to go for that flank around that left lane, but could be a little bit cheeky here, pushing up, and does get a fair amount done onto Sugar before backing away, but still loving this aggressive approach from the entire squad of Tribe.
Considering Spen was basically singled out versus 2 of them, he gets a lot of damage down, and Sugar on 90 at the back there. Uh-oh, don't move, everybody, tuck away!
No.
And Sugar caught in the corner. Spen goes aggressive, but it was a simple 1-for-1 trade now. Casey will have to back away from this one. It's still 6-5 in the advantage of Big because of that. Tom around the side there, he wants to get involved, but now he's been surrounded. He gets focused down, 8-5. It keeps on going Big's way. Tribe need to find themselves a big kill here.
And Nadine's the one with the blue star as well. And with the Piper, you know, 9 times out of 10, you will see him play from the back line and just supporting his teammates with the damage he can do with the range he has. So him having that blue star may seem pretty minor or really small, but when it comes to the what happens at the very end, it could make the massive difference here. KC takes down Sugar. Nadine with a beautiful shot there onto KC. Great trade from him, up by 7 stars here, D-Man. 30 seconds left. Very excited to see how Tribe can maybe retaliate, but
Nadine?
looking pretty bleak.
Oh, Nadine, I like it. Uses the super, covers them off and says, yep, come at us. You got an open run here. Sugar will go down, 16-9, but 18 seconds to go. Nadine will put paid to KC, and that will surely turn this set in their favor. It's down to Tribe. They're just going to rush it. They're just going to see if they can get anything crazy going off here. Spen's going for it in the bottom side. He's chasing after Lars. He gets Lars down, but Nadine instantly answers, gets Tom down. And that will finish Spen off. And Big will take the first set here on Bounty against Tribe Gaming. I mean, a lot of us, even yourself and I, as well as Ark, all had this one down as a Tribe victory, as well as the guys in chat that voted on Twitter earlier on. The community vote was with Tribe, but this was a great start for Big.
Certainly was indeed. Even liked what Nadine did right at the very end. Even though he pretty much secured that win, he, you know, most opponents will just make the assumption there's somewhere on the back line, but he wasn't. Pushed straight up into that left lane, got the flank, did a fair amount of damage on, and yeah, that's the thing. When you've got so much, you know, so many stars and you've got such a huge deficit, some teams just like to make matters even worse for him, which is what he was doing right at the very end. And even if he didn't do enough damage, he would have got all away anyway scot-free. So he would have been perfectly fine with a 6 stars and blue star to his name as well. So he's been looking pretty happy with that so far. I did say this big squad, you know, a very good team. Individually, they are pretty damn good overall. It's just we haven't seen enough from them in terms of the ESL Mobile Challenge overall. Bit hit and miss sometimes, but looking pretty good so far today. But I hope you haven't jinxed them going into the next 3, maybe even 4 sets.
Well, it's double swoosh up next. Gem Grab, a map that Tribe played, replied Totem on yesterday to win out their series 3-0 in that game, which is a game I believe you cast obviously with Ark there. Now coming into this one, obviously, you know, Genie's on the table, so that's always a massive possibility when you're coming into these Gem Grab games. Almost certainly will be on that. But we've actually seen people starting to revert back to Max, despite obviously the changes that came out. Everybody was screaming blue murder that Max was never going to get played in competitive again ever. And then sure enough, here we are a week on and everybody's back on Max.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange, don't get me wrong. Like, Max is a very good brawler, even though after the patch it was a lot of question marks onto how much he's going to be used. Yeah, sure, he's not the most popular brawler anymore, but it's still viable on some of the other modes on maps, depending on like what your plan of action is. You know, the fact that with his movement speed alone is good enough, and not doing a huge amount of damage like some of the others, but the fact that he can bang out a lot of the shots, especially against some of the, you know, very long range brawlers you normally see with a Bell or, you know, the Piper, for example. It can be a bit of a pain in the backside too, but it depends how well some of these players can excel with that brawler as well. You can't just put anyone onto Max and just assume for the best, you know. It's not that type of brawler. Like I do feel like that Max has a huge skill ceiling alone, and it's just a matter of who can abuse it the most. Well,
that's it, right? So I mean, it's the same with it's going to be a very interesting one for SK versus Clash later on, because obviously you go like, I can play Surge, and then Skyrix rocks up and you're like, I can't play Surge.
They can play pretty much anything like that, mate, can't they?
So I mean, we'll get to see it. I mean, I could say the same for Linane as well on Mortis and stuff like that. You know, when you see these top players absolutely delivering on some of these brawlers, you think, I could go do that, and then you just can't do it the same. But you know, sometimes that's the way it is. But I'd be interested to see what they're going to come with, whether they're going to go with a thrower. Obviously, as we say, it is going into Gem Grab, so we'll see. Obviously, with the meta, it's still kind of up in the arms at the moment. I would say people are starting to settle down. We're starting to see sort of more and more the same sort of brawlers, and as expected. Okay, so we are going to see the Ems, we are going to see the Jean in there, and the Tara, and it's pretty much a mirror, other than the Amber, of course, for Tom there.
Certainly is indeed. Sugar already taken a huge chunk of damage, but that's not going to stop him from grabbing those 2 stars. So not too bad so far, with the shadows coming out as well. As Lars now pushing up on that right line ever so slightly. Someone to pull back as well. Nadine takes down KC, leaving just the last 2 members left standing. I was a few question marks here. They were standing still a little bit. I'm not really too sure what is going on, but maybe it's just me. I'm not really too sure here. But Lars does take down Casey. But do you feel like something's going on here, Demon? Yep, there is.
Well,
Okay.
yes, because Amber's banned. That's what's going on. As soon as I said it, I was like, I literally just went back and checked the bans myself. It's like a tribe having an actual brain fart today. Because this is Tom that's done it again. This is twice in a row that Tom has done this, 2 games running.
Do you know what it is? It's not really a brawler you expect to be banned. I kind of feel like that's why, even with the last set, maybe not
They
as it's
picked Bell in the last
excusable.
game, Bell.
That's what I
That's
mean.
no
It's not as
excuse.
excusable, but this time round, I can excuse it because it's the Amber. But with the Bell last time, yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying. But I don't know if they have a coach or analyst or anything like that. But someone definitely does need to get their notepad out and remind them that certain brawlers can't be played, which does mean that Tribe will lose that one automatically and Big will get that first game in the second set. Deary me.
Drage, if you're about, I know you're only a young lad, you're going to have a better memory than some of these guys I feel. Getting comms, and I know you can't take part in the games, I'm aware of that, but you could possibly just refresh their mind on what the bans actually are when they're coming into this. Because yes, that is that's a big whoopsie. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just a default loss game for that one. Which, in fairness, they were already losing anyway until Tom realised it, and then you could see Thomas sort of stood there and he's like, "Guys."
I mean, when he pushed up on the right lane, he was just like, we've already done goofs. Like, this is it, really. We've already given the game away. How much harder do you need to make it on yourselves here? Like, it is quite funny, don't get me wrong. And not gonna lie, they won't gonna be laughing if I do lose to Big Oval, but this is probably the worst time for it. At least that way beforehand, they were up 2-1 in the series against Noble Elite, but they're behind, and now a game behind now, which just makes matters worse. They could be giving Big a 2-0 series scoreline at this rate, but yeah, it's pretty jokes, though, not gonna lie.
No, exactly. I mean, let's face it, they're 3-3. You can't afford to give games away like this, especially with just a simple mistake like that. But obviously, they're going to switch away from the Amber now. So let's see if they do bring themselves an Ems and a Tara and a Jean and go with a simple mirror match. No, because the Bell's going to come out from Nadine. So that's going to be a switch around that they weren't expecting. But Tom's done the same. He comes with the Bell as well.
Yeah, Nadine with that Bell on the left side, just looking to see what he can do. But Casey's actually pushed all the way up unscathed, which is a little bit shocking to say the least. Lars gets taken down as well, and this is a dream start now for Tribe. And look how far they pushed up here, making sure they can make ends meet and just be able to abuse the fact that the lack of ammunition is not going to be working in Big's favour. Nadine's so weak as well. You can see there. Sugar also behind them, trying to support them as much as they can. Tribe already up to 6 gems so far.
Absolutely. Solid start from Tribe. And, well, they need it, 1 down. They're already looking at set point here for Big, so they have to try and turn this one around. But we have seen things flip-flop, and obviously it's going to be the big focus of whether Sugar can land that hook onto Spen. As I say that, Lars does get hooked in, but he did a good job at taking KC down at the same time. There's Sugar getting Tom down, and does he have his supercharge ready to go? Yes, it looks like he does. So looking to try and get that grab, but they've got to chase him down. They've got to find him. Lars is on the hunt, going around the side there. Lars tries to go for him. Nadine's going to focus on him. Gets one shot, can't land the second. There's the second shot coming in. And in the end, the magic hand comes out from Spen to say, no more shots from you, Sonny Jim.
Well, okay, Tribe, they're doing okay so far. They've kind of recovered from their little mistake, shall we say, little outburst there, but it's going to be fine. They have tied the set up 1-1 between both Big and Tribe. I'm hoping, for the love of God, that Tribe do win this, because I'm going to feel so sorry for them if they lose this set just due to the fact that they selected a banned brawler. I don't think I've seen a banned brawler selected twice. I've seen it on numerous occasions once in a series, but not twice. Not twice.
Well, we had it yesterday as well, right? So, but twice from the same team in one day, 2 games running is a bit of a problem. Yeah, you can't afford to give games away like that, and especially when they're trailing, of course, after the first game. So, Tribe, yeah, definitely got to get some work to do here, but that was a good turnaround, both answering with pretty much mirror matches. So we'll see whether they can continue that flow, because that was much better control, obviously coming out from Tribe there. And that may be, you know what, something stupid like that, maybe just enough to kick them in the ass and say, guys, bloody focus, shall we? Focus here, guys. This is a serious tournament. We need to actually get a bit of focus on there. Let's see what they're going to change as we get into the next game.
Yeah, hopefully the good thing is they're not as unaware in-game as they are outside the game. So that's one thing we can take into account here. As, you know, spoke about before in that second game, Tribe, they were very aggressive, suffocating their opponent from the get-go after having that dream start. But it looks like Lars is going to maybe create a dream start here for the side of Big. Has already taken down one player as Tom and Spen just on that right-hand side, but Tom will get cleaned up. Spen still in the right lane as well, trying to survive for dear life on 119 HP. Casey does rejoin with Spen there on the left lane as well to support him just a tad. Lars has to pull all the way back. But again, good start for Big with that 3 gems to 2. But I thought there'd be a little bit more, you know, better objective efficiency here, considering the slaying power from what we've seen so far.
Absolutely. I like this little change from Sugar. Switching it out. The gene didn't work out for him, so keeping that pressure on. And you know what? If he can get close enough, he's going to be up to 7 gems. There it is. The second one just spawns as well at the same time. But now Nadine's getting picked off, so that's a problem. They're going to lose that mid control here. Unless Sugar can do what he can to keep Tom back. Does manage to land a couple. And this adjustment, I really like it at the moment. Now Spen's going to try and get some of those gems hoovered up. Of course, we do have the patch now where they will spawn evenly. Casey's going to get picked off here. This is going to be Big's game. Nadine comes in. One more gem. That's going to spawn around the side there. They're going to collect them. There's not a lot Tribe can do about this. 15 seconds of counting. They've got to go full aggression. Tom's got no hit points. Spen's down on half hit points. It's down to Casey to try and go aggressive. Nadine focuses on Tom. Spen's in trouble. Casey goes down. It will be Big taking themselves a second set. A massive error from Tribe in the first game has cost them dearly, and now they find themselves in some serious trouble here. They need to reverse sweep this game.
And Tribe have the potential to do it, 100%. There's no reason why they can't, but still, though, that first game selecting the armor it could actually be curtains for them here just because of that one mistake, which is a little bit of a shame. But Tribe more than capable of being able to create this reverse sweep. They just got a little bit of a chat and discuss exactly what's going on, what's wrong. Maybe just not in-game to the headline and what they want to do here. It's a little bit, you know, again, not very, you know, characteristic of Tribe to lose by this much against Big. It's definitely something we can definitely discuss one day in the future. But so far, like you said, Tribe are down 2-0 in the series. Scoreline ruining our predictions once again. But I do feel like they do have a something up their sleeve they can definitely bring this back on, because like I said before, Tribe supposedly one of the top 4 teams who should be making it to the challenge finals, considering what they've done and what they've achieved, you know, over the last few months, and considering their recent form as well. But looking pretty bleak here. Big trying to ruin the pie.
Well, this is it, right? This is what it's all about. You know, at the moment we're talking about 4 teams going through. I think everyone can agree that SK and Clash are probably 2 of them that are kind of like a done deal. Outside of that, Exo free agents looking pretty good to be that 3rd shoe-in team. And then it's just open, right? You got Tribe, Reply Totem, Big, and Noble, all with sort of 2-3 wins apiece. So, you know, all these guys have a chance. At the moment, you know, I'm not going to write Navi off. They've had a bad start, 0-6. They definitely need to try and turn things around themselves. But yeah, I mean, that 4th spot is wide open. And if Big pick up a win here, they're going to be tied at 3-3 along with Tribe Gaming. Obviously, you know, they've had some tough games as well themselves. And for me, this is definitely a massive slip up for Tribe.
Yeah, spot on as well. Apart from Navi at the bottom of the table, yeah, I spoke about it as at the very last series at the end of the day yesterday. I did say that you've got like 3 or 4 teams pretty much similar in terms of win-loss. It's just all about the sets, and, you know, it could come down to that by the look of things from what we've seen so far, with Clash and SK excelling as the gatekeepers still with the top 2 spots almost guaranteed at this point, depending on the circumstances later on with the remaining 4 play days after this. But yeah, every win is going to count here, and try and lose to Big, that's going to be a huge deficit for them, and they have to work even harder to try and break through to that top 4.
Absolutely. So we're moving on to Sneaky Fields next, isn't it, for Brawl Ball? So that's going to be an interesting one. Okay, obviously, if you think of what Tribe brought to the table in their first game, they had, I want to say B was in there. Ruffs was in there, and who was their third option? Who was their third choice in that first game? Damn, I should start writing these down. But then again, we go through so many games, I don't really get a chance to, don't really get speed to.
Don't blame you, don't blame you.
No, okay, so it's going to be Gene. So we're going to get Gene in there. Gene was not banned, actually, in that first game. But meanwhile, on the other side, a Colt for Sugar and an Ems for Lars. So relatively same deal. Obviously, Tom also with the Ems as well. So relatively same, just that Colt is somewhat surprising for me on a Brawl Ball.
Yeah, not something you see all the time, but maybe it's just this map in particular, we'll see. But Sugar's definitely getting a lot of value out of the Colt here, just dribbling all the way towards them, going to score all of them on the respawn. That was very clean cut here for Big. Not the start I expected, not the start I think anyone expected here. But you're right about the Colt, you know, not something we always see. Definitely, well, worth its weight in gold at the moment. We'll see if that's going to continue on against KC. And he's got a pretty good shot on him here. Apart from those last couple of shots he just missed. Lars does take down Tom. Spen's actually taking a huge amount of damage as well. We'll get cleaned up, so this could be another goal here, depending on the circumstances. Casey just trying to stay alive as long as he can with that honey trap in play. And they won't be able to do anything as of yet, but at least if they don't get team wiped again, then they won't let in or concede another goal. But Nadine does take down Tom, and all of the members of Big have regrouped here, D-Man. It's going to be trouble.
Yeah, this is a big problem at the moment. Big are really putting the pressure on, and I feel that Sugar may just be sitting there waiting for them to peek out, waiting for that super to just absolutely obliterate somebody. But it is going to be Tribe finally getting back out of their goal line, sort of moving it to the halfway line point. But Nadine on this has been absolutely pinpoint. Landing the shots. KC, though, does finally get Sugar down. Okay, now they can get the side push. There we go. Tom comes in. This will be a goal. That's going to level things up one apiece. It was honestly looking pretty scary for Tribe for a moment there. It looked like Big May will just take it a quick 2-0 and onto the match point. But Tribe finally do manage to pull themselves back together.
Casey's been doing a great job just ducking and weaving and strafing, just dodging all of Sugar's shots here. He took some here and there, but he piled on so much pressure. Casey's just keeping a very close eye on the angle Sugar's holding, and if he can not take too much damage before making that initial engagement. You can see he's doing it now, but the only difference is Nadine is helping him just a tad, and Sugar's, you know, having a lot of issues dealing with Casey's pressure. We've seen it time and time again in that individual duel in the left lane. But that's going to be two of the players down. Nadine's going to be last one left standing. Does catch it, but will Sugar be able to stop it? Does he have enough DPS? He does. Will he kick it away then? That's the problem. No, he will not. And Lars can just push up with this now. The only problem is Tom is still there in the centre half. Nadine's going to be rejoining him. I don't know how that wasn't a goal here, D-Man. My word.
And you know what? I think Sugar on Colt here, this could be beneficial now with obviously all the cover removed here. He could absolutely rail someone down just like that onto Tom there. And how on earth did they manage to keep this out of the goal? I don't know. Because now Lars is looking to set it up. Nadine doesn't want to step forward on that one because he's very low. Will get focused down in the end there. Sugar, has he got his super ready and waiting to go? He's going to try and line it up there. Misses majority of it onto Tom though, and now he's in trouble. It looks like Big and Maywell just missed their major opportunity to take this one when they got that kill onto Tom. Shot comes through, Nadine defends, Lars gets spent down. They don't really have time to move it up the field. This is going to be a tie game.
That was so close, but we need to talk again about that left lane. It was very back and forth between KC and Sugar. Sugar got the better end of the stick to begin with, which led to that goal at the start, but KC was doing a really great job just being able to adapt to what Sugar was doing, and that's the problem you see. There is weaknesses of Colt where if you miss a couple of those projectiles, then that would give you your initial push to be able to, you know, force out that mistake to occur and then be able to clean them up nicely. But as long as Sugar doesn't have any support from Nadine, then, you know, Casey should be okay to then push on up. He will have to take a little bit of damage. Like, it's not going to be absolutely perfect, but as long as he only takes about a third or half of his HP, he should be able to at least defeat Sugar in that left lane every single time. So, but Sugar's realised that Casey's adapting that left lane. So will he switch from that Colt to something else, though? That's the question.
He may well do. I think I almost suspect that's probably where the change will be. Although, ironically, obviously, if it wasn't for Colt, he wouldn't have been able to save the game and it wouldn't have been tied at 1-1. So solid stuff from him. Now, okay, what can you adjust in this one? I mean, with Primo banned, don't forget as well. So no Primos available out there. Obviously looking at a great wall breaker that he is. And I'm going to remind you of brands because, you know, people have been picking banned brawlers these days. Stu, Primo, and Amber were banned out for this one. So there are a lot of options available for them. We'll see whether it's going to get working for them. But, that was close. That was close. That was looking good for... I feel that Tribe maybe have the better of them in Brawl Ball here. The question is, well, can they adjust it? Obviously, they went 1-0 down to start with as well. I'm trying to think what they could bring to the table. What they're going to go out there. There's a lot of cover, so maybe a thrower, maybe you pull a Sprout out. Sprout could definitely work. Obviously, defensive sort of style as well. Put the pressure on. We've seen it working very well. I think actually on this Brawl Ball pitch specifically as well. But it's not going to be the case. It's going to be pretty much stick with tried and tested. They just had a draw, so they feel they can do it better again.
Yeah, let's see if any changes are going to occur in terms of their strategies pushing on up, as Sugar is now still trying to deal with Casey on that left side, but Nadina trying to stay alive in the centre before Casey tries to push up onto him. But Spendo looking very, very solid, looking very good as well. Lars can't really get the better of Tom as of yet, but look at this. So Casey pushed all the way up towards that left side and taking a little bit of damage here, so does need to back away for the time being. But Tom does take down Nadine, and Tom's pushed all the way up here before Lars has managed to rejoin with Sugar, and Nadine's also rejoined the pack as well.
Now they're just going to chuck that ball in the corner, and that's going to put pressure onto Tribe. Obviously, they were in a great position of being able to just get a direct shot through. 1 kill. There's the magic hand one coming out from Spendo. That's what's been unlocking everything. Sugar just quickly punts the ball away, tries to get the damage down onto KC. Nadine will spawn, but what can he do from here? Nothing, because Tom will just put it through the goal. And that was all about the magic hand there coming out from Spen.
Yeah, great stuff from Tribe. Not a team to normally hesitates in the slightest. As soon as they smell an advantage, they will absolutely take it by any means necessary. Tom spent on that right lane now, just trying to switch up the positions a little bit, just to maybe go and push up towards that right-hand side. And you can see Spen already takes down Lars. So already a fantastic start, with Sugar still trying to keep Casey back. Nadine trying to pile a little bit of pressure onto Spen. But Tom's already pushed up on that right lane. So now they're backed off into a corner and lost positional advantage, especially with Tom in the structure. He can actually get behind if he, requires, if he takes too much damage. But it's pushing all the way up on Lars again. He's so weak. He could actually take him here, which he does. So Tom already with the first initial frag will take down Nadine as well, and then Spen will be the one to score there. Tom did such great work there, getting that first initial kill every single time round.
So, there we go. Now we're talking. Now we're seeing Tribe start to step into their elements, but they've still got a lot of work to do here. 2 sets down, of course, looking to try and close out this first set here on Brawl Ball. Looking very good for them to start with, though.
Certainly have done indeed, just travelling to that left corner every single time, but just need to deal with Tom's pressure in that right lane. Before, don't get me wrong, Lars was doing a great job keeping him at bay, but had a little bit more of a struggle this time around. Didn't have as much support as he would like, and Tom was just noticing those weaknesses every single time round without fail. So very different from what we saw compared to that first matchup.
Yeah, definitely. It worked out well. And I think that, like I say, the biggest part of it was obviously Spen getting those magic hands, obviously wall breaking on his way through it as well, because obviously when you pull them through, it does break the terrain that it pulls them through. So it just opened up that massive area for them and put the pressure down. Now, okay, are they going to be stubborn? Are they going to stick with that Colt? Obviously, as chat has also pointed out, we really love an exciting Ems v Ems lane. So exciting to watch. Are we going to see possibly a change there? Well, I don't think so. I think Ems will probably stay, in fairness. I'm just wondering what they could play, other than going to a straight mirror match, which is always the danger that people will pull into. What could work here? Maybe getting a bruiser in the face. Maybe switch one of those bruisers out there. There's plenty available when they're using range, but instead, it is going to be a Tara change instead.
Yeah, it's very difficult, because even with a bruiser as well, or any kind of tankier option, it's very difficult because Tribe seem to be very, very aware of their surroundings. And speaking of the Devils, Spence already pushed on all the way up. Lars has managed to get the trade, which is really, really important. But Lars has also got to be a little bit aware of KC pushing from that right-hand lane. as we'll use his super just to keep him at bay and just keep tabs on exactly where they are in terms of information. Sugar, so weak. Managed to survive that last bout, but going to be okay. But that's not going to stop the pressure from Tribe. I love the synchronization there from all three players.
I love the spike change for Tom. I like this. This is what I was talking about. You know, will we see a thrower coming in? And it absolutely seems to be working. The pressure already onto Big at the moment. Sugar's going to try and chase that one and see what he can do with it. Nadine steps forward and takes Spen down. Okay, this could turn things around here as Casey's gone ultra aggressive as well. He takes a full burst in the face from Lars there on the M's. And now Nadine trying to push forward, but he's caught in those spikes and there's nothing you can do about that.
No, absolutely not. The best he could do out of that situation was to get that trade. He did get the trade in the end, but at what cost though? Lost a little bit of map control. Spen gets taken down by Nadine. Fantastic stuff from him. Tom, though, still in that left lane. Needs to back away. Can't really have any kind of effect, so won't get much value from what we're seeing, considering you've got Nadine and Sugar in that left lane. But Sugar's now gone to support Lars in some way, but you saw the pull going in from Spen to clean up Lars. So do have that numbers advantage, but neither team wants to try and make this initial push. So a lot of element of caution here from both teams.
Yeah, it's been the magic hand that's been working and really turning things around for both Genes at the moment. Sugar's back out, looking for the same thing, gets it, pulls Tom in. Tom manages to get the spikes down, so obviously just sort of panic hit that super as soon as he gets pulled in, and it almost catches them off guard. It's doing enough to basically stop them. Lars goes in with the M's now, hits that super and tries to push him in there. Spen takes a good bit of damage, but I don't think there's enough space to try and get this shot in. Lars wants to collect the ball, but he's too late. Casey's going to get the respawn back in there. You can't just run straight through! How did he get the shot past KC?
Oh, that was just ridiculous. I'm going to talk about it in a little second, but 10 seconds left now. Lars looking to see if he can push back, but Casey's just doing so much damage onto him. They're literally just going to play on the defense here. Sugar being a real nuisance against Tom, and that first kill was going to make the difference here. And we have to talk about the great plays there from Lars in that right lane. He was waiting for Tom just to make one little error, just one little push for him to be able to make the massive difference. I mean, he managed to get up on the forwards, managed to get on the offensive, managed to take down two of the players, and obviously was able to score past, I can't remember who he actually scored past. I don't know if it was Casey or someone else, but those first initial kills
Casey,
he was waiting for in that right lane was just absolutely vital. And, you know, fair enough to Lars. He had a lot of patience and discipline there in that right lane for waiting for that instance to occur.
I like the change for Tom to go on to Spike there, but it did feel like they'd lost a lot of the pressure now that they'd gone to the Spike. Whereas if you think of the first game, they were basically the ones pushing, keeping Big in defense. And this time it did seem that, obviously, I mean, let's not take anything away from this. It was all about the magic hands. The whole game was about that. Simply a case of who's gonna grab first. Is it gonna be Sugar or Spen? And once obviously that worked out in their favor, but then of course we saw the big push working out on the right hand side with the M's. And the M's managed to get the kills. I don't actually know how he got past KC there, and I think KC's probably thinking the same as well, because like KC hit his super, he's like I'm just throwing everything out there. It's like, what? How did that get past me? I don't know. I think obviously, you know, it's the classic case of you simply walk past the brawler and get the shot away. I didn't think he was going to be able to do that. He did it just before he died.
Yeah, I think it's very well timed there from him, but great stuff. And you talk about the spike as well. The problem with the spike, you know, in terms of range damage, it's great, don't get me wrong, but the only problem is, in terms of the team as a whole, it makes you a little bit more passive, you know, because close range, spike isn't really, you know, that useful, and that's why you don't see as much aggression when you see, like, a spike or one of the other throwers come into play here. But Nadine, for dear life, manages to survive that last engagement. Sugar comes in and gives him a nice little hand there, but Casey is actually looking to be on the offense as well. Even though it gets cleaned up here, this is an opportunity, early days here for Big.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, well played to Tribe. I think it was KC that realized the situation, realized the danger, picked the ball up and just ran it downfield, knowing he was going to die. But obviously that mitigates the chance of any goal coming from Big this time around. So really good work from him now. But a real problem here, because if Sugar can land one of those magic hands and remove a big chunk of that cover, it will turn this game very much into Big's favor for even just the first goal. So Let's see whether Sugar can do just that, or whether Spen wants to go for it. There is the magic hand. That's Spen being taken away, and now they're going to pressure. Now they're going to push. In comes Lars. They all hit the supers, but it's going to be Tribe that are falling down to this one. But Tom does a great job at holding them at bay, and a big thumbs down comes out from Sugar. He knows they missed the chance.
Oh, Tom was so weak. That was such a shame. A tad bit unlucky. Nadine, though, goes straight in, takes down KC, but Tom does take down Lars. So it's going to be 2v2 as the push comes in, but the goal is going to be on the side of Big. Nadine does get the first one on the board. Remember, guys, this is match points for Big. So if they keep this lead for the next 50 seconds, they're going to be able to take down Tribe 3-0.
Massive pressure situation for Tribe now. They've got to get the full reverse sweep from the match point. Nadine goes down. Tom goes aggressive. Now Spen goes pushing in there. Sugar plays the ball into the corner, but you know what? They will be doing Tribe some favors right now. They get the magic hand pull on Sugar. They pull him in. Casey knows exactly where it is. He's going to go looking for it. Gets the quick pass in, and it should be the goal from Spen. He can't run it over the line. Oh, the respawn's coming, but he just gets it in time. Oh, that was close.
Oh, for lack of ammunition, definitely did wonders for him. It was a little bit close, don't get me wrong. And now it's all tied up for him. Remember, it is still match point for Big. KC takes down Lars. Sugar takes down KC. So good trade from both teams. As Nadine now just trying to stay alive. Sugar is behind them directly, so to play that support. Lars is going to be jumping back in as well, but waiting for his ammunition to recover, keeping Casey back just a tad in that right lane. Tom has already taken a fair amount of damage, but you can see it's been very equal in terms of damage intake here. So neither team really having that kind of advantage or positional advantage here to push on up with that ball. So we're going to see a lot of stalemate situation in the next 10 or 20 seconds. But just looking at it so far, Spen still looking to push on that towards the middle. Tom obviously getting a little bit overzealous here, was looking to try and overextend. He's already taken a fair amount. This could be the initial engagement they needed, and Nadine has taken down one. They're going to be pushing all the way up. Will Lars be able to shoot it? No, he does not. He just misses on that right post. And now they're going to have to back away. Nadine realises, but a massive disadvantage. How is Sugar going to deal with this? He's going to lose it, and there's only 12 seconds left here, D-Man.
For the game, and he misses the shot. Talk about an England player. I don't know what's going on there, but Nadine has managed to get hold of it. They're trying to take them down. Super just about keeps them away, and it ties out. Look at the ball. Look at the ball. Oh my God, we've got to look and replay on that. That ball was on the line. Goal line technology. Oh, and it's a tight game.
As if that would have 100% scored, and that is ridiculous to say, but it's literally 0.2, 0.3 seconds required, and they would have definitely have had that. I think they were kind of questioning, they were thinking, well, we haven't got the numbers, we're pretty much stuffed at this point. They were just trying to kick it into the corner to waste as much time as possible, which is perfectly understandable. Let's have a look at this.
Here we go, super slow-mo. I love it. Thank you very much, production. Oh, look at it. Oh, they got absolutely done. But, okay, it's a tight game. You know, they just go again. Sure, why not? Because that was close. If in fairness, I didn't catch who took the shot for Big, actually. I think it might have been Lars that missed the shot. It actually came back off the post. Oh, my word. Let's get the game back on. We're still tied in this third set. One apiece, and Big on match point.
I wouldn't mind seeing this set all day. I'd be more than chuffed to watch it all night long, but sadly that won't be happening. Big still on match point going forward. It must be like the second or third match point now. Casey and Tom just trying to get angles, and rather than going as that wolf pack, which is completely understandable, as all three members of Big are still alive. And you can see there, Lars trying to stay as long as he can, but Spen will take him down. Tom takes down another as well, so a great opportunity for them to score this, and yes, they will. Nice, clean, easy goal there for KC to score, and great start now for Tribe.
Definitely making a go of this one, aren't they? So Tribe now with the advantage. Still plenty of time though in this match. There's a big grab there. KC down. Big going looking, but Lars quickly answered by Tom there, and that's going to delay everything. Nadine was trying to get in position for the pass there, but they still can't get Tom down. Finally clear him out, but it doesn't matter. It's too late because the respawn will come in for KC.
Certainly will do indeed. things become a little bit more of a stalemate situation once again as Lars going towards that left lane to see if he can pile on any pressure. But you can see they're not really too much with the ball as Casey takes down Lars. And now Nadine and Sugar have to try and get back if they can. Nadine will pull back, won't get scarred too much here. But saying that though, he's actually only got a third HP left in the tank. So needs to try and recuperate if he can, with Sugar and Lars just looking to see if they can keep him at bay whilst Nadine tries to recover. But not really giving himself much of a chance here, which is a little bit of a shame there. But still plenty of time left on the clock. Still got 40 seconds left for Big to work with here. Now Tom will get traded out for Nadine here as Lars gets another one as well. So it's going to be a two-man advantage pushing on up. If they take down Spen, that will be absolutely huge. And now we're going to be trying on pushing on up, but realise this could be a little bit too late here. One more team wipe required.
Yeah, there was too much of the field to cover there. They can't get up there quick enough. There's the magic hand on Spen. That's going to take Spen down as quick as you like now. And now with Lars on full hit points, he might try and run it here. And he is going to get the shot away with 12 seconds to go. They get the goal and tie it up once again.
Well, that's one way to do it with 8 seconds left remaining. Sugar's already taken a huge amount of damage on the get-go. Lars continuing to pile on the pressure on that right-hand side, but Tom needs to back away just a tad here between their engagement against Lars. But you can see already Casey's taking down Nadine, and it's going to be a lot of trouble here trying to keep that ball back, but Lars is taking a huge amount. This could be it if Sugar is taken down as well. And Spen will keep alive in this series and will bag that first set. What a game, what a matchup.
Well, the Tribe hang on and start the road to a reverse sweep potential here. But boy, were they forced to fight for it, because Big are just going to take them all the way. So, I mean, fantastic game from the two teams. Obviously, you know, with the mirror matches, you never really know what you're going to get. But we've had just about everything here on the Brawl Ball side of things.
We have. It's been a pleasure to watch as well. We've been very lucky to get a matchup like that. The fact that the last 15 seconds, it required hitting the right side of the post from Lars, and then the fact that it was on the exact goal line, it was just... Oh, you do hate to see it, but then again, it was like, you couldn't ask for more of an exciting matchup. But I'm happy for Tribe as well, not just for keeping in and being able to stay in the series, but to win that last set overall, because we did feel a little bit sorry for them, and the fact that that ball was on the goal line in that last game, which is probably thinking, just, you know, typical to say the least. And of course, the set earlier on with that banned brawler. But Tribe, though, they are still in it. We did say if there's any team who could definitely keep themselves in it for a reverse sweep, it is definitely Tribe. And Big, I think he could be a bit shook up after that last set. It was very tiring, to say the least.
Yeah, they tend to do pretty well on Brawl Ball, Tribe do. But now we're going to move on to Parallel Plays, the Hot Zone map. Yesterday we saw that for the Free Agents Clash game. That was the decider for that. And of course, I think SK had it. Yeah, SK Navi had it later on as well, in dominant style. So this was obviously the same map we were talking about at the time, especially for SK. You know, they went very aggressive at the start of it, obviously, and ignored their own hot zone and basically triple pushed into the offensive hot zone, managed to take control of that, and then just left one player to basically dodge and do everything where he can. I think it was Semantic, was just basically dancing around everyone up there. But we'll see what they bring to the table. Obviously, within that game, don't forget we do have a couple of bruises available. Now, Primo is banned out, as is Stu and Amber. I feel like we saw some Franks. On this one. Don't forget, Poco is also available as well.
I'm trying to think if we did. I don't think we have done, maybe in the last series, but I don't think we've had any this series as of yet. But don't get me wrong though, D-Man, we are definitely overdue. So don't be surprised if we see one at some point in this series, in this set or the next. But Big still up 2-1 in the series. We are going into the fourth set, game number 1. Triumph trying to work their way towards that reverse sweep. Tom having to back away on 134 HP with the bell. Not for much longer though, as Sugar does get that first initial kill onto him. Casey having to back away as well, sadly.
Yeah, it was the Jesse that was strong yesterday. See Nadine pushing up there, but as you mentioned, the double bell's obviously available. So Lars and Tom having their own little duel off at the moment. Casey's looking to try and get aggressive, but it does look like they're both going to lock him down. Nadine does get a toe now onto there. That's exactly what he was looking for. He's just got to try and avoid and mitigate the damage. Gets the toe it down. Nadine holds on. Oh, just slightly misses the shot onto Spen, but while that's happening, Lars has taken down Tom, and that's going to give Big a big advantage now as they push up here. They'd already locked out the full 50% on the south side, and now with Nadine in place, everybody getting a full wipeout there. This is looking great for Big.
Certainly is indeed. Tom just trying to hold on for dear life on that left lane. Lars does take him down in the end, and this is a fantastic push from Big. The coordination just perfectly in sync, and you can tell the small talk in their comms is just absolutely vital. Nadine trying to get that last kill onto the one of the players in the top right-hand corner. That was KC, but doesn't get him. He stays alive and fights for another day. Lars did take down Tom in the meantime as he was trying to be as proactive as possible, but the pull comes in. But Spain getting cleaned up as well. And got to remember is that Big is still up by 26%. So Tribe have a, quite a hefty, quite a fair amount of work here to try and get things done in order to catch up. But Big are just consistently doing work, taking down Tom, taking down Spen, and all hope is almost lost here, D-Man. There's now Casey, the last one left standing on the right lane, with Tom pushing up and a nice little flank coming on here and there for Tribe.
Yeah, but I think we're seeing a really good case of why Clash tend to ban out Jesse. And I feel like they generally have this map in mind when they did it. And it was this map they were due to play EXO Free Agents on as well yesterday. So you've seen just how strong Jesse can be, especially on Parallel Plays itself. We had the exact same SK dominating on it as well with the Jesse. So definitely a strong brawler for this map. Look at Lars just avoiding all of that damage there, sneaking in as much grass as he could. They have to deal with Spen though. Spen just hiding behind the side here. Tom coming out in a very close matchup in the air on the Lars. Now Nadine tries to go aggressive. Spen just ticking there. They finally take him down in the end, and now they can close out the game.
Yeah, certainly can indeed. It's pretty much time anyway, but it doesn't matter. Big are just gonna be even more of a pain in the backside, just making sure they clean up quicker. Save us 3 seconds of time to deal with. And Big on match point again. This must be what, their third match point? Fourth match point?
Absolutely, yep. Yeah, because obviously we had the tied game, right? So technically it's their third match point because, but that way. But Big looked in solid control there. Really the big push was from Nadine. Nadine took control in that north side, went aggressive. They finally managed to clear him out, but the damage had been done effectively. Had Spen disconnected there or what? Like, it looked like Spen wasn't moving or firing. I don't know whether that was a disconnect from Spen, which would be a shame if that's the case.
If it was the last 15-20 seconds, I didn't actually catch that on the replay, but if it was the last 15-20 seconds, I think it's just more the fact that he assumed that there was no way they can come back from this. It's pretty much mathematically impossible, so he just left it and gone, right, let's just have a little bit of a chat and just see what we can do coming into this next game. Because like we said, this is another match point for Big. I don't know how many match points Big needs in order to try and topple Tribe, because, they must be, getting a little bit frustrated now with the fact that they've become, they're so close at this point, and this is a great way for them to zoom all the way upwards in that leaderboard in terms of the standings. And so far, from what we saw in that last game, they were getting, mechanically, they were looking a lot better compared to Tribe, which is not something I would normally say too often.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously coming into this one, we're still going to see whether they're going to make some adjustments. Obviously, they were pretty much on a mirror match there, so whether they're going to change anything out, I don't think there'll probably be any changes. I think we're going to go back in with the same brawlers here. I think it's just a case of let's play it better, shall we, boys? The only thing I could think of was maybe the Gene, but the Gene's generally been pretty strong, and yet, surprise, they are staying with the same brawlers.
Certainly are indeed, as Tom has already done a fair amount of work with that Bell, but he's actually taken a huge amount of damage. Great shot there from Lars. Casey looking to push up in that left lane, but he's taken a huge amount as well. This is going to be an opportunity for Lars to maybe be on cleanup duty, but sadly did miss a couple of those shots, not because of him, but just due to the fact that Casey was in the right position in that left lane in terms of being in those bushes, but did a lot of work against Tom. Lars has been absolutely flawless with this Bell so far, only literally a couple of missed shots here and there, but he's been pretty much an aimbot, just been an absolute pain in the backside for them. But Lars, look how aggressive he's been. You can see he's oozing with confidence in this next game.
Nadine's just waiting for Tom to go down and buy his opportunity to try and put pressure onto Spen. maybe land a shot or two. At the moment, though, it's Sugar looking around the side there. Does try and flush them out a little bit, but everybody's taking damage at the moment. There's no real big opportunities. Spen uses that opportunity, gets the magic hand on Lars, plucks him out there. Sugar did the same on KC, though, and Nadine goes aggressive instantly. Has to sit with his turret, but gets picked off by Tom and won't be able to hold control. But Sugar comes in and says, well, I can do just about that. He does hang on for a few moments and gets that few percentage there, but now Big needs to get the respawns on, and Tribe are back up against it.
Oh, Lars is just doing so much work. He's already hit Casey almost every time apart from his last 2 shots. He just can't clutch up that last bit of that kill, just can't finish off his food, you could say. And now Sugar just trying to stay alive on that bottom left-hand side. Nadine isn't there to support. They realise that as well. So if they wanted, Casey and Tom could push up here. Just a few elements of caution here and there from both players. They know that Sugar's still on the back line, just trying to get into that zone, but at the same time trying to deal with the pressure from Casey and Tom. But saying that though, Sugar does take down Casey. Spen
he's gone for the
still
push
in the centres, actually pushed up all the way to the top and managed to increase their lead by 20+%. And look at that, Lars also takes down takes down Spen there. Nadine is with him to back him up. Oh, and Tom just missed that last shot onto Lars here. This could potentially be game for Big as Sugar takes down Tom as well.
Massive pull there, 80% and counting. Big to looking to close this game out right now, right here. They've just delayed it long enough, it seems, that Tribe will once again put him under pressure. But now at 94%, this looks like it's job done. And Big will take the series 3-1. Incredible stuff there. You know, you got to look back across the series. And yes, Brawl Ball had some long drawn out things. Obviously, we had the ban pick coming in there, that Tom picking up the Amber and basically gifting them a set almost there in that one game. But you can't deny Big have met Tribe pound for pound all the way in the mirror matches, and they've made it work.
Yeah, it's like I always said as well with Big Clan. Every single member on this team, they definitely got the pedigree skill required to be able to defeat some of these top teams. It's just, they have these on and off days. They're not really consistent like some of the other top teams. But that is just a pure example of what they can actually do here.
Yeah, absolute solid performance overall. I mean, it was a slow one. It was a drawn out. All sets went the distance, even an extra distance, because we had a couple of ties in there as well. It definitely ran the schedule a little late, but that's it. Big will take down Tribe. That takes them down to 3-3, and Tribe will go to 3-4 now. So Big are actually moving up. I believe they're in 4th place now. So that 4th place spot, obviously, of course, what they need to get for the finals. Great performance from Big. Now, we're going to move on. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Navi up against Reply Totem.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
And we're back with the ESL Mobile Challenge, but this time round we do have Ark in the hot seat here, and we've got another great game coming up between Navi versus Totem, which I'm very excited for. It's been a bit weird between these two teams as well. The last time I actually casted these two, I think Navi just all of a sudden exploded and did a lot better than what they normally do in the scene. That's why I was talking about the plateau of skill, which I mentioned before Playday 1, defeated Totem 3-0. And I think later on in a different tournament, Totem actually replied, funny enough, for a 3-0 of their own. So very back and forth between these two teams. I've never seen really like a close matchup. It's either one-sided for one or the others, but it's a little bit strange, a little bit peculiar.
Yeah, it's like it's difficult for Navi because they've like been behind for a while now and stuff, and but as well Reply Totem yesterday has had a fantastic game against Exo Free Agents. And that's a real difficult team to beat, like one that even the likes of Clash have failed to do as well. So, I don't know. I think the one thing for me is that Navi have really got to up themselves today.
Now, before we do discuss and go into that matchup, blah, we do have an interview with Nadine from Big to see how he feels about that last matchup. Nadine, nice to see your beautiful face once again. Must be feeling pretty damn chuffed about that last series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was like pretty hard game here for sure against Tribe now, as they're for sure one of the greatest team here at the moment. So we're like really happy to like finally defeat one of these teams. And yeah,
I've got to say, I was so I'm going to use my excuse that I was copying Lethal. I was tempted to beat you down on the predictions today because I thought you were performing so well and have been progressing throughout this competition so well. What are you guys doing in the background to ensure that you can make these moments count? And is there any thing that you were thinking through going into today, how you're going to approach a team like Tribe?
I mean, for sure, like you saw yesterday, it was like really hard day. We like lost twice instantly, and like we all weren't like in a good mood after that. So we for sure sat down again, watched the replays, see what we can improve there as well. And in general, we just like sit down, not only scrim but also analyze our gameplay, so we actually know how to play it. And for sure, like we know Tribe is a good team, and we can prepare for that as well as we see the maps already in like earlier. So we can for sure try to do something in this point.
And last question for me is the fact that I talked about it before that matchup even started. I said not to count you out because all three of you as a whole have such a large pedigree of skill. Sometimes you take out some of the better teams here, and sometimes you lose to some of the worst teams, which is a little bit strange. Definitely multiple levels of consistency here and there. But is there any ways you're trying to correct that at the moment?
I mean, like as I said already before, it's like a lot of training and so on. So this is basically what we even got now, a coach, which is maybe gonna be like announced soon. But yeah, like he's helping us at the moment even more to compete there and like improve really hard. So yeah, that's basically what we do at the moment.
Well, thank you very much for those detailed answers. Much appreciated, and congratulations once again. You obviously, I think you might be in one of the top 4 spots now currently, and we'll see how you do in the next 4 play days. But congratulations once again.
Thank you a lot.
Cheers, dude. Get the inside scoop there, Lethal. We're finding out all the inside deeds. New coach coming to Big. Confirmed live.
I'm just trying to, dig around a little bit, mate. I'm just trying to find out exactly what's going on because someone's got to pop out these questions, these answers at some point, don't they? I want to get all the juice really, here and there. So hopefully we'll get a few more interviews. And if anyone's got any suggestions, then I can maybe ask a few bits and bobs to see what exactly is going on because it's been pretty manic for last week, we could definitely say, Ark. But let's move on just a tad. We've already had 2 matches, still got 5 left to go. And it's going to be Navi versus Totem. I've cast this matchup a fair few times now. It's always very exciting, but then again, it's weird. Between these two teams, I expect it every time to be a 4-5 set, but it's always been 3-0 to either team, which is a little bit weird. Always been a clean sweep. But MMA, BBGs, Jason, all 3 members, fantastic players here with their coach Augie coming into this, and of course Totem, we can't forget them and can't count them out in the slightest. A very strong team in themselves with Brazer, Mori and Maru. I'm very excited to see how this matchup pans out here, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, Reply Totem have got the 8 set wins to 11, whereas, Navi have got the 3 to 18 losses. So it's definitely going to be, for me at least, all eyes on Navi. How are they coming into today under this kind of pressure? They've yet to get any points, yet to get any wins. So, Reply Totem have got a better track record on paper. So are Navi going to sink, or are they going to swim today?
Yeah, because let's be real, we aren't. 0-6 isn't. It's not the best, is it? It's not the greatest starts, but you've got to remember they've still got 5 more play days left. They can definitely turn this around.
Yes.
I've seen it, on the odd occasion or two in the last 20 years, but we can definitely see another one possibly going forward. But let's have a look at the maps and bans here, because we do have Gem Fort, Hot Potato, Dueling Beetles, Backyard Bowl, and if it goes to the final set, it will be Dry Season. And look at that, a Primo and a Bell band, not really too surprising here.
Yeah, Bell on both sides, Primo on both sides. I mean, that makes, perfect sense. Now, whether teams remember to not play the Bell seems to be the thing today on everyone's minds, as well as Ambers and others. But yeah, I mean, that's what I would go with myself personally. I think, it could be worth throwing in a poker there as well for good measure to see whether you can cancel that out of the mix. It will still leave a lot of other options available without it. But yeah, it will be Ice Force as well, by the way. The Gemfall's not actually a map. It's a little tweak on the overlay. Yeah, so Gem Grower first, I think it's a decent game to get started. Some long range brawlers going on there. I think you've got to bring in Atara into this kind of environment, really. She's in that's such a great place. And also, Black Hole, Star Power, I think is pretty much the way to go, because ultimately, if you bring in like an Ems, those spirits can really give you a tough time to deal with on the defense. But Navi, you've got to come out with something aggressive. I feel they've got to make a statement early on and get inside the minds of Reply Totem. If they leave them to linger too much and get too much in control, then it could definitely go against them here.
Yeah, this needs to happen now. If they don't get a W today, the fact that they need to almost win every single game is, again, very highly unlikely. Not because of their recent form, but just the fact that, got SK, Clash, EXO as well. And the fact that you've got to try and at least beat one of them and then everybody else afterwards. It's very, very difficult. It's going to be a tall order to say the least, and that's probably just an understatement overall. So even getting this first win to give them a little bit of, it's not really much of a morale boost or a momentum swing because they're still going to be 1-6, but at least it'll give them a little bit of leadway, a step in the right direction, you could say overall.
Yeah, they needed a lift. Navi are a really, really aggressive team. We saw them at the beginning of this competition just thriving in the environment, and I was expecting to see more than I've seen so far from them. So I know they've got it in them. It's just that when you're on a downward spiral, sometimes that can really only serve to continue down that same pattern. They've got to make a difference today. They've got to turn things around. They've got to do it now.
They certainly do indeed. Totem are currently 2-3 and 6th in terms of the leaderboard standing. So they're also looking to pile on the pressure, or continue piling on the pressure anyway. As we are going to start things off with Jason out in that left lane. Mari's just been very, very aggressive. Mori actually cleans him up, but MMA does take down Brazer on the right side as well. So nice start here from both teams, but again, MMA and BBG trying to stick together and trying to support each other, whilst Maru and Mori in that left lane, again, just adding that little bit extra pressure going forward.
Yeah, Gene for me here is definitely a go-to, and Amber being available is going to make a big difference, being able to take down a lot of those bushes as well. That can go a long, long way, and already Totem with the control here, and Navi on the back, but Jason needs to get his super, and he's going to have to be very cautious going into this left-hand side lane, because Maru can then shut him down again. He's got his ready to hand, licked it then, but didn't come out with it. Both this little side of lane, but in the middle, Maori and Soda Breza are staying in the mix.
They certainly are indeed, as MMA is having to continue to stop Mario from piling on so much pressure. He's actually known for doing this on this map. He does it every single time, so he just gets away with murder. Mario does take down BBGs in that process. 11 gems to their name, and Navi have to wait for BBGs to regroup, but there's not going to be enough time. 7 seconds left, and Maru and Brazer just trying to throw bodies at them at this point, because it doesn't really matter. As long as they delay the push, it will be perfectly fine, and Totem will get the first game of the first set in the bag.
This is not the start that Navi need. They need to start to rekindle themselves very quickly. They'd like to get the first set here and able to then use that as fuel for the fire. But at the moment, Totem more often than not was like controlling the middle area of this map so well. You see that double pull there from Maru. And again, Mari is connecting with those magic hands more often than not. Navi needs to think through now what they've seen so far from Totem in terms of their comp. I mean, Tara can struggle on that left-hand side lane with some more like longer range brawlers. And I mean, I used to go with Rico here. It's never really kind of used that much, but that could be an idea to consider a little bit as a way to kind of really push back on those side lanes, or just something really tanky. Rosa could fare relatively well for them. Either way you look at it, they've got to start even communicating. We were mentioning this yesterday, right? What is it in the background that's maybe happening with Navi at the moment? Is it just kind of like the way the patterns have been recurring and it's kind of playing on the mind, or is it something in terms of communication, or something which is lacking within the team in terms of their mechanics? And whatever that thing is today, it needs to be looked at quickly, because this is going to be a bad loss for them to take if it continues down this road.
Yeah, a lot of bits and pieces need to be corrected here. Maru, especially in that left lane, so aggressive, and it's just a little bit of unawareness there from Navi. Just need to add an extra element of caution on that side. Maybe if he even switches lanes, which he has done on that right lane already. Just being so aggro back and forth, and just not really given much, opportunity here for Navi to push on up. And you can see he's continued to do it again. It's just great flanks, good position, good game sense as well, as BBGs finally takes down Maru. Mori takes down BBGs and gets a good trade. Mori does get cleaned up by MMA. So this is a much better start from Navi, as they do have those 6 gems, but still need to try and hang on.
Okay, well, it's exactly that. The thing now is Maru's coming in with super, and BBG just needs to shut it down quick and go for it and get the takedown. So fair play to him. I was expecting to see a Tara black hole there, to be honest, coming out as a more of a defensive measure, but this is much better from Navi, bringing out the shadows from beyond as well, taking care swiftly of. Let's see what happens here as Murray has got the... Oh, but Murray getting pulled in. This is going to make a big difference to how Reply Totem are going to be able to hold this down. Murray can do a little bit here on Jason. Didn't go for it. Very passive plays this time around from Reply Totem.
Yeah, Mario, I think he felt like Jason was just going to push on up to the north side. If he did make that push, he decided to stand his ground, which is, a tad understandable. I can see where you're coming from. BBG is now very weak and has 4 of those gems, so he can't afford to lose him here if either player gets cleaned up. But Brazier just waiting to push that left lane. Does have the numbers advantage here. This is going to be important. Brazier may have to go in early just to do that excess damage, but will they even have time here? The push does come in. Will we have to clean any of them up? No, they don't. And Navi responds brilliantly there, and they will be able to tie this set up. And it was a very key moment as well. Brazier was doing the right thing, don't get me wrong, just waiting to regroup with the rest of the pack. But when he realized how far behind everyone else was, he needed to push in from that left lane to do that excess damage. But by then, they already pushed to the right side, so it was just too little too late.
Yeah, and that time around, for me, Navi were just utilizing the mid-control way better. And Totem just felt like they were just being a little bit sluggish to some of the really key qualities to their arsenal. They had a lot of time in the supers. They weren't really kind of using very quickly. And they can very much cycle those effectively as well. BBG was hitting a lot of those pulls. I think that's the thing, that they were connecting much better with their options, and just they seem to be looking a lot better that time around. It's got to be said.
Yeah, I felt like they were controlling the tempo of the matchup compared to that first game. The first game was just all over the place. It was like Totem had angles they should not have even been able to gain, let alone hold straight afterwards. There were so many key moments there. I felt like Navi were just at such a disadvantage, or I felt like they were purposely putting themselves in that position. It was a little bit awkward at times, but Navi, that was a night and day difference. It was absolutely huge, some of the things they were doing, still being able to hold it into the center, even at a disadvantageous position, and still able to come out on top. So let's see if they will continue to be able to make their mark here in this set. So good retaliation earlier, but let's see if Navi can push this through already with an early gem advantage.
Okay, well, I like the breaking of the side lane from MMA. That's actually a really good spot as well. If he can hold down the left-hand side there, Soy DeBreza needs to go and do the same really ideally, so that he can know where MMA is going to be. But MMA wants the mid, and that's where you've got to be honest. Now he thrived in the last game, so if they do that, but Soy's going to break that now, which is going to be interesting, because that left-hand side is so fully exposed. Less options then for Navi to consider. People just going to go in aggressive to pick up these bolts, and yes, Soy DeBreza goes back and lets him have it. Maro's got a pull, but the question is now, will he be sneaky enough to make it happen on the right-hand side?
Yeah, it's been pretty even. It's just the map controls has gone in favor of Navi, just standing their ground and just getting the cost-effective kills, you could say. The ones that matter most is Mario does try and pull back, can't. Jason's already on that right side waiting for him to push on up. Only need 2 more gems then to start that countdown, which they have done. And let's see how Navi is going to hold this setup, as Jason's still waiting for Mori. If he cleans him up, that would be absolutely huge. He's already done a fair amount of damage here. They have the numbers, but they can get cleaned up quite quickly. 5 seconds left. Will we be able to survive? He can still do his absolute best. He does get taken down, and the countdown will start again, collecting MMA's gems, but another pull comes in. Jason takes down Brazier, and obviously the trade comes in with Jason as well. So they're trying to back all the way up here. Do have those 7 gems, and very hard to predict from what we've seen, as now Totem is going to start the countdown. Is going to keep Jason at bay in that mid lane, but that's literally going to be it, Ark, I think, with a massive disadvantage. Nothing they can do, as Totem will probably take this last game and the set.
A really, really good response. Some great recoveries as well. And I think for me, Totem just were more supportive of one another. Possibly some better communication going on there as well. And just better awareness all around for me, really. You know, that's the thing. And then Navi they're making some good choices, as we saw in that previous game. But in this one, they just didn't seem to be working as harmoniously well together. Good start, but it just dwindled towards the end, didn't it?
Yeah, it's just off and on. It's a little bit peculiar. It's not something we see.
Yeah.
I've seen Navi at their highest peak, you know, at the absolute peak and their highest element, and it seems weird that it's just completely random. That's why I always said before, you know, they benefit more from open brackets than they do in league formats. It's very, very tough, and we do see them do a lot better, like especially in a league format where if it's the second match for them or back-to-back, etc., when we see a double dosage of Navi, we see them play better in that second match, even if it is a series loss. So it kind of makes sense as to what I'm trying to mention about the whole open bracket thing. But, you know, still got plenty more chances for Navi, still only the first set. Totem did look a lot better once again, able to exploit a lot of the weaknesses we saw from Totem, but Totem held their own really, really well just towards right at the very, very end, as MMA was taken down. He only had a couple of those gems, but either one of them being finished up would have been given Totem a little bit of leadway, but didn't have the numbers towards the end. There was nowhere near from coming back in the slightest, and Totem are up 1-0 in the series.
Which is a great place for them to be. They thrive when they're on top. That gives them that confidence to kind of put aside some of their sometimes mistakes every now and again, and kind of, you know, over aggressiveness is what I tend to describe Totem as. I love them when they're aggressive, but as long as they're consistently doing that and coming out on top, and now they'll be in a position where they'll feel confident to then make sure that aggression is utilized in the right manner. But going into our next mode, then Heist and Hot Potato here, and I expect to see very different kind of comps going into this one.
Yeah, I do indeed. Very curious to see how Navi's going to respond, especially after that last set. See the Rico in the left lane against Maru. As BBGs and Jason just on the side what they want to do here. They actually decided to prioritize Brazier pushing into that mid lane. I was a little bit worried at first, you know, in terms of their decision making, but it seems like they were on the same page. Luckily, as MMA also takes down Mori. Still no damage done to the safe as of yet, but with that blockade as well, not going to be able to do much. MMA just trying to do a sprinkle if he can, or just a tickle onto the safe, just to add a tiny bit of pressure on the Totem. Doesn't get it done, but will pull back and rejoin for the rest of the pack.
Really nice work there from BBGs. The shutdown on the left-hand side lane. The swap over there from Maru to go to the right-hand side paid off really nicely. MMA went down there, and that's going to give a little bit of an advantage. But then on the other side of things, there's another takedown. 2 versus 2 now. MMA coming in back now. Mari weakened will go down as well. Very back and forth, but still no percentage damage on either side of the safe. So that's the thing now. If MMA goes forwards here, yep, he's doing the right thing there to get that damage in early on. You never really know in Hot Zone when that little bit of early you know, percentage can come back around here. But Soy DeBreza looking to try to get Jason, goes in with the super. Some good back and forth for both sides for me so far.
Yeah, Brazier just doing absolute magic there. Of course, with the collect, it's going to do wonders, especially on a map like this, considering how far away the safe is apart from each other. So definitely going to try and take advantage of that if he can. With Mori now with the Barley just in that left lane, just trying to keep MMA back if he can. Brazier is just pushing for the safe again. And do you know what? Why not? You might as well, considering, you know, the position you're in. If you're going to get away with it, then you might as well take advantage of it. As Jason's obviously realised that now and got to have an extra element of caution. Brazier's going to try and go for it again. Will he be able to? No, he will not. He was trying to get a few pop shots so he could regain that super once again and go towards that safe, even though it will be meaning death, but at least 12 or 13% onto the safe will do him wonders. Braves are just trying to stay alive. They realise there is 20 seconds left to go, but Mario's already taken a fair amount of damage, and this is an opening for Navi. Huge opening.
Yeah, MMA did really nicely on the left-hand side with the super there, and getting that supply drop buff to be really in his pocket. Let's see what they can do here. It's closing the gap here. BBGs goes in. There's the 45% needed. Now there's not enough time. I don't think Soyderbrezza has no super. Maori's the last remaining chance. Not gonna happen. Navi will take it.
MMA just taking it on the chin right at the very end, body blocking, sorry, just making sure that that save doesn't go any further down from 52% down to the 45 of Totem. So great stuff here, good ending. I do sometimes feel like they could push a little bit quicker and like on the mark. Like you see there, they got 2 of the players down for Totem and they still just don't push up quick enough. It's like they're hesitating for some weird reason. I don't know if it's because they're not on the same page or something like that. It's just not very characteristic of them there. Like, when you saw those 2 down, they should be pushing as they're taking down the second player, just making sure they get a little bit more objective efficiency going forward. So not something we normally see. So we still see a fair amount of hesitation from Navi, even though Navi actually still won that, but they could have had a better lead, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think some early aggression would go a long way here. I think I was interested to see the Sprout. I wasn't kind of like I haven't stayed for such a long time in Hot Potatoes, to be completely honest, and it kind of serve a purpose. I can see the idea being to slow down the collect, kind of from being able to consistently back and forth on the safe by just placing a wall there and just trying to earn the next one before it just goes down. It made sense. I don't know whether it's the strongest comp in my opinion, but ultimately, if Navi can make it work and can find those opportunities for themselves, and that's the great thing. I just worry a little bit based on, like you rightly say, how close that was towards the end. And there was a moment there where I did have my heart in my mouth as we saw the comeback from Reply Totem and some shots that could have easily landed on that safe and closed the deficit in those final moments. It was a good win. I just don't know whether it was like as consistent as it should have been.
It's just weird. There's times I've seen Navi where they don't even think twice about pushing up when they've got that early lead or their early slaying power when they first their first couple of kills here and there. They just push on up and they don't even think about it. But sometimes if you're not on the same page, you need that IGL or the shot caller to be able to go. So as you can get the first one and someone else is weak, just go right, push on up all together. We can take the second one out so we can do even more excess damage to the safe afterwards. And it's just weird. This is what I mean by the level of consistency. It's not something we normally see from Navi. Normally they can smell blood in water and then literally they'll push on up straight away without a second thought of hesitation. But nonetheless, anyway, they did win that first game, but I do feel like they could have had a lot more percentage taken off of that safe.
They seem a little bit unsure of themselves, but I'm sure that if they can just start to gain a bit of momentum here, then that will start to come flooding back. Some ideas that they're experimenting with, I wonder whether they'll continue to keep doing so. I think they might have dropped the Sprout, and that's a good start. Yeah, so a different idea here from Navi, going to break open the entire of the map, and look at Soyderbrezza now going with the Sprout. That's a really bad time for that particular brawler. The Edgar there from Maru is a great counter to a Rico and other squidgier brawlers like Colt. So I think it's going to be a bit of a saving grace for Totem, but Soy is definitely going to struggle once this map gets broken open.
Maru just been a bit of a distraction there. Didn't manage to waste enough time as he would like, but it's already done the damage and did a fair amount of distracting anyway, nonetheless. So Navi with 4% deficit. I'm sure that they're not going to cry about it too much, but they will be crying about it in a sec, because already look at the push coming in from Totem as Maury and Jason trade each other out. Still did a fair amount to the safe here. BBGs and MMA just trying to deal with him, and Maru finally managed to get cleaned up, and Maru's just done so much work. The aggression has just been unreal.
Now the range of Jason can really start to take its players. Again, Maru here and Soy are going to absolutely struggle with the entire map open now. Good awareness from BBGs, tries for a little pucker shot onto Maru, but doesn't connect regardless. MMA is on his own here. That could be just costly. Yeah, Maru's just absolutely making a bit of a tear, and Jason's keeping his distance wisely, so I feel. Good chance then for Mari over the top of a couple of bottles, and Soyderbrezza as well thinking the same. And they get the takedown on MMA. That's going to apply even more pressure to the Navi safe. BBG's trying to go off to the forwards to push it back. I don't know whether it's going to be enough, as Soy is still alive here on this right-hand side.
Maury was definitely, it wasn't the fact that he overstayed his welcome. He pulled back. He was on 17 HP. He should not be alive for that long. And look at Maru. Okay, yes, you're fine. I've not done a huge amount of damage. It's been a huge distraction. Time wasting as much as he can, and why not? There's 45 seconds left. still at a 34% advantage. And Mario, look, he's just going for it again. He doesn't even care if there isn't an opening. He's just trying to make sure that he can keep Navi guessing to where he could be coming from, what he could be doing, if they should push up or not. But you know that there's hesitation there on the entire team. It's just trying to increase the anxiety of Navi, just to make sure that they don't push up any further here. And so far, they're still looking for that 34% to do to the safe, because 15 seconds left. And look, Maru just pushing up again, and that's going to be it for them.
Yeah, there's the safe base race. Let's see what happens here, because there's a lot of tankiness and damage on the side of Navi. 7% aim. It's gonna be their reply totem. They get it. Maru was not the person to leave on the safe.
Oh, he is cheeky, isn't he? How dare he just go from left to right lane and just... He finds his opening like it's his day job, pretty much. It's just ridiculous. The left lane, he just went there every single time without fail. Even though there wasn't an opening, he would just try it anyway. He's definitely got some guts on him, don't get me wrong. And then went the right side just right at the very end. Risked that base trade like you mentioned towards the end. And yeah, just a tad bit lucky there. Lucky for Maru, he had enough DPS to manage to finish the job. And that is going to see how things occur now as Totem do tie things up in this set.
I mean, they should really have not been in the position where Maru could have jumped in to get the last final bit of damage and just locked down the lanes. They kind of just made the commitment decision and didn't pay off for them. Ultimately, I don't know. I mean, Ruffs is a good choice here. They're trying to go with the entire map breakup idea. But ultimately, I don't know. I think B here is a choice which they could be worthy to consider, actually, or Jesse or something. I just don't know whether these ideas are kind of working out too well as the way they would hope. The Colt is a great brawler to have, but you've got to confirm kills as well. We know what Jason can do. Jason can absolutely pop off when it matters most with that particular brawler. But, you know, what is the plan? Do they want to break open the entire map and just have nothing left standing? Because I feel like the Colt can do the majority of that work without having to then share that same idea with the Ruffs. But even when you look at it, they could probably have done more with that comp. They had so much range and a lot of weakness on the side of Totem, but they were still able to then make that work for themselves, and Totem earned that.
I think you said before, Jason is pretty dangerous with the Colt when it's actually in the right hands, and he's, you know, if he brings that out, then it's going to be huge for them, and it's just a bit of unawareness here and there. We've seen that before. They need to get their priorities straight as well on a number of occasions, especially with Maru. What he was getting away with was just, I wouldn't say ridiculous, but Maru's just doing his job, just time wasting, coming back on a respawn, time wasting, going back on a respawn. Maru's now going straight away into that left lane, but we'll have to deal with the Pam in that process. But it's already done a fair amount of damage to MMA there. So Maru has pulled back to try and fight another day, but we'll have to deal with Jason in the mid lane, not before Brazier actually gets himself involved in that little scuffle. And Maru now still pushing up in the mid lane again, just being a real pain in the backside to MMA. And Maru's actually done a huge amount of damage and now going towards the safe at the exact same time. And look at the amount of damage it's done so far, Ark, down to 33% to 15. Actually, this could be all but done here. That was that was a bit anticlimactic, and there we have it. Totem do take the set in that heist game.
I don't see the logic behind that. You're running up against the Colette, and the Colette is a must-have in heist, hot potato, Kaboom Canyon. You know, when do we not see Colette is the question. So why would you then bring 3 tanks into the mix? It just doesn't kind of gel to me. I don't kind of see whether, I mean, were they hoping that the Colette wouldn't be the pick and therefore we're going to close the gap on the Edgar and the Barley? I'm not really too sure, but either way you look at it, Reply Totem made that a very, very fast affair and over in 40 seconds.
As like I said, every time I see these two match up, the last few times I've casted them the last 6 to 8 weeks, it's either one team 3-0-1 or it goes the other way. You never see really a close matchup, which is just bizarre considering how close they are in terms of skill. Like Navi definitely have the pedigree of skill there, but they're just not really showing it here, which is a tad bit of a shame. Just I see it time and time again, the hesitation and of course a little bit of unawareness here and there, which is not really what I've seen Navi do in the past, and we've seen it time and time again, especially in terms of their recent form. But I hope they do try and come back from this. Hopefully it won't be a clean sweep, but Totem are definitely looking for it because they want to be a continued threat for the top 4.
Yeah, they're hungry for it. They need to just demonstrate that they've still got that bit of finesse still within themselves to then go the whole way and just making sure that they wrap things up quickly. And they were looking like, the way that last game was everything to go by, looking to wrap this one up quick. And I think they are, for me, running better comps, better decisions. Now they're kind of almost experimenting on the fly. And, sometimes that's not the best approach, especially if you're slightly behind. And, you got to go with, surely, when you're behind at this level, like, you got to go with what you know and not really necessarily with what you hope is going to work out or kind of, play that mind game idea. You got to get back to your roots. And that's something that we've kind of yet to see from Navi today so far.
Yeah, we were playing on dueling beetles or we'll be hot zone, and what you said is right. Sometimes it's just back to basics, something very simple just to go back on. And a lot of top teams do it, so it's never a bad thing really, because you've got to rectify some of those little mistakes here and there, which makes a big detriment to your gameplay. Brazier taking a huge amount of damage. I was going to say, I'll be surprised if he gets away with that, but we'll get the trade on MMA. Mario's taking a huge amount there. And you can see, still manages to stay alive, not much longer though, especially with that amber burn. And now Brazier again continuing to pile on the pressure into that zone.
Yeah, I mean, this is the funny thing, because, we see Navi love to play Colt and always range brawlers, but then when there's a prime opportunity to do it, to break open the map and really kind of gain the opportunity, they haven't gone in with that approach. But ultimately, I still think this is a winning comp, was what they're running. There's some good pressure from MMA in the sandbags. It's a great deterrent for the tick head, but at the same time, Maori needs to go down here. Really ideally, Jason goes in with the flames, and I think did not quite get the pickup. Ideally, you see, if Maori goes down, it's going to take away the damage and the health buff that he's got from the rough supply drop. So ideally, that's the prime target, and he does stay well on his feet. The scoreline in favor definitely of Navi so far, but the way the Totem are pushing forwards here, I worry for their chances.
Yeah, huge amount of aggression coming from Totem here, but saying that, no, Totem have responded quite well, but of course, Navi have responded back even better with their equaled aggression, just very back and forth, up by 20+%. Brazier's directly behind him, being a pain in the backside. Jason does clean them up, but Brazier takes down MMA in the process there. So Mario and BBG just fighting in the middle, not really going to be ending up doing much there. Jason doing a fair amount of damage. MMA takes down one, takes down two, as Mario takes down BBG. Brazier's last one to stand. Now it's going to be a team wipe and a massive advantage now for Navi.
Great positioning to hold here, and a great amount of damage already dealt in terms of the scoreline. And now the final percentage, that was, solid turnaround. I did worry for them. I felt like the comp there that Totem were running was a good one in terms of control. But yeah, credit for them to bring this back. This is a great chance for them. They're going to repeat that straight away again, get through this set, storm through, and then they could be in with a decent chance then.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said about Totem at the very beginning during that first up. When you saw the equal aggression, actually they had more aggression, but it's strategic aggression, to say the least. I was the same. I was like, it's going to be one of those things where Navi could be on the back foot. They're going to be starting to play passive, not going to find any openings. They're going to get taken out one by one and lose the numbers game every single time. That's what I was a little bit worried about as well, and I'm sure you saw it as clear as day as I did. But Navi responded to that a lot better than we predicted, and hopefully if they get this first set, they can make a little bit of a change here.
Exactly that. They've got to get through this set. I mean, the thing for me that I noticed the most was that they were not going down. They were staying very much on their feet with those damage supply drop buffs in play. Whereas on the other side of things, we saw Reply to them going down and therefore losing that damage buff. So that's a really important thing. This is the kind of comp that if you're going to be running roughs, you've got to be very, very cautious around staying on your feet, staying in position. And that's going to, because ultimately that goes a long way to taking away from how much damage you're able to deal out, how long you're able to stay on your feet. You've got to bear all those things in mind, especially when it comes to brawler roughs.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. Let's see if Totem can claw this back. They were looking for a clean sweep, but Navi's basically said no. Well, not yet anyway. There could be delaying the inevitable. We'll definitely see. So not just yet. Give us a bit of time. Like, Jesus. But yeah, we'll see though, because this map, it can really go either way. I see it as a bit of a coin flip as well as some of the bounty maps here. It's literally who can outdo who first with that aggro, but it's the coordination which is so vital, especially if you're playing against a team where they've got full map control early on. It's very, very tough as BBG is just pushing it in, all guns blazing with that Pam, but Brazier does take down Jason, as Jason's actually switched to the Mortis here, which I'm curious to see how he gets on. But MMA with the poker, Maru on the max as well. So a lot of things shaping up here, and Brazier just wanted to push him with the Amber. Mori can't really do so yet. He's trying to support, but not really as much as he would like. And Jason taken out again, 0 for 2 off the start.
Yeah, seen Jason and Mortis for a while, and I've got to say in Hot Zone, I don't know whether it's the ideal choice on this situation. It's quite a slow brawler to get all those ammos replenished, get the snake, the core snake star power there, just close the gap nicely, but look at that. Yeah, it's shut down so quick. Totem are really savvy to it, and despite the amount of heals as well there in the background, the pressure that they're able to apply, and they're just kind of playing it kind of pretty old school, getting just like the healing puffs from the Gene is kind of all they need to really make this kind of work right now. Jason with a nice counter. Oh, that's a good counter though, and this is now control in the hands of No. Now, how will they utilize it?
I'm so glad Jason did that. I was just about to say 0 for 4, but he managed to take all 3 members down straight afterwards. Third time lucky, you could say, or full time lucky, shall we say, as Maury takes down MMA. Jason just trying to stay alive. Maury takes down another one. That's going to be a team wipe for Totem. And now Navi looking, well, you could say things are looking very bleak here with that disadvantage. But don't forget though, they do have that percentile advantage in terms of the objectives. Still got a little bit of time to try and work with. Maury takes down Jason again as BBG trying to do as much work as he can with that Pam. Maru just been a real pain in the backside with that Max. BBG takes down Maru, and the entire team is in the objective, and that is going to be the first set for Navi and could be the start of something special. We'll have to see.
Very close towards the end though, like, you know, they got the team wipe, and then as quickly as they did, they replied to them, came back, and then they had control again, and it was a few mistakes at the end. The magic puffs there went down, and that kind of led to the demise. And credit to Jason, I mean, that, you know, you got to make the most of that particular brawler now. You got to make the right timings for your plays to make them really, really count. And more often than not, though, you know, it didn't work out. I've got to be honest, it didn't. That one player was the key turning point, and the moment where he really did shine with it and cycled it. But every other moment, it wasn't cutting the mustard. So I think Navi, you know, were able to get through that round nicely there. But they're going to have to be cautious. I think that if you're going to go in with a kind of brawler pick, you want to be more consistent than that, I feel.
Yeah, Jason didn't have the best of starts going 0-3 with that Mortis. And like I said before, I was getting prepared to say 0-4, but I mean, took out the entire team. That was the moment. It took him a few goes, don't get me wrong, but you know, if it was against any of those big names like SK or Clash, they're going to be all over you after mistakes like that, and probably will take the game as well. So we've got to really take that into consideration. And we're very lucky to be able to bring back from a big deficit as well, considering the start they had and the good defense as well, just trying to keep them away from the objective. But we've got to see more of that from Navi. Just some big mistakes here and there, just absolutely costing them these sets. And even when they've actually, you know, start to outslay Totem, they don't take advantage of the objective efficiency and be able to push on up. We've seen that quite a few times, but hopefully with how aggressive that last set was, it might give them a bit of leadway to continue on and not hesitate as much in these future sets.
Yeah, and going into Backyard Bowl as well, you know, it's a long-ranged affair. Something that Navi really thrive on, but they haven't been showing that they thrive on it today. And that's my question going in, is like, you know, are they going to make this moment count? Because they can bring this back. They're more than capable of doing it. They've done it time and time again. It's just about now whether the pressure is getting to them too much, because they Reply Totem have had a little bit of a dent to their ego now. They've got to capitalize on that situation here. I like the Stu pick on both sides. This is a good shout for me and the Crow also. I think Navi might have the edge here with the B, to be completely honest. So if they can make this happen quickly, it'll be very advantageous for them.
Certainly will be indeed. Jason took a little bit of a risky play there, but it does get taken down. But fair enough, it doesn't really matter too much, as even though he doesn't have the position, he can rejoin with the rest of the Packers. Brazier just hiding behind those boxes. Jason can see what he can do to push on up, but Brazier does take down Jace. Maru, again, just dilly-dallying about with MMA, does manage to clean him up nicely. Now it's the numbers advantage once again. BBG's almost finished up, 383 HP, does get cleaned up eventually. This is a massive opportunity for them to pass that in, but it doesn't go in, sadly. Maury, you saw there, was hoping to try and get it in. He doesn't, but the ball will be stuck in that bottom left-hand corner, meaning that another team wipe is required for Totem to be able to get that in.
Been able to recollect themselves. Maru's going to go down as well. That's a great moment for Jason just to dash through and get that Gasser heal as well from the star power. Get full health by the time that he's at the front of that goal line. He's just looking to hunker down. Has got the amplified shot there and just narrowly missed from Maori. He's looking to get this pull off, and he's going to have to do it to relieve some of this pressure. Be a good time to push and close the gap in here really, and just target MMA and just deplete the push a little bit more. He might not be the best person to pull here, so that was good that he didn't go for that now. And this would be a great time to now, having pushed up the map as successfully as they've done. This is a great great work from Reply Totem. Get the pull through this mid here, and then open up the goal line to score this first goal. There it is.
Oh, the peeking and the cover from Maru on that right lane, you saw there, just fantastic stuff. Mori wasn't able to do a huge amount of damage, but the fact is for Ferrari peeking back and forth behind those boxes in that right lane, just doing a little bit of damage here and there and just, you know, tickling him a little bit, just keeping him distracted from his other teammates was just working absolute wonders. As Mori and Brazen now just on that right lane as well, just putting a little bit of pressure onto Jason. But remember though, Totem are up 1-0, so it's BBG's in the game who needs to make something happen. MMA gets the first initial push. Will he be able to pass it? No, he does not. Still no 5 seconds left. It's not going to happen as they do take the remaining members of Navi down. I think it was Jason was the last one to get cleaned up. 1-0 in that game, and now it's going to be match point for Totem.
I mean, you know, B's that overtime brawler. You got to make sure that you're there to utilize her at that stage in the game. And I got to say, you know, like Totem did a great turnaround in that matchup. When they were like faced under pressure, they were just able to take that pressure down and just gradually push up. And then the goal wasn't really too much of a problem for them. Nice body blocking there to make sure that the pro didn't pass it clear. And this is the turnaround of the defense. So you can see how well Maori is working there with Soida Brazer, and then you know what can really then happen with just a lone B. I mean, that's the thing really for me. Totem was very comfortable and are now on match point.
Certainly are indeed. So Totem fought back really well and took the advantages like they should be doing. I saw a few risks from Jason, which I respect that, but just didn't go his way, which is a little bit of a shame. But some of the little things they're doing is just making a huge impact in Navi's play here. And I don't know what Navi can do to respond to this. Do you reckon they need to change composition? Do you reckon there's something in particular in their gameplay which makes you think, okay, debatable?
You see, this is where I'd expect, you know, probably Jason to bring out the Colt pick, to be honest. And like, I don't know whether that's really the wise thing to do under this situation. Now, I think that for me, you know, brawlers like Ems could be utilized a bit more here. Great on defense, slow down. Crow's a great choice, but ultimately, you know, just in the event that we see Totem bring out something tanky with Poker still being an option here, that is got to be a threat to them as well. Again, the bans being El Primo and Bell, so no El Primo here. That's probably a good thing to see, I would say, under the circumstances. Max bringing out from Jason. So very old school from Navi, bringing out the Max and Gene, and whether that's a good thing or not, whether we're underestimating Max now in terms of the meta, having sort of dropped off a lot from that recent nerf, or whether, you know, actually we're, you know, going to be in for something of a treat. But at the moment, Totem say no, pass through to Mori, and an easy goal in the first 24 seconds.
It's all right, isn't it? It's all right. We've seen worse starts, haven't we, with Totem? Good stuff from them. 1-0 already, like you said, within 20 seconds. Definitely not something I expected, not going to lie. As already Mori pushing in that right lane. Paul comes in. BBG takes down Mari. Mori trying to survive for dear life here. Will not be able to get that in, but this is a great opportunity for Navi here. Will require another team wipe most possibly, but if they stack this, they could get away with it. But it looks like they're not going to take that risk, which I perfectly understand and I respect that completely. As BBG does get pulled in, Maru does take him down, and Brazer, oh god, he saw there. He was looking for it. It was pretty tempted, but thought, no, I'm going to leave that. They all are going to recover behind those crates. Jason looking to see if we can stop them from recovering in any way, shape or form. Not going to happen. Jason needed to back away.
Yeah, so I wasn't able to get there. The last shot they needed to get the Gasser Hill going again. MMA trying to make an opportunity happen from the left-hand side. Mario forcing himself through. That'll just open things up for Soy to make the clearance here. And look at him go. He's been left completely alone. There's still Navi at the front of the top of the map, but they're spawning back in now. And that was honestly left wide open. And Totem did not hesitate to make the most of the opportunity.
Well, there we go. Totem win the series, just like that. It's not really the most climatic thing we've seen so far, but that first goal was just ridiculous. And yeah, they just didn't mess around in the slice, did they? They saw the opportunity and they just took it, you know, ball by the horns there. And Navi, a few, you know, a lot of weaknesses here and there, which they left behind, and Totem took advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Totem have got Clash to come, so they need to make sure that they made this easier said than done, but they got to make it happen, and they did that today because they've got a bigger matchup coming now. This will put them in a good mindset going forwards into it. So but you know, Navi, it's a shame to see, because like honestly they were so explosive at the start of this competition. Loved a lot of their long range comps, and just been trailing off a little bit throughout the competition.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. But D-Man's going to be back in the hot seat momentarily for our next match with Navi versus Clash, and also we've got SK versus Clash straight afterwards. So tell your family, tell your friends, tell your goldfish, tell anyone you know about that matchup will be coming up straight after this one. So don't go anywhere as we'll be back in just a few moments.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team? Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Yeah, hello. I am Rol. I am the coach of AC Milan class. Well, my teams are Trevor, Chaos, Lenine, and Guille. And this time we want to win the ESL Mobile.
So we've already spoken about the fact that you're a coach as well, but I mean, you must have been playing this game since it first came out. Like, were you playing, every day? Were you playing multiple hours?
Yeah, I started in the beta. I started in the beta, but I left the game like 1 month later. And then when it get global, I come back to the game and I start looking competitive, playing all the days. And this is how, since that, I has been playing like all days. And now this is what I do. All the days I enter, I do some games, and I finish.
So when you did the transition to coaching, how was that? Like, what was the decision to do that?
Well, there was a time that I was not so good as a player, but I really like to help my team and with my friends. And they told me, hey, what about you can be a coach or an analyst, something like this, and you can help us? So I started with that. Then I meet RT Gaming. That was an organization that told me, do you want to join us? And I was really good there. And this is how I have been in like little teams. And now I am here in AC Milan.
I mean, what an amazing jump, right? So
yeah.
What do you consider to be your team's biggest advantage against your opponents?
Well, I think I don't know, because we have a good analyst and a good staff to prepare all the matches. And there are teams that they only have players and no staff. And I think that our staff is so good. So I think with that and the players that they are one of the best players in Europe, I think we can do a good work.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I am Lee Demon Smith, and join me is Ark as we move on in the series, and we'll get time for Clash versus Reply Totem. Clash so far have been unstoppable. Reply Totem, though, coming off the back of that successful win against Navi, I think, it's going to lift their spirits a bit.
Absolutely the best way to start the day for them, no doubt about it. Clash, I've got to say, if it's Reply Totem that can break this winning streak, then all the more power to them. That's what I say. Sorry to present Mari and Maru. Played fantastically well today, and, it definitely would have been a very different feeling coming to this matchup if they lost that last game to Navi, but they're on at the moment. Let's think to see what happens next, but Clash are going to be the Titans to take down.
Well, they're ruining all my my predictions. I had the Reply Totem losing in that last game to Navi, but Navi just didn't show up, it seems. Clash, though, absolutely will show up. Lenane, IKEOS, and Guille, three magnificent players, and Clash have dropped one set in total across 5 best-of-5s. So they're definitely the team that is hot right now, but this is a warm-up game for them. One that they can't take their eye off, but you bet your boots they're definitely focused on that next matchup. And I just wonder what sort of terms of concentration they're going to be focused on this one compared to the SK game to follow.
Yeah, and with the fact that they did concede that set yesterday to Exo free agents, did that dampen their ego perhaps? I don't know. Clash are a very, very focused team. So having said that, maybe they're going to come into today very, very fresh and just kind of see it as a breeze in their eyes. It depends very much on what they have for breakfast, I imagine. It can really honestly be one of those things that goes either way, just depending on what day you wake up on. First match, though, will be on a bot drop, Siege, of course, the game mode, Ring of Fire, and Hot Zone. Purple Paradise we're going to have as Bounty's our third matchup. Heart of Mine and Gem Grab. Yeah, yeah. And then Safe Zone to finish it off if we get that far.
Yeah, and of course, you see the bans coming in. Clash banning Jess once again, by the way. I did that yesterday as well. And the Gene in there. And of course, Primo and Bell for Reply Totem. So, I was talking about, obviously, the Jessie being banned was very strong, particularly on the Hot Zone map. I'm not too sure how strong she is for Ring of Fire, for example. But Parallel Play is very strong for.
Yeah, and I'm also kind of keen to see now with Gene out of the mix and Bell how Purple Paradise is going to be played out, because, ideally you want to have that kind of sort of Piper, Nanny, Gene idea, but with that Brawlers out of the mix, that could make a difference. But Jessie and Primo, Jessie's a great brawler to have for being Ring of Fire, but I think Clash just don't really necessarily like that brawler anyway, so it makes sense to get it out of the mix.
Yeah, definitely going to be see how it mixes up between them, of course. As we say, we're going to be starting things off. It will be on a Ring of Fire, so the Hot Zone kicking things off. Actually, is it the Hot Zone? Am I looking at the wrong thing?
I think that's the second mode. I'm just looking up a zone.
Yeah, you see, on my spreadsheet, I have Ring of Fire down, but on that, I thought I saw Safe Zone.
I believe it's Spot Drop, and then Ring of Fire, and then Purple Paradise, yeah.
Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing, but maybe my thing's just completely wrong. But on the spreadsheet that I have and behind the scenes, it says it's going to be Ring of Fire, which is what confused me. But anyway, let's just see what we get. Let's just see what we get. We'll see what comes out. Let's just hope nobody picks banned champions anymore. Brawlers. Apologies. I'm doing lots of prep for another game, and it's sneaking into my vocabulary. Naughty me, that's for sure. But yes, how do we see this? Do we see a 3-0? Do we see a quick 3-0, put them to the sword and move on? Because that's what Clash are going to be looking for. But Reply Totem, they are looking. Let's have a look at their ranking right now. Obviously picking up that win there. 3-0-3 are they now? I believe. Also tied up, obviously, with Tribe as well, and Big, who are also on 3-0-3.
Yeah, and this is the thing, and the rivalry between the two teams. Reply to them have beaten Clash before, in quite spectacular fashion against the odds. So I gotta say, I mean, I did think about this during the predictions. Like, is there anything that I can feel that Reply Totem have going for them today? And I think there is absolutely yes. That there is a definite stride in their step today, which could come back around. But Clash at the moment, they are looking so fierce. I think that it would be foolish to not vote them as the favorite going into this. I mean, that is a very, very big statistic. 5 wins, 0 losses, 15 sets, and only 1 dropped. I mean, only SK have got anything close to that right now. And how can you not count them the favorites here?
Yeah, and in fairness, while obviously we've got that set up, the fact is they haven't even come close to dropping quite a few of those. But we'll see how it goes as we do start out in Siege mode.
Okay, well, Stu makes sense to me. I think the Pam's a decent shout as well. I mean, we do see some Piper here. Obviously, Bell is banned, but that can be a good deterrent, having the healing station to hunker down behind and just tank some of those shots goes a long way. First push going to be coming in for Clash. 2 bolts is all it took, and Maori going to be picking up one for, well, if he stays alive, does stay alive. Two bolts then in the pocket for Totem if they can defend this push. So not really too much in it, and Clash can pretty much sit back.
They got both down. That was in quick reply, and that's going to get a lot of damage down here, Clash as well. So great start from them. The Ike finally is cleared out at 38% already off the first bot. That's devastating.
Yeah, that's not the best of starts at all. And, Reply Totem are a bit rusty at when it comes to Siege, and they maybe haven't played it or practiced in the lead up to today. But if they give Clash one more push, then that's surely going to be it. They've got to bank every single bolt, and I think Lenan was creeping up the left hand side there. I thought we might go in for a bit of a dive. Not going to happen though. 7 bolts to bank. Then to Reply Totem, Clash have to defend this, and that gives Totem the chance to gain the control to maintain it for a third and final push. Clash got to get back into the mist quickly here and defend as well.
Oh, a quick double. That might work well in their favor. You can see Mari's going to get around the side. This is a big problem for Clash now. They will be able to get the bot down, but look at the damage that is done. 30% and counting. And they're already down in bolts. This is looking great for Reply Totem. Clash are going to have to go on the aggressive, and you see the super come straight out there. Chaos also just burning them down. They've got to focus on Tamari. Mari taking very low on the side there, but they still have that bolt advantage. Now they're tied up. They need to get some more back. The Guilles trying to bank as much as they can. Is Totem with it at the moment? We're going to be tied at the moment. 5 seconds. I just saw Mari picking more up. He's going to give them the advantage, and Totem will get the last bot.
And they've already got the lead. This is the most amazing thing, because Clash are going to go for a dive, and they can't really do it. They're going to go back on defense. And with no one going in for any damage at all, it's surely going to be then the first win going through the way of Reply Totem. After what was a dominant first push coming from AC Milan Clash, they couldn't maintain it for the rest of the game.
Quite ironic, really, when you think of how Clash have played. Certainly, Siege mode in the last couple of weeks is generally been they've sort of missed out in the first round, missed out in the second, and then just get a massive third bot out there and dominate. But this time it was role reverse. They went aggressive, they got it started, it looked great for them. 38%, smashed it on the first, and then just couldn't get control of the mid.
I mean, I thought it was all said and done after that first push. I'm not going to lie. I mean, to get that first amount of damage in to be as much as that, it's very rare, actually, in Siege. So, massive credit. Reply Totem now can absolutely harness that and tell themselves, look, we can be this much behind and yet still bring back the control to maintain it to go all the way here. So, that's a dangerous thing to have in your mindset going into this next game. And, Clash dropped their first set yesterday. Well, they're 50% of the way to drop in their first today, which would be their second overall. That's huge for Reply Totem.
Yeah, next thing you know, they'll select a banned brawler, and that'll be that.
Yeah.
Not going to go there. The switch comes in, so Mari going across to the Crow there. Lenane using the boost to launch himself across on the Stew there, but that wasn't ideal. Hasn't really worked out for him, but the damage is looking good at the moment. IKS is going to get the pressure around the side, but you can see it's still Reply Totem with that Pam holding control of this middle area and getting the bolts in once again.
That's going to bank one on the left-hand side here, but maybe not. Jinx in the left, right, and center today. Soil Presser picks up the takedown as well as the bolt, and yeah, this is going to be a struggle here with that respawn from Lenan not being able to really give as much as he would like. As a result of that, replenishing ammo, 55% is all that remains. Clash needs to get back into the mix here to bank some bolts, so this one could be over very quickly.
Yeah, this is looking dangerous for them at the moment because Totem are looking absolutely solid here. They've got once again control at the moment. That Pam for Maori is working wonders. It's just keeping Chaos and Lane completely busy. Maru's just speeding around on the Crow, collecting all the bolts, sending them packing. And this is definitely going to be another reply Totem bolt coming out here. 7 bolts already collected. There it is, level 7 siege bot coming at you. 55% done on the level 3. This is a problem for Clash.
I cast the thumbs down, not feeling like this is going to be a pushable defense here. Let's see what happens here. The right-hand side, everyone getting involved. Bodies on left, right, and center. Body blocking as well. That is going to be it. Reply Totem taking the first set in style.
2-0, first set done. Only the second set, the Clash have dropped in 17 sets. Incredible. And they just sweep Clash aside. This is not a good sign for Clash, who are trying to set themselves up for their SK game to come. Ring of Fire is next for Hot Zone, and they need to get their brains back in gear. Roll needs to get them on the phone right now and have a word.
I wish I'd trusted my gut instinct on the predictions, but, you know, it was just the first set. There's still plenty more to come. You know, Siege may not have been Clash's, you know, best game mode today, but there's more where that came from. I'm sure that they will be able to bring this one back, or at least make it a close one, because imagine if there was a sweep and how devastating that would be for them. Definitely they've been under more pressurized circumstances than this, so, you know, going into Ring of Fire, I think they'll be able to sort of brush off some dust and you know, gain some ego again and some momentum for themselves, because otherwise they could be in a pretty tricky spot.
Absolutely. Up against it. They're going to want to pick the first game up here on Ring of Fire next here on the Hot Zone. Now, remember, Jesse is banned. So no Jesse on the Hot Zone. Obviously, tends to be a strong brawler for that. We do, of course, have all like manner of bruises. I'm trying to think of Frank. They brought Frank to the table a couple of times in Hot Zones. Can be, obviously, a strong brawler for that based on the hit points. Hard to maneuver out of there. And, of course, with the stuns for days as well, which can definitely benefit from. So also Poco is not banned either, is he? So a definite possibility. Just to remind you guys, it is Jesse, Jean, Primo and Bell banned out for this one.
Yeah, and they're all brawlers that could have caused the real issue here. I think they're all pretty viable here, actually, to be fair. You know, I think Amber's the key one now with those particular brawlers in play. I think that she's going to be quite a common theme in these maps. Ems can be a really, really dangerous one here to consider as well. And not even just for tanks, but just simply to suppress and to slow your opposition. Get really, you know, on that right-hand side lane or left-hand side lane and be kind of safe and cozy around the outside of the wall, whilst in the meanwhile, you're causing a real issue on the inside, and your teammates can then focus from below. I think that she's a real contender here. And Lou, yeah, of course, Lou can be a good one to go with here as well. So great with the area denial. Surge on both sides as well. We saw what Scarex was doing with that particular brawler on this exact map yesterday. So yeah, I think that that is a key one here.
Absolutely. Sorry, DeBressa trying to get forward, but you already seen Lenane doing some serious work and managing to lock them down, taking full control already, 26% and counting. Now they're going to try and get onto the Byron, and already, look at that, Maru down to 56 health. Just a quick burst in the face from Lenane, doing some serious work.
See what happens. I mean, it's a tough start for Totem here. I mean, Clash already capped 50%. And with that takedown there from iChaos and Destroy the Prez, they're leaving just only Maru now. This is not an ideal start whatsoever. A bit of a glimmer of hope there from Maru getting the takedown on Lanal. But ultimately, I've got to say, I do think the Clash here have got the better comp for me.
Yeah, good freeze there. Mari trying his best to stumble on through that, but instantly matched once again. And this is going to be a closeout for Clash. And exactly what they needed after losing that first set. They needed something just to come back and give themselves some confidence boost and get themselves back in there and check their egos back at the door.
Very, very dominant start. I mean, that's a statement. They had to make a statement, like you say. They had to come out swinging here and put Reply Totem back in their place a little bit and try to, you know, give them a little bit of a nudge. I think that the 8-bit for me wasn't really working out too well, and speed here is important in Hot Zone. You know, getting fastly into the mix can go a long way, especially with brawlers like Surge and lose some area denial. The heals from Byron wasn't really serving to do much. I think it's kind of like a bit of an old school meta for me, just a little bit. I think Byron's just kind of dropped off the edge a little bit. We have seen much less of him in Heist and Gem Grab and other game modes as well. So I think that for me, Reply Totem need to make a switch up. They've got to think through something, whether it's a tanky account with the Poco or something with a Pam. I think Lou would be a good one to bring in here at the very least, and kind of go from there.
Yeah, it did seem, I don't know whether there's something more tankier, but certainly something to gain their faces and give them something to worry about, because they were keeping him at arm's length throughout that one. And then, you know, that just plays into, obviously, Clash's favor there. So maybe even switch the Byron? Maybe?
Yeah, I think getting rid of Byron here is the way to go, really, and just kind of, you know, Byron 8-bit, I don't think it really has a place for me here. I think Surge absolutely does, and Lou and Stu as well. So actually some good changes. I like this from Reply Totem, but they've got to play it well. That's the thing now. Gear going with a nice ice block and staying alive for it. Longer than I thought he would do, to be fair to him, but he does go down eventually. But some very good adaptations now from Totem, but they've got to make it work. They've got to show Clash that they can, you know, when it comes to the skill side of things, get the control that they need and set up a bit of a fight here. Nice gadget there from Soy Debreza, and I was kind of not expecting to go on defense actually then.
Well, and Linane has managed to push around the side, but as you mentioned, Mari was holding it for a while there. Mari trying to cause some problems around the back, but unfortunately he goes down, and that's going to give, once again, full control to Clash here. And this percentage is going up fast. Soy Debreza, oh, sniped off by Linane. Second, he tries to peek around the corner. The freeze does come through, so Mari's trying to slow them down as much as he can, but Guille goes aggressive, and just like that, puts him to bed, puts the game done. And now it's down to a 2-on-2. Soy Debreza trying to get the flank around. And, well, they're actually trying a little worried about that one. They will look towards it. That's going to buy time for Mari to get in.
Yeah, a really nice strategy, but can Soy stay alive here? Guille is on the hunt. Support from Mari only serves to knock a little bit of the HP off. Can Mari now do anything about this? I think he's going to go for Lanani. He's actually going to tick on his own. Now let's see what can happen. Everyone's going to get back in the mix really quickly here. Arceus is low. Guille is low. A bit of a glimmer here of hope as he's trying to juke around. This is really nicely done now, but Clash keep coming back into the mix. The really tough map to defend with all these lanes and channels, but Totem are doing pretty well so far, all things considered.
Are they going to be able to do it? 84, 85, 86. They've been pushed off it. And back comes Clash. 90 turn counting. With the freeze still down there from Guille. It's going to try and delay them. 1 more %. That's it. They've done it. It's evening up the set. 1 apiece. And Clash come back in strength. But that was much closer.
Much closer. And I've got to say, as a result for me of those good and better brawler choices, this is the thing that Reply Totem have got to make sure that they get on point today. Clash are not a team to experiment with. You've got to go with the strongest possible opportunities to make them count. And, you know, that first round, the 8-bit Byron, just like, it's very old, like, previous meta stuff. And Clash just so much, you know, they're always ahead of the game in that respect. They're always reinventing things, but they're keeping it fresh and staying very much in the present. You've got to do that going up against Clash.
Absolutely. So we're moving on to the next set. Just to remind you guys, bans are Jessie Jean, Primo, and Belle. The next, of course, will be Purple Paradise.
And I would be interested to see what happens with this one. I mean, we said yesterday how I was kind of curious to see how it would affect the ammo replenishing coming into the spawn areas here. And whether that's changed the meta here a little bit. Obviously, it's a map which has no cover whatsoever, except for a little bit of bush down the bottom and the top of the map. So, you know, we saw a lot of that kind of similar idea of it being a kind of Jean Piper, you know, nanny affair. But, you know, at the same time, Jean is banned here. So, you know, how are players going to work around that? What's going to provide the healing qualities here? And you know, maybe we'll see some that will tank Poco. I mean, or something obviously not an El Primo, but you know, once you get those takedowns, if you're able to hunker down the spawn, that could be really costly if you go with like a Piper to get out of them. I'm very curious to see what both sides do going into this next game.
Absolutely, and we'll see what they can bring to it. It's going to be almost certainly as Piper, like you say. This is it. You know, the Snipe Fest is inevitable, but without the Bell being banned out there, it does change the choice up. I don't know, a Rico, a Colt. There's something. Just trying to think of things with range, but probably going to be a B and a Max, and maybe something like that. Remember, obviously, Max. Yeah, Max has started to come more and more into it once again, despite obviously the changes. People have sort of picking Max back and saying, "All right, yeah, maybe he was a little OP before, and now he's actually more balanced."
Yeah, I think here it can definitely work. I think that if you're able to establish control and play the slow game, then you'll be able to earn more supers off the back of that. But yeah, like you say, it's like the old toy that you threw away that you kind of pick back up and go, oh yeah, well, Mash, you were kind of fun. Maybe we'll give you a second chance. It's definitely in a much more balanced place for sure, and would have absolutely been the go-to here before. So, and Clash do like that particular brawler. So I think they've got some sort of attachments going on there in the background. But either way you look at it, and there's definitely some opportunities for some big, wide open opportunities. I think, like you say, like B could be a really good pick. It's both a long-range affair brawler, but also one that can counter a lot of tanks quite heavily.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Maybe something to get in their faces. Maybe a Crow. I don't know. Something crazy. Just something to just jump in there. But Crow generally benefits from the fact that obviously it's some sort of wall coverage to jump over and get in their face. So I'm not too sure on that one, but let's have a look. It is indeed going to be the B, the Piper, and the Nanny, isn't it?
Yeah, on both sides. Still has to say that double takedowns as well. As the fight for the blue star remains, the Nut is going to take a hit there. And load up as well really, really nicely by Soy de Breza. Let's see what happens with this left-hand side. GA taking a lot of shots. Peep coming in. Does connect to Lena as well. That's an 8-star, 6-star lead to reply Totem with the blue star in their favor.
Whoa, Lene, I'm just using the super to come in and get aggressive. And actually, it almost paid off there. Caught Soy de Breza a little off guard. Had to use his to just bounce away. Oh, Guille down to 112. Tries to block it. Lene tries to come in and block it, but Maru snipes him down. And this is a fantastic start. Chaos will manage to get one back though onto Maru. That was the blue star returning as well. And a 3-star kill as Chaos finds another. Now they just needed a shot, but you can't dodge that. And Maru takes down Guille.
I've got to say that is the second honey molasses from Maru to prevent Lenan from getting the takedown and the kill. Absolutely would have done so with that homemade recipe. So great awareness from him to place that gadget down firmly. Okay, so 6 stars is all that's in it. Just a couple of takedowns, but these peeps that Maori is not failing to hit are definitely causing a problem for Clash, and they've got to shut that idea down and stop feeding him in particular. Nice takedown from Gear here, closing the gap. Oh, another one as well, but only still 1 star remains. Can they get one single kill? Anyone for Reply Totem will do. And there's a peep coming in right now.
It's going straight in. Oh, and it gets Maru down. 18 to 17. Back away. You've got time. The blue star still with Reply Totem, but Clash may well have just stole this one away. Oh, Guille survives on 32 hit points. Somehow manages to work his way through that one. They're pushing in. They lose another. And Clash will pick up the game. Oh, my word.
I'd love to look back. I think he used the gadget there as well to prevent that from taking even more damage. I mean, I don't know whether it made much of a difference, but he was still doing everything he could to prevent it. It was Maru before that had his thumbs on the gadgets, but Clash stayed composed. Right at the very end of that matchup, when it could have gone either way, they knew they had to stay in that position and apply the pressure, and they did just that. Counting as they went along, no doubt exactly who was the prime target. That was a quick turnaround there. That right side takedown. Really nicely done, methodical plays from Clash.
I don't think we're going to see any changes. I don't think we'll see any changes based on the fact that obviously it was so close. That is as simple as that. I think we're going to go straight back to the same, straight back with the same brawlers. Just as I said earlier, just do better, Forehead. I mean, that's pretty much as best you can hope for. Because, I've got to be honest, Reply Totem are going to be kicking themselves after that one.
Yeah, I mean, they had it in the bag. They were in a pretty good place. All they had to do really was just keep the communication coming in. That was the most important thing really, was to make sure that everyone knew their roles and how important it was to stay in the mix. Mario was getting some fantastic peep heads, so they just bought maybe like a little bit more time prior to that turning point to allow him to do his thing and just put Clash back on the defense. However, going into this next game, I like the way that Totem were coming in. Really aggressive, but perhaps a little bit overly so. I think they did well to get back away from that situation with as many stars as they did.
Absolutely, Mario. Ooh, just caught on the backside, but gets away with it. Chaos manages to somehow survive as well, but Soydebressa finally finds Lene, giving himself the advantage, 5-3. Look at Lene coming in, aggressive once again. Oh, how does he get away with it every time? Lene, is he disconnected? No, he's just baiting them, standing still. Okay, maybe a Wi-Fi issue. I'm a little concerned, but either way, it is Clash holding the lead right now.
Lena being connected with the... actually, no, he didn't connect with the homemade recipe because the Soydebressa was... he was getting his health back way too quickly if he had connected. Could have gone for Mari there. I think it would have probably been a wiser choice. Chaos, though, is definitely a firm target for Totem there. Actually, no, I take that back. Lena, it seems, was the firmer target, but the 4 stars must be glaring at Reply Totem for sure. Lena coming in, taking some shots, pops the homemade recipe, but now you see he wasted so much time because of the ammo replenishing. Totem kind of expecting it a little bit there.
Oh, down to 32 once again, Lene. And 30 seconds and counting. Uh-oh, where's it going to go? It's going for Chaos. It's going for Chaos. It's going to bounce it. Trying to bait it out. And he tries to sidestep it out there. And in the end, it works. Guille on the respawn, using the respawn buffer to take it down.
A really smart play in all fairness to them, but Mari goes down. A massive pickup for Clash. Can they make it follow up just to keep the pressure rolling? And Mari again, we're really clutch. He goes down. The P won't connect, but it doesn't even need to. Soy will make a jump for it. Clash did very, very well there and came out on top.
So, 2-1 to Clash. They lost the first set, but they have looked in control, although that was pretty close. I mean, it's Purple Power Ice, right? It's always going to look pretty darn close overall.
Yeah, and just, I like the comps that both teams ran, to be fair to them, and that could have been something that could have gone either way. We saw in previous games and sets that the Reply Totem made a couple of interesting, arguably maybe worse brawler choices, but going into this, they really did pick that pitch perfect. So, gotta give them credit for that. They just were not able to regain their composure. That's something that Clash may have as a result more of their experience and kind of like just how long they've been around to really nurture those ideas between the team. But Reply Totem now are really kind of in a bit of a pickle because they came in so strong out of the gates. They just kind of let Clash take back control now, and they are moving closer and closer to that match point. They've got to be very aware of that as we go into our next game mode, which will be Gem Grab and Hard Rock Mine. Yeah, absolutely. What are they going to bring to the table for this one? Jean was banned out, just to remind you guys. So Jesse, Jean, Primo, and Bell. The reason I mentioned that is because Jean's often the gem carrier for this map type. So definitely going to have to make the change for that. Maybe bring the Max out to be the gem carrier for the speed. Or actually probably more likely the Stew, I would say. I think Stu, would be a decent shout. I mean, we know that Clash love to play a lot of their tankier roles and not too against bringing out a Rico for the side lane as well here. At the same time, I do worry a bit because Reply Totem have shown that they went with 8-bit earlier today, and I kind of think that they might have the same idea going into this one because, back in the day, and I say back in the day, about a few months ago, Byron and 8-bit was a really strong pairing here on Hard Rock Mine. I just kind of hope that they stay clear of that one as an idea, but I think Ems would be a good shout as well, just in the off chance that Clash do bring out that Rosa. I think that Totem have got to go with a pick like that. Tara here can do really well as well. I think Ems has got to be on the cards for Reply Totem, but no Rosa though, could be a saving grace if they haven't. Okay, so the Ricos, the Stews, and a Piper for Mari. That does surprise me, bringing a Piper to the table here, as opposed to the Ruffs. Well, the Ruffs has been sniped down. Mari comes in, but yeah, I mean, I guess theory behind this is if under pressure, hit super panic run. Something like that, yeah. I think here, obviously running the S superiority and not the field promotion from Gear, so looking to break open the map is something which is on the minds of Clash here. Chaos gets taken down, and that's unusual because that's actually one of his favorite brawlers in the side lane. So Maru doing a good job there, as definitely he is a very accomplished Rico in that respect. And Lamb forced back as well, but pushes to stay alive to keep that damage buff coming in, and now starting to regain a bit of control. But 8 stars in the pocket for Reply Totem. That's a lot. And yeah, and with that cover cleared out, that's just going to open things up for Mari. But there is a bit of pressure here. Maru is forced down. Soydebressa got dropped. So definitely working out. I just wonder if they kind of planned for Soydebressa to be the gem carrier, and then sort of Mari just ended up collecting quite a few and just said, you know what, I may as well just keep at it. It seems to be that way.
But either way, with Clash's cover pretty much taken down, Totem just needs to force them back, and the game is theirs. But at the moment, Clash are doing a fantastic job. Switching sides, by the way, in case you noticed, Guille went over to the right and Chaos on the left. So they switched over lanes, and that's kind of what's giving them better control here. Soy Depress are going to go aggressive. Not going to work out for them. And there is the 10 that Totem needed. Just that little bit of aggression to force them back.
Oh, cracking through there from my Chaos, connecting nicely to reset the countdown. Follow-ups as well. Pressure onto Soy Depress. Look at the right-hand side as well. Mori's under pressure from Guille. I keep saying Guille. It's Guille. Oh my word, that was a really important play. That would be enough for Clash to be able to get these gems from the mid. If they push this now, a great turnaround potentially on the cards.
Oh, and he tries to step out, and again, they reset so many times, and now they have the gem lead at 12-9. They're going to back away from this one. Mari can't really get too involved in this one. Open battle, has to land some big shots, but gets a burst in the face from Chaos, and now is just simply chasing it down. 10 gems, doesn't matter. That's going to be Clash picking it up, and they will take the first game in the set.
That is a sweet, sweet match point taste in their mouths right now, and a very, very important moment there towards the end of that countdown. Chaos there just really knows Rico inside out and didn't hesitate to connect with that. But yeah, now Reply Totem, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit to find themselves in this position, considering the start and their approach coming into today, and the fact that they were obviously well, prepped and prepared following that victory over Navi. I kind of expected them to continue on, to be honest. We haven't seen that set, continue on from the one that they received in the first game. And now they are really probably looking back on that and thinking, where did it all go wrong?
I'd still question the Piper pick. I'm not sold on the Piper pick on this map, but it worked. Honestly, it kind of worked for Totem. I don't think Piper was the problem, although I would argue wasn't really hitting the shots for sort of the last 30 seconds of that game. When everything opened up, it looked like great. It's like opened up all the cover, gonna go for the shots, and then didn't land any shots. Which is a bit of a problem. Whereas the Stew obviously struggled, but it's easy to say that, obviously, for us sitting here watching it. But you know what? Clash obviously thought it was great, because they've decided to come with a Piper themselves and the Sprout as well, the change for Chaos.
Sprout's an interesting choice from both sides, actually. Chaos, though, I've got to say, I feel like he's possibly the better of these two players playing the role. I just know that it's one of the brawlers that he really, really loves and thrives on with. And a nice pinch there between Lana and Chaos there to get the shots onto Mari. I kind of feel like Totem might have a bit of a chance here to bring this back, especially if they keep this pressure onto Lana. And there it goes down as well. And Mari going to pick up some gems here. So, yeah, I mean, in this instance, I'm not sure the Piper's going to fare too well. They could have been better off maybe going in with something else, maybe like a Pam in this instance with the bans that are in play. But now they've got to get out of this spawn zone area to be able to do anything about this. And Chaos, that takedown, everyone else went down, though.
Told you, didn't think that Piper was good. Just saying. I know, they just had a bit of a trade-off there. They do finally get down. Mario ended up having to pick up the gems, but they lost a few. So Guille now comes back in on the roughs. Not probably the brawler they want to get the gems stacking out on, but obviously the brawler that's going to work on so far. There is the 10 picked up for Reply Totem. As Mori tries to stop Chaos sneaking around the back, puts him down to super down. The block comes in, and it's actually a big problem around the side there. They get Mari picked off, and you can see it is the Rico of Maru they're trying to chase down at the moment in their top left-hand corner. Time is against them, and he will survive. One apiece now here in this next set. It was match point, and it still is match point for Clash, but Reply Totem are not letting them get away with this one easy.
Imagine the reverse move. Reply Totem can just get through gem grab, and then we've really got an interesting situation on our hands. But I've got a feeling that Clash are going to come out here. They're going to go with something that they're confident with. I think, it's time for the Mortis pick. I think Lanan has got to bring out that brawler now. Go on the aggressive, just completely be a distraction. And I think that Reply Totem have got to think ahead to that possibility here. They're going to want to seal this and seal it fast. They do not want to go to the 5th and final set, that's for sure.
I'm just going to answer a quick question for Big's Chef. Big's Chief in chat. Guy has no idea Piper is good here. Just going to point out Piper lost both games so far. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Might well be good, but lost both games in these comps. And I actually want to see whether they're going to stick with it. Will they switch away from this one? Because it absolutely didn't have the effect desired in both those games.
It used to be a good gem carry. At the moment, the possible bans, I think the Bell would be the definite go-to. And Rosa for Guille, I like that. I was going to suggest either the Mortis or the Rosa, but it's going to be Mortis for Maru, actually. I wasn't sure whether I'd gone on.
We're both gone. We're back. It's all good. It's all good.
Good.
It's all good. It's all good. Linnea trying to get around the side there. Maru. Maru's just like, I think they're kind of like, they're going to bring the Mortis. I'm going to bring the Mortis. I'm going to bring it. But Guille with the Rosa going hunting. This is a good map for Rosa. This is one that Guille has obviously worked it on well before. But obviously with Soy Depressor also bringing that Rosa to the table. Under the pressure, Mari gets away with it. Does finally go down. And now Linnea picking it up more. But here comes Maru. Oh no, we can't see him. He's gone that deep. But it doesn't matter because Guille came back and saved the day.
I think Rose is the solid choice here because ultimately you need to have a heavy set of hands. But my goodness, we go big drop here. Soy Depressor picks up the gems. He is all that stands between him. He gets a really important takedown. Can he get to Maru? Leonard and Gear both try. He's able to escape, but we are tied up now as a result of that save.
98 health is all he had, but it absolutely paid off. And we're back to Linnea having to try and collect those gems up. Soy Depressor getting involved, hitting both of them at the moment there. Does get the one down, comes in. Guille spotted out. Guille low. And here comes Mari. Mari and Maru definitely diving on that gem carriers, trying to get what they can. Now, this is actually a big problem because Maru on Mortis with the gems, not ideal. It basically means we're fighting a 2v3 effectively here at the moment, trying to collect as many gems as they can. And that leads into Clash's favor.
Chaos there with the taps following up again, but Maru somehow managed to get on top of that. And Soy coming in with the aggression. It's just amazing to escape. It's all down to Chaos. Can he connect? He needs it super. He's trying to find Maru. He's got time to get it. Great aggression from Maru. Able to contain this situation. And I think we're going to go all the way, D-Man.
Soy Depressor just hits the super, says, yeah, try me, buddy. Not going to happen. And we do drop a second set here, Clash. Reply Totem taking it all the way to the 5th series.
I mean, this is a massive turn up for the books. I don't think anyone that saw this coming in. I am really kicking myself on these predictions now. But like a one set drop was all that Clash had coming today. Just the one set, and it occurred yesterday. And now they're already in this one series, 2 sets down. I mean, we're tied up. We're all tied up. But going into this 5th and final mode, I mean, imagine if Clash take their first loss today. I mean, they've still got more games to come today. I mean, they're playing SK, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's pretty crazy when you think about it, really, the way this is actually played out. It's like Siege mode, Clash were and are phenomenal on. You know, if you're looking at Gem Grab, ironic, by the way, ironic that you said, I think it's time for Linnea to get the Mortis. Doesn't happen. Reply Totem go, they're going to bring the Mortis. We get the Mortis, and the Mortis is the difference. Still, by the way, despite 11.3 seconds time to get everything set, ready to go, there's enough time in these games, and it worked out wonderful again.
I think that's the thing I mentioned as well in that whole idea with the Mortis. But if Reply Totem saw that coming and prepared for it, then they had a chance, and that's what they kind of did. I think the Rosa was a good idea, actually, because ultimately if they hadn't had enough chemistry and coordination to take care of those big tanky brawlers, you can get yourself found in the back of a corner and pressurized very easily. But it didn't stir or deter Reply Totem, and this is really interesting. It's funny to me, honestly, I've got to say, how Clash just seemed to always do well against teams like SK or Exo or the big front runners really in general. But when it comes down to Reply Totem, they sometimes seem to struggle. And it's kind of just an interesting thing that Reply Totem also struggles with the same teams that Clash find quite easy to sort of take down in their tournament journeys. So not sure what it is, to be completely honest, whether it's just something in their minds or their heads or just broader decisions on the day. But either way you look at it, we're into safe zone. And this is do or die now for Clash.
I like this from Soy de Bressa, bringing the Amber instead of the Colette, which Clash have brought. Linnea's going to get around the backside, not going to get any damage down. And with Maru, of course, on the Colt, does get just a little bit of a burst of damage onto the save, start things off, start things going. Nobody going with the Piper, by the way. This does surprise me, actually, especially on this map. It's definitely a Piper heavy, but instead it is going to be finally Guille getting in there, hitting that super on the Colette, getting himself the damage down, and you can see it is in their favor now. So Reply Totem will try and work it, but Linne spawns just in time.
And comes in with the speed as well. That's going to go a long way here as I want to say Lena, but it's Guille. I've got to remind myself it's Guille. I wish he hadn't changed his name. Chaos getting some good damage though, and Guille coming in as well to connect with the save. Nicely done on that side of things. Chaos has put a really nice super in the middle of the map as well, and that's going to deter them from wanting to cross over it. At some point, they're going to probably have to, or Soy needs to clear up this middle lane. A lot of pressure now. Clash wanting to get this finished really, really quickly, and doing really, really well under the circumstances now.
Yeah, Chaos just burning them down there, making it work out. Gonna get Maru picked off. No, Mari turns it round, and look at Maru sneaking around the back there. Wants to try and get his super away. Just as the first basic shot at the moment, gets Guille down, backs out. In comes Mari to try and help him out. And look at that damage they just managed to get down. It's not quite enough though with 36 seconds to go. And now Chaos pushing forward. Amber on Amber. Soy de Bressa in the end comes out on top, but Guille will finish him off. And that buys him time to get in and get the damage on the save.
Great speed from Lena, right in the nick of time to get Guille outside, and the safety of that situation there. He's able to heal up now and come in back into the mid. But it's the 3 versus 2, and Maru just shook that nicely, but a nice space shooter from Lena. But I gotta say, Maru did really well to get around the corner and got a couple of shots off to save for his problems here. 5 seconds to go though. I don't think it's been enough. I think Clash just about safe. But a nice comeback from Totem, but it just happened a bit too late.
Yeah, a tight one, just as this whole series has been. So once again, match point goes to Clash, but they've been unable to close this one out for a while, and some real close plays.
Are we going to see it? The match point. Is that where this is going to go be decided on? That would be a real difficult one to call if it is, especially on a game mode like Heist. But I don't think Clash want that for sure. They want to get this wrapped up quick. But Reply Totem shows some promise towards the end. That might go into the next game. I mean, if they make a few things, different next time round, and just a bit more caution around taking that early damage, who knows? It could be match point versus these two teams.
I wonder what changes we're going to have. Of course, the two teams, the real difference is the Colette and the Colt. Whether we see one of them changing or whether we see Clash maybe reading into this and changing something else, I don't know. But it's for Reply Totem. They're the ones on the back foot. Maybe they're going to make adjustments. Obviously, just to remind you guys of the bans that are out there, Bell is banned, so won't be able to go with the Bell, which would be a solid pick for this map. A Piper possibility, but it's not going to be. Clash will stay the same, and it will be the Colette switch. Oh, the B comes out as well for Maru.
Yeah, B's Penny actually on the left-hand side. Yeah, that's the Penny, not the B, but the very similar skins actually now with the new introduction of the Archvillain B skin. The thing I've got to mention though, looking at the bans as well, is that Clash were the team to ban Jesse. Now Jesse would have been an ideal brawler here, and I just kind of wonder, was that ban with this particular map in mind if it were to go all the way? If it is, then that could go in their favor right now. But that Penny turret is an interesting one. We don't tend to see her play too much in this particular region. I've got to be honest, it's kind of more of an A sort of brawler to choose here. But one that could prove a bit of a thorn in the sides of AC Milan Clash here. I don't think they've got anything that can really necessarily break the wall with. Yeah, so no wall breaker. So that turret is going to stay really hunkered down unless they get this team wipe and closing the gap on it and choose to actually target it. But at the moment, that might be on Chaos' mind. He's going straight for the save.
Absolutely, working out well at the moment. You can see it is Clash that got the damage down, 61 to 87%. Oh, and Guille does manage to deal with one on the side. Soy de Bressa going down, so Colette and Colette as the nade continues to push forward. Chaos now burning down with an Amber, getting a lot of damage down there as well onto Sawyer DeBresta the second he's spawned back in there. Really working out well for Chaos at the moment, keeping control of this right side, and it buys time for Kie once again to get that damage down on the save. 49% and counting.
Yeah, it's so important that he connects with these saves and just keeps the damage rolling in for Clash, because we saw how much damage he took as a result of that last blast effect on the floor there from the penalty turret. When he came back, he just took a ton of damage, which he otherwise wouldn't have. So this brawler pick is an interesting one from me from Reply Totem. If Murray can get a turret down in this position here, this could be a ton rolling in for Reply Totem, but is it a bit too little too late? That's the question, and that turret is more going to be in range for people to take down. So if Clash can just get a little bit of mid-control to be able to take care of it, I don't think they care. They're going straight again for the save, and why not? That is what is going to give them the win. Lenan needs to stay on his feet, goes down. All three members of Totem, this is their chance.
They've got to get the damage down now. The Lobber's doing what it can, but it's not going to be enough. 12 seconds and counting. I think Reply Totem realize it. They have to throw the kitchen sink at this one to get that last 40% down. It's not going to be case as Maru gets picked off. Here they go. Totem going in. Maru through. Not enough. It will be Clash that will take it in the end. But boy, were they pushed. 3-2 in the end. The game will go to them. But wow. The first time they ever dropped 2 sets here in the ESL Mobile Challenge.
Yesterday it was 1 set, today it's 2 sets. Is next time round going to be the moment when Clash take their first loss? Or maybe it might even happen today. They're up against SK later on, and I mean, how are they going to go into that matchup in terms of their mindset? I mean, they've got to focus on the victory, I think. That's the big headline story here to take away from things, but gotta hand it to Reply Totem. They did exceptionally well today under the situation that was upon them, and have done better than any other team so far in this competition at going up against Clash.
Absolutely fantastic results for Reply Totem. Picking up 2 wins here puts them solidly in that 4th place now with a 4-0-3. And now, of course, you're talking about it's coming up later. It's not going to be much later because, ladies and gentlemen, coming up after the break, it's SK Gaming up against AC Milan Clash. That is one you want to watch.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Leaderman Smith, and joining me is Harry, aka Lethal, for this one. And we are into what is, well, the mega match. The mega match of the league so far. A 6-0 clash up against a 5-0 SK Gaming. One of these teams is about to drop a game. Who the heck is it going to be? Some superstars on all of these teams, Lethal.
Yeah, certainly indeed. One of these teams has to take the L. We've got Skyrex, Jettin and Semantic. A lot of people probably say SK because they have a higher level of consistency across the board compared to what Clash normally have. The last series was a good example. And yeah, I'm very excited to see how this pans out. Between these two juggernauts in the EU region, it's like birthday, Christmas, everything comes together in this one day, and I get very excited when I see both these teams up against each other at loggerheads every single time, and it's going to be an absolute treat to see and to find out what the outcome is going to be. So an absolute slobber knocker, to say the least. Just a tad bit worried about Clash considering the circumstances in that last series, but I'm not too worried because Reply Totem have been a very strong team to contend with, especially in terms of recent form the last few weeks.
Yeah, 18-3 now for Clash. Obviously, we can read quite a bit into the fact that two of those did just come in the last matchup against Reply Totem. A real tight game for them. Certainly want to get the juices flowing for the Clash players as they now come up against SK Gaming here. SK Gaming themselves 15-2 overall, and that's in sets, by the way. That is overall the game. So yeah, some crazy matches, no doubt about it. But Clash now coming into this one off the back of a very tight game. Starting things off, we're going into Kaboom Canyon, into Snake Prairie, then Double Swoosh, Nuts and Bolts, and Super Stadium to close things off. And I got to be honest, I think Clash would like that Brawl Ball to be a little further up. For themselves, they have banned out Byron and Amber. And Clash also banning out the Gene there, and I could not tell you. Again, I'm so not used to the faces. I'm used to seeing them in game.
I know. It gave me for sometimes as well. It's the Surge, but
the Surge.
Yeah,
that makes sense, right? Banning out against it shouldn't be. It should be a picture of Skyrex. That's what it should be. It should be a picture of Skyrex there.
Normally, you get to see stats of the popular brawlers as well, like from now and again on different tournaments. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I completely agree. Like Skyrex with the Surgery, but like times 14, and everything else is like 2 or 3 or something in terms of variety across the board. But Primo's available, which is gonna be interesting. Poco's available. There's a lot of these different brawlers. Exactly. There's gonna be a lot at stake here, and I would feel like for these two teams, they're not going to give away too much. It's going to be as standard as you would expect it to be. You could say it's a battle for seeding rather than just qualification. Don't get me wrong, still got 5 more play days, 4 more after this, but they're not going to give anything away in the slightest. I think it's going to be as standard as what you'd expect, like I just mentioned. And in terms of the brawler picks, this is what I'm talking about. One of them would have at least banned Primo there, but maybe they both expected each other to ban it. But Clash should know that SK normally do go for, the weaknesses of their opponents, not to their, not to just their strengths or what they struggle to deal with here. So both teams looking to have the same indication of what they want to do, like you rightly said, with the Surge band, of course, the Skyrex as well. You don't ever not see him use it, do you? Really, in all fairness. But even though they're going to be still hiding a lot of bits and pieces leading up to the ESL Mobile Challenge finals, still very excited on the outcome of how things will pan out, because people would say or would assume that SK will still have the edge here.
Absolutely. And if I was to look at Clash's bans, they literally ban Jesse and Gene against everyone. Jesse and Genie against absolutely everyone, and now obviously massively directed. Of course, it does mean the Bell and the Piper were available, along with the Nanny, and then the B for Guille. So not too surprising as we come into this first game. That's what we're going to see.
Oh, Lenan does get the first kill onto Jet in there, but does get traded out by Skyrex. So good stuff from him coming in, but does get traded up again. Trades literally back and forth already, D-Man. As Guille just in that left lane, Jettin looking to see if he can push up onto him. Just a tad, a little bit too close for my liking, but 3 for 3 there for Jetson. Does take down Gia, and Lenar wants a piece of him as well with the Piper. Jetson just about recovers, but also takes down Semantic. Very good shots from both teams.
And gets the big one important shot onto the safe. That could be huge because this is the moment, a very tight game. Lene is going to use that super that's going to clear the cover out. Also landed the shot onto Jetson as he did it. How does he get away with that? And Clash at the moment with the lead.
And the structure on both sides of the middle lane is open, so a bit more variety in terms of how they're going to try and approach this. Chaos takes down Skyrix, Jetson also takes down Lenan, and also another trade comes out. Literally, both these teams are just trading back and forth. Gia just goes 2 for 2 in that last engagement. SKR behind by 5%. Still plenty of time with just over a minute left on the clock. And as I was saying, that Chaos takes down Skyrix again. And you've got to be extremely careful because a lot of ranged brawlers here and a lot of caution is required to be able to pile on any pressure onto your opponent.
Absolutely, and another shot comes through, 88% and counting, so they're starting to work it. So for SK, time is running out for them, really. They need to try and get the wipe out here, or at least maybe take 1 or 2 down. At the moment, they're simply trading back and forward. Semantic once again, just not quite able to confirm the kill onto Lene, and he turns it back around again with the shot. Piper on Piper, Lene is the one that's coming out on top.
I love the prediction on the projectiles from both these teams so far. Just knowing that they're going to do something a little bit out of the ordinary. Leonard takes down Semantic and Gear just in that right lane as well. Jetson looking to push up just a little bit further here, but Chaos does take down Skyrix, get that revenge from earlier on. Semantic almost getting pushed back here. Chaos trying to finish him off if he can, but the trade comes out once again, and it looks like Clash will be the ones to win this first game of the first set by 17%. Just back and forth trades left, right, and centre. You didn't really see anyone like getting a major advantage in that matchup at all in the slightest. Very, very close, and I'll probably say a huge amount of mind games coming into it.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight one. This is aim duels, everything you can throw at it, little tactical prowess, and that was all it was all about, just getting those one taps, those few little shots off on the side of him. Chaos doing a fantastic job at delaying Semantic there. They're really keeping the focus onto that Piper of Semantic, doing a fantastic job throughout it, and that calls bought them just the time. So, what the heck are they going to change? It's a snipe duel fest right now, one that SK Gaming lost out on, so maybe those that will be forced to make the change.
Yeah, SK on a lot of occasions did ride the struggle bus a few times, don't get me wrong there. Like, you can see the trades went in favour of Clash a lot more in comparison. There wasn't really too much to say or dissect. It's just the fact that it's just a lot of his projectile aim duels, like you rightly said, and it's just a matter of who can try and stabilise that map control, but neither team could really. It was just the fact that Clash, with that small amount of percentile to be able to, you know, gain that lead, but they need to push up either too much in all fairness, and especially on the spawn as well. You haven't really got much HP with the Piper, or of course the Bell, or anything like that in the slightest. So even just one, maybe 2, you know, bits of ammo just to push up with, going past the save as well as body blocking, they're going to be fine in terms of being on the respawn. It's not like they can have any issue to deal with, like any of the tanks, etc, etc. So going to look to see how SK can respond to this a little bit better. But in all fairness, I don't know how much better it can be, because the support was there, the trades were coming out as it should do, but the only thing they can do here is, you know, we could see some changes, but it looks like we're not. We're going to be sticking to what we saw compared to last time. Jetton's already taken some early damage in that right lane, but so has Lenan. And now Jetton's still just trying to see if he can get a couple of shots. Does get 2, and you see Semantic there with the support, managed to clean things up, and that's going to give a little bit of leadway here for SK.
Oh, but Jetton already taking a big old chunk there. Semantic tries to get around the side there, gets a shot down onto Guille, has to remove that cover and avoid the damage there, but lands the shot to Lena and will work you out. Now that gives, obviously, Guille's cover is completely blown, and that buys the time. Now they get the shots down. The first shots they managed to get onto Clash there. Chaos also taken down. Semantic is popping off in the mid.
Took a game and a half, but they finally got there in the end. D-Man down to 15%. In terms of deficit between both these teams, very, very close, as Chaos now trying to look for that first initial engagement. He's going to push up quite aggressively. Lenan does take down Jetton, so there's the opening they were looking for. Trying to do some more excess damage afterwards, but they can't, as Lenan's taken way too much, and so has Guille, looking to pull back a little bit in that left lane. But Skyrix just waiting for this moment right now. Missed a couple shots onto Guille. Missed 3 in a row, sadly, so can't capitalise on that initial situation. Semantic's actually done a shot on himself once again, looking to push this entire team back. But Chaos has taken a fair amount in that right lane. Lenan's going to take down Semantic there. There's a time for him to push. Lenan's actually taken down another. Chaos will get a couple more additional shots and now up by 9%.
Oh, Lenan just about lands another shot as well. 71 to 74. There's somebody on the back, or there was, that I think is now being dealt with, or is being dealt with, because I can see that the Guille has gone back there. Guille has been taken down. Skyrix is the one that's back there, I feel. Yes, Skyrix is around the back side. There we go. So he's the one that they're having to worry about right now. But you can see they have that lead, 68, but not for long. Skyrix will get the shots off, and here comes Jeton and Semantic to start getting the punishment down. A quick triple from Jeton there makes it 57% and counting. And they're going to keep that pressure pumping. And the Piper shots absolutely thump home. The shots onto Lenan. Lenan will go down to Semantic. That's going to be it. SK will take this one. We're tied in the series.
Oh, that was ridiculous from Skyrix. He just not only overstayed his welcome, but he survived much longer than he should have done in that top left-hand corner. He was doing a little bit of damage here and there, and even right at the very last minute, you saw it took at least 2 members to push on up onto him, and he still got a trade, so he still benefited in multiple ways in that kind of circumstance or that scenario he was in, just doing a huge amount of work, getting so much map control for the rest of his team. And you saw Jeton and Samantha were able to just push on up constantly, even if they were taken down, and were able to give Skyrix a helping hand. But even though Skyrix didn't get a huge amount of help, he didn't need any help. That was the whole point of him being there. Distract at least 2 of the members from SK to make it a 2v1 scenario for the side of Clash and be able to do even more damage towards that safe. Just Skyrix doing fantastic work there, knowing how much time he's wasting, the little bit of damage here and there he's doing to the safe, and still getting that trade after he was taken down.
Absolutely fantastic performance, and this game could go either way. Obviously no brawler changes in the first 2 matches. I don't expect to see one this time around. This time, of course, it was all about getting around that back, so great work from him. Guille did some fantastic work, and the snipe duels, you know, we were talking about obviously Lenan dominating the first one. Well, Semantic steps up and absolutely smashes them in the second, as well as Jeton, so it seemed to be working. Whatever they had to do, whatever the communication was between the players, absolutely clicked this time around. So who's going to take the first set? Obviously, we know that SK have only dropped 2 sets so far. Clash have only dropped 3 sets in total as well. One of these teams is going to drop a set, and he could really start the momentum for one of those teams going into the following match, of course, which is going to be on Snake Prairie in the Bounty, which is, you know, effectively going to be yet another duel fest. We do not have any changes for SK, but we have a Poco and a Colette coming out for Clash.
Interesting. I was wondering when a Colette was going to make an appearance here. Finally, we do see it, but not for too long, as Chaos has been taken down straight away by Jeton. He was looking for that snipe for the first initial seconds of the game, as Lenan just trying to stay alive. 357 HP. One hit will do it. Jeton's trying to clean him up. Finally does. He actually had to push on up to get better projectile prediction there. Chaos does a fair amount of damage onto the safe, and it's very back and forth, not in terms of the slaying power, but the objective efficiency from both of these teams.
This is looking great for Clash, though. They're just getting in their faces. SK was set ready for another sniper duel, and you can see it's not working. Lene, don't forget, he's already still got Guille. Guille is still doing damage. Keep your eye on that, because Guille is doing damage 15% and counting. Guille is the one that's managing to get it done. It's it's Chaos that's at the back there. And you can see Skyrix, actually, that switched over to... so it was going to work out in his favor. One more shot should be enough. Oh, and he can't get in there, but Guille is going to get in his face, so Guille will try and push him down. Skyrix takes him down as well. Semantic has dealt down Lene. Here comes the rest of SK. It will be SK closing it down, and they will pick up the first set.
Of course, Poco doesn't have enough damage to take him down. I was hoping for a little bit more support, I believe, but yeah, Skyrix just literally just did the same thing as last time, but just did it much earlier. So we saw the window of opportunity. Boom, he was straight there, already wasting time and doing a huge amount of damage to that safe. And Clash looks so good to begin with. You can see from the scoreline entirely, down to 41%, down to 34 to 28, and you saw that they were doing a massive amount of damage to the objective, but what they didn't care to realise is, of course, that Sky was looking for that trade, and SK were defending a little better towards the very end. So a little bit of a shock there to the system, but SK will win this first set. Skyrix just doing a huge amount, just being a real nuisance in that top left-hand side. And this is what we'll talk about. If you do find that opening, absolutely take it, and take it by the horns as well, because there's so much you can do there. Even if you don't do what you want to do, at least get a trade to benefit yourself as much as possible. But that was fantastic work from SK, considering the compositions we actually, the brawler compositions we actually witnessed.
So we're on to Bounty next, and it's going to be Snake Prairie. Pretty much, again, I wonder whether we're going to switch things up. I'm just trying to think when we actually last saw this. Did Clash play it possibly yesterday? No, they didn't get there. They didn't get there because they won that series too fast. Is the case. They were too good at it. But let's have a look. It don't matter because we're going to get straight into the game. Let's have a look how this one's going to work out. It is going to be the classic, the bow, the piper, and I'm assuming the Tara. Oh, that's not the classic. That is a triple bruiser from Clash. Frank Primo and Bull.
Okay, that's a little bit peculiar, not going to lie, as already you can see Chaos pushing in from that right lane with the ball, and you can see what he can do here. Remember, the range of the ball is pretty... not weak, but pretty small. But so he's trying to find the opportunity now to try and get in range. But then again, you can say that with all of the composition on the side of Clash, it doesn't really matter. As Chaos trying to push on in, but not going to be able to do much here. Skyrix does take him down with Gear, and they pull him back with the Frank as well. Lenan just waiting to just bide his time here, to wait for the moment for the rest of his team to then push on up. And this is going to be the time to come. But already, though, you saw that he was completely taken down, or shut down, shall we say. Chaos now still in that right lane, waiting for Lenan to rejoin with the rest of the pack. But Chaos is actually pushing back a lot earlier than we expected. A very aggressive push. Semantic takes down one. Lenan actually takes on one himself, and Gear will be able to finish things up. Yes, he will. He's going to try and get away if he can. And now things are all tied up, but Clash do have that blue star.
They do. That was a hit and run. Chaos is going to be the sacrificial lamb, effectively, and he manages to get a kill, but it does leave them at 14-13. And now you can see Lenar has to try and get in there. The slam comes down, but Skyrix sidesteps that nicely away from Guille and still gives them the advantage. It's going to be all on the Primo Super. Can he get that elbow drop in there? Because he's not going to be able to walk straight into these. Or will the slam come down? That's what they're going to try and focus on. The Nance just building up that super. They need to take damage now, remember, to build that super up. That's how it works out for the new Bruiser setup. And now Chaos, has he got it available? Are they going to slam? They're going to try and squash them in. 10 seconds to go. They're trying to slam down. Is it going to be enough? Chaos will drop down. It's going to get very close. Yee comes in. Lenan comes in. And they just wipe SK Gaming off the map. And that is the danger of the Bruiser setup.
It takes a lot of patience and a lot of discipline, considering the range they have to deal with and how open the map was towards the end. They literally was pushing that like a fork. You see there, all three members all came from different angles, made sure to pin him into a corner early on, which they did, and they had so much HP, there wasn't really so much they can do. The only thing they could do as a team is prioritize just one of the opponents and then try and deal with the other two afterwards, which, bear in mind, they actually did. They did focus on whoever was in that right lane, but it was just too little too late. It's just too much hit points to deal with, and you saw there a nice early game win there. So it's not something we expected with that composition as well. I was looking at it thinking, it could go either way, but it really does depend on the circumstances. If they're on the defense, then it should look pretty good, because not only the SK have to play the guessing game, but also due to the range from that tankier composition, there's going to have to be a lot more patient for the open to when they actually made that aggressive push, because one small mistake from SK would have absolutely cost them. But no, it's actually Clash who made the actual initial push, the aggression there.
I mean, it's pretty crazy that they went triple brawler. They didn't bring like a Poco to the table to keep the support in there or keep the heals going on all of them. It was just an all or nothing. Now, what is the transition? Well, SK just say, you know what, we're going to stay the same. And finally, Clash have also resorted to whether they're maybe going to try and force it, but it is going to be a full-on mirror match.
Yeah, this is more normal. Like this, this is what we kind of expected going into this game. But let's see if the outcome changes as well. Semantic almost took down Chaos, left on just under 300 HP. Semantic does actually take down Lenan, and Gia actually takes down Jet, and Gia just trying to stay alive. Not for much longer though, but they do actually get a pinch onto Semantic. Semantic gets away. Jet takes down Gia there. and now things have got a little bit out of hand here, but managed to get back into control. SK are up by 2 stars, do have the blue star as well during that little bit of a scuffle, you could say, as Chaos already trying to push in, but Gia is right behind him, gonna give him a little bit of support.
Ooh, that mine's going down. Just finding them out there. Gia just trying to clear the area. Hello. Hello. I reckon Germany had just scored, boys. Judging by the way that I'm in Germany and a crowd has just erupted outside my apartment. But anyway, that aside, let's talk about Brawl Stars, because that's what we're here to look at. 5-3 at the moment, SK Gaming with a huge advantage. 45 seconds to go here. I say huge advantage, it's 2 stars. It's not that huge, but in terms of the way this comp is going, it's definitely more snipey.
Yeah, it certainly is. Indeed, any advantage is a good advantage, especially at this level of play. The mind games are selling in. 30 seconds left. They're just hoping to get one pop shot, and then that way, once they've dished a little bit of damage in their favor, they can then push up and take advantage of that and then pin him into the corner where there's absolutely no way for them to do anything more. So this final engagement is going to come now with 15 seconds left remaining. As you can see now, Chaos pushing from that right side. It is only on half HP, already taking a lot more damage than he would like. Semantics actually really weak, does take him out here, and that's the blue star as well, just to make matters worse, but it doesn't matter, does they won by 1 star anyway, and Clack will win the second set and tie it this series at 1-1.
Well, we expected this one to be close, and I'm expecting this one to go the distance as well. So, Clash bring out the Bruiser comp, and it works in wonders, and then they can say, let's go to a full-on mirror, and they still come out on top. Fantastic stuff there. That means we move on to the third map, of course, which will be double swoosh on the gem grab, and now things could get very interesting.
Yeah, Clash you saw there with Chaos as well, especially in that right lane. Just waiting for the opportune moment for such a long time. Finally got what he wanted, took down Semantic, and by then that was literally all job done. But do you know what? Respect to the tanky composition we saw in that first game, I wasn't really too sure. I was just very worried with the fact that if they're at a disadvantage in terms of the star deficit, then how are they going to, how on earth are they going to be able to trap them or keep them cornered or lay on any pressure if they're going to take so much damage along the way? But they made that work really well in a very strategic way, very calculated pushes from Clash, and it was just fantastic to see.
Well, obviously we had double swoosh at the end of the day yesterday, and the start of the day as well for the Reply Totem Tribe game and the Noble Elite Navi game. So you cast both of those. Anything you're expecting to see from this one?
I'm just not really too sure going into this, because SK did look a little bit out of place in that last matchup, but we know what that map can be like. It can be a little bit of doozy. You don't really see the better. I kind of see it as though where good teams go to die in terms of that map, because you see it happen quite often. I've seen it many, many times, but it's gonna be hard to say in all fairness. But I'd like to see Clash still do a little bit more. We saw a lot of elements in their gameplay in terms of the skill in that match, in terms of the compositions and like the variety they bring to the table. It was questionable at first. It was debatable, then we realized actually it worked wonders compared to what we expected, and it still took down a top level team like SK. So it does show that not miracles do happen, but it does show that strange or weird compositions like that do really work in their favor sometimes, depending on how or what your approach is or what your game plan is. But I expect to see SK try and bring this one back now.
Well, they're certainly taking the time. Obviously, they've both got the coaches at the side there to try and figure out Roland Pedro to coach both teams and figure it out, especially when you've gone 1-1 in a series like that. It's definitely going to be a tight run thing. Let's get the game on your screens. Gem grab is on the way. We're going to get an Ems in there to work things out. Okay, Jetton's going to come in as well. And there's a bit Rosa for Chaos. Oh, and the Primo for Guille.
Yeah, what more could you ask for here? Chaos has already been taken down by Semantic, though, in that left lane. Lenan was hoping to push in further to help Gia out, but it looks like Gia will be taken down momentarily, but Lenan just trying to stay alive with that stew, which he will for now. Chaos had to pull all the way back there with the Rosa, and not really too much of a surprise there. Semantic was just looking for blood, down to 168 HP. Still trying to get away. Chaos is on his tail, but will he be able to clean in at mouth? But Semantic's done a huge amount of work, a nice chunk of damage, but obviously will not be able to clean up that kill. But Skywix does actually realize Chaos continues to make that push. Still actually took him down there and managed to collect the rest of those gems as well. Good work from Chaos and good unorthodox plays from him.
And he goes Guille once again, just causing himself a ruckus around the back there. Lanan's going to pick up the gem. There's still 3 of them back there. They're just waiting for the other one. They're just keeping them basically banked. They don't want Guille to pick them up. Oh, Chaos has been caught out. That is disastrous. Lanan's been taken down as well, and Skyrix on the Jesse just comes around the side. Semantic will collect them on the M's as well. Shuts Lanan down, and those 9 gems all switch back to SK.
They need to get some early damage onto Primo or onto the Rosa, especially from Chaos. If they don't, then it could go a bit wrong here. As you can see now, 7 seconds left. Engagement is coming in, but the flanks are coming out as well. They take a huge amount of damage. Gia is just trying to stay alive. Actually does take him down in the end, but Semantic is there to pick up the pieces once more. And now Chaos still in that right lane with that Rosa. Lanan is pushing from the left side as well, but they need to wait to regroup. They need to wait for Gia to push in to the center. The push is now going to come in, but with only 5 seconds left remaining, they need to take down Semantic if they can. Will it be able to? There's not enough time left. As you can see, SK win that first game in set number 3.
Yeah, the flying elbow drop, that's what he wanted, but just missed out on it. And a gamble from Clash, definitely bringing that to the table. But you know what, it almost worked, it almost paid off there. But in the end, great work from SK Gaming to chase down those gems early on. You know, Clash could have started the timer, I think, a little bit earlier than that, but it wasn't to be. And in the end, you can see the flying elbow from Guille just wasn't enough to catch them down.
Again, good patience from Clash. We knew that without Guille, they would be in some deep trouble there as he was trying to catch up with the rest of the pack to push on it. And I love the angles they're taking, but at the same time, it's very hard as a defending team. When you've got a team like that just using that fork strategy to push him from all angles, that's when the small talk comes into play. It's like, right, okay, who should we prioritize first? Who's the first person we should look at to take down? Normally, of course, it's whoever's closest depending on range and depending on what happens. This is why they're focusing on the Rosa straight away. They knew that Primo was going to play a part at some point, depending on when he was going to use that super, and they were prepared for every kind of spectacle which could occur, and then actually being able to use that super onto SK. So it's much harder to defend that kind of push rather than actually going for that attack. But the fact that they prioritize each person every single time round was just remarkable, especially with the amount of pressure and not initiating that panic button with the last few seconds remaining. So good stuff from SK, keeping their cool there. And now we're going to see if we could be a replica going into the second game. We'll see if Clash can return the favour and get a game of their own.
Have they totally flipped out here? Okay, so now Chaos has brought... Actually, to be fair, Ems is good against this comp. This is pretty good anti-bruiser side. Obviously, Skyrix in there with the Rosa as well. The Primo for Semantic. Now, Jet did get in there on the Poco to manage to get 1 or 2, but now Semantic's got around the backside, finds Guille down there, and is trying to chase down Lanan as well. Lanan will get picked off in the end as he backs away back into Chaos. Chaos trying to do what he can onto Jet, not quite enough. The Poco, too strong it seems.
Jetson just managing to stay alive from that last engagement. Guille just trying to be a bit of a pain in that right lane, but we'll get the trade on Semantic. Is now Lanan and Chaos. Obviously, you can see they're taking down Rosa. The Skyrix tried to do everything he could in that 1v2 bout, but there's nothing he could have done. Semantic just elbow dropping straight in, but ain't going to be able to do enough as Lanan just actually takes him down. Gia is going to push him up onto Jet, and also will take down Skyrix possibly, but with the super as well. It's only going to take a third of that damage. Lanan actually takes down Skyrix in the end, and that's already going to be the countdown now for Clash.
Well, are they going to be able to keep them at bay? The M's, of course, can always just hit that super, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Soon Semantic comes in and gets the knockback. Chaos was taken low, but it wasn't enough. They get the full team wipe, and Clash lock it down and tie it up in the set once again. 1-1. This game is completely going to go the distance. We're going to have a long night, boys.
Certainly is indeed. This is why before the series I said it's like birthday, Christmas, everything comes together in just one evening. That's why I was so excited when I saw this matchup on the cards here tonight. And now we're going to go to a final game once again in this third set. Of course, the last set a little bit one-sided in favour of Clash. You can see it's a little bit more strategic for Clash. They had that all planned out going into that second set, but now we're going to find out how SK are going to respond once more, because they don't want to give Clash any kind of inkling here. Like I said before, between these two teams, they've probably technically almost qualified for the ESL Mobile Challenge finals, but the seeding can be quite important as well going into it, depending on who they want to come up against later on. So we'll see how that occurs, see what swings in their favour. But so far, no, Clash looking very, very solid.
Absolutely. I mean, so both bruiser setups so far have lost. So I don't expect to see a bruiser setup this time around. I think we're going to see almost a traditional, maybe even close to a mirror match this time around. Maybe a double M's in there, as well as the let's see what they bring to the table. So we got the Tara, the Sandy. Sorry, not the Sandy. It's yes, it is the Sandy in the middle there from Skyrix. I was thinking it was the Poco. It is definitely the Sandy skin. Obviously, he's just trying to catch me off guard on the ends.
Yeah, it's annoying thing about the skin sometimes, isn't it? I completely understand where you're coming from. As now Chaos in that right lane had to deal with Semantics antics here. And you see in the centre as well, Lenan just taking a fair amount of damage, but Skyrix has done as well still. It'll continue to be a stalemate until one of these players do attempt to get a bit ballsy and pick up one of these gems. Good teamwork there from Jeton and Skyrix pinning Guille down. And Lenan has to push away. And Chaos also needs to pull back as well to try and regroup.
It's funny, you could change the M's for a Gene, and we're basically back to the play-ins when these two faced each other again. In that time, it was SK that came out on top in such a solid fashion at the time. But, you know, they faced each other so many times throughout so many tournaments in the championships, etc. And here, of course, they're going to be facing each other next week as well. They do manage to get the gem carry down there. Chaos doing some serious work there. Lenankan just getting close enough. If he can get and force Jeton back, that's what he wants. He wants to try and hoover up those gems, but wasn't able to try and finish them off in the end. Gets the damage down. Guille gets one. Goes on towards Skyrix. Not enough. Semantic comes in to help out, and they will save the gems for now, but it is still Clash with a massive advantage.
And Chaos taking down Semantic as well is absolutely huge. They only need 2 more gems, so this could be their time to try and pick these up before Semantic actually rejoins, but it doesn't matter. It's just a little bit too late, maybe out of ammunition, but it'll recover soon enough. Not to worry about him as Jeton does take down Guille. Chaos has to back off as Lenan is trying to support him the best he can, but Semantic still looking for that push, but the trade comes out again. The trades have been absolutely crazy in this matchup, and Lenan actually took, you know, an unpredictable approach pushing up into the centre, and now the countdown has started here, D-Man.
Yeah, just hits and runs and gets the hell out of there. Jeton under pressure as well. Chaos doing a great job of holding him up, but he's going to drop in a second. So now Semantic on the hunt. Guille, oh my god, Lenan is in all sorts of trouble. They're surely going to focus him down. They will do. Now the question is, can Guille get in? Oh, he's on 92 health, but he clears them out there. Semantic will drop, and now the respawn comes in, and that will be Lenan picking all the gems up once again. 11 to 10, the countdown starts all over again.
Oh, Chaos, that was so vital, hitting that right lane and went on the front line as quick as possible. He managed to go 2 for 1 in the end. That was ridiculous. The countdown is going to be in the favour of Clash. They're going to be able to take this out, no problem. But that one play from Chaos in that right lane, being extremely offensive from the get-go, definitely made a huge difference going 2 for 1 in that final bout. So Clash managed to go up in the series 2-1 now.
Oh my word, these games are tight. There is no doubt about it. Picking him off, I thought Lenan was done. Luckily, the respawns come in, obviously loses all the gems here, but they just couldn't focus him out there. Obviously, wait for that respawn protection to finish out there, gets back in there, and in the end, Lenan, look, he goes down to nothing. The timer in the end, and the heal comes through, and ooh, that was close. That was close. Okay, so where do we go next? Where do we go next? That's double swoosh. Now we're going on to Siege, Nuts and Bolts, and we know who's strong on this map.
Oh yes, SK. SK all day. Yeah, this is going to be questionable because you got to remember though as well, Clash do have Brawl Ball as the last game mode as well. I think it's on Super Stadium, I believe. I can't really remember from the top of my head, but yeah, in terms of that, they're going to be quite pleased with how this set 5 is going to go. But you got to remember though, they could still topple SK. Very rare we see SK lose on Siege. I mentioned it before where they've lost. They actually won like 30 or 40 in a row, like we spoke about in previous play days. So in terms of the win-loss record against all the top teams in the competitive Brawl Stars scene, yeah, they are solid. Pretty damn solid indeed. In terms of the win rate on it, it's like, what, 97, 98%? And now that I've said that, Clash are probably going to drop that down to about 90 after this loss, so we'll have to see. Well, but I don't know how good Clash are on Siege. I've heard some bits where sometimes they have their on and off days, but for the love of God, I hope it's their on day this time around, especially with the likes of SK. But no matter what happens, if it does go to a set 5, I think Clash are going to be comfortable considering they got Brawl Ball on Super Stadium as their final set of the evening.
I mean, they just lost a reply totem on Siege mode, so absolutely could do. Lost on bot drop on that one. Obviously, it was a bit of a back and forth matchup in the end, that one. So very close. So Clash, though, leading 2-1 here. Let's see what they can do, because this is close. This is close. There's no doubt about it. I feel we're going to go to that Brawl Ball. I kind of would like it to go to that Brawl Ball, although it does mean we're going to run incredibly late tonight.
That's fine.
But
That's
still,
fine with that.
I mean, it's fine for us because we're paid to be here and do this. But I do feel for the players that may well have things to do later on. I don't know if we're going to have some late matches. But either way, fantastic stuff for them so far.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. Now, Clash, you know, they well know better than anyone here how good SK are on Siege. I'm just interested on their approach as how they're going to try and come up against SK, because every single time we've seen SK play in the ESL Mobile Challenge on Siege, and no matter what map it is, it's been ridiculous, so one-sided. They treat it though as a matchmaking team. They're that good. It's absolute filth how good they are. And if they make Clash look like that, I'll be very, very surprised, even if they are quite weak on Siege themselves. But let's see how the opener is going to happen with the little Primo duel on that left lane, going back and forth with Semantic and Gear. And you can see Jetton's actually been taken down by Lenave in that right lane. It's going to be a huge opening, but the trade comes out from Skyrix. The Skyrix has to try and stay alive. It's only on 84 HP, as the first bot is going to be in favor of Clash.
The SK duel as well, the two Primos going back and forward there. But Jetton, it shouldn't be too bad, I think, with the first bot. They should have enough to try and slow it down. You can see, obviously, Semantic getting pretty much in front of it, just constantly getting the punches in bunches will slow it down. 92%, so 8% lost on the first opener there, and he's going hunting for Guille once again. So the double sprout, the only difference, obviously, is the M's and the Stew.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the Primo duel just makes me laugh every single time without fail. Guille does take down Semantic there. Skyrix is on the back line. Jetton's gonna be rejoining him there, as you can see, just trying to stay alive. Has been blocked off, might give him room to be able to take him down. 515 HP, great shots there from Chaos, and now looking to not push up too much here, just hold that mid control to collect these bolts at level 7 Siege. What is going to be heading into SK's way, but how well are they going to be able to defend it this time around? 8% the first time, second time, let's see how things are going to go to plan, as that is a fantastic block, making the bot go all the way around and blocking it again. This is fantastic defense from SK, but how much more can they be able to defend? It looks like they've taken a fair amount of damage, nonetheless, dropping all the way down to 36%. They're going to need a beefy bot here, Demon.
I really like that. They were so focused, and the whole time Chaos was just lobbing over the top onto that Ike, constantly keeping that pressure on. SK not able to get anything out of this one. This is going to be Clash's game without a doubt. There's no way that they're going to be able to turn this one around. They're going to throw the bolts back in there. There's going to be the last Siege bot as well. Clash have the first one in the set in the bag.
Yeah, this is going to be match point straight afterwards as well. A little bit gobsmacked with how this game has panned out so far. Like I said, these teams are going to be hiding a lot of bits and pieces up their sleeve, waiting for the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals, which is perfectly understandable. This is more for seeding, more than anything else, you could say, depending on the circumstances of their future matchups. But the way their recent form has been, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise, as these two are the gatekeepers of those top two positions, especially over the last 3 or 4 play days. But still, no, Clash, fantastic way to send them into this second game of the 4th set, and it will be match point now for Clash.
Absolutely, match point. I didn't expect such a large crowd in Germany for Clash, that's for sure. They seem to be cheering for some reason or another here. But now, as you say, match point. They matched relatively well, in fairness of that. Obviously, you can see it was the double sprout, the double primos, and of course, obviously, the biggest difference being the M's on the right there. And I wonder if we're going to bring a Rico possibly out here now, maybe switch that up, maybe for the Primo, the Rico instead. Or they're going to try and keep that Primo on the table, because it wasn't so bad. But honestly, Clash just had control of that whole middle space area.
They certainly did indeed. You know, there wasn't really any letting go in all fairness. There's plenty of fuel left in the tank. They made that mid-control the entire time. I never felt like things got out of place for them, or they lost any kind of control in the slightest. It just went all their way, but very methodical, but very quick at the same time, just controlling the tempo and dictating the pace of the game. And don't get me wrong, SK did some great work defending the first couple of bots, but yeah, it was just too much, and they couldn't really do enough to comfort the blow for the third one. Of course, they took way too much damage on the Ike anyway, so let's see if Clash can now end this series with the scoreline 3-1. It is match point now And Guille just already taken a huge chunk of damage in that right lane, having to push back. Dealing with Skyrix though, still having to block him off. But so far, so good for Clash, as they are going to get that first bot.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's working out well once again for Clash here. So they did switch the M's for the Stew, but still the same result is applying at the moment. Good use of the Sprout, of course, to block off the pathing as much as possible. This is where the Sprout really is a massive benefit there. Jetten's just going to try and buy the time here, and it should be, well, is he going to get one punch away? He is. I was going to say it was going to be a 0% bot, but it actually does get the damage down. They just about avoid that one. Guille goes aggressive onto Jetten. The elbow drop back and forward. Semantic trying to get around the back side here. Did get a bit of damage down to Chaos there. Trying to take that ball control, and they have managed to even things up so far.
Yeah, the bot did get a few jabs here and there before it was cleaned up, but let's see if it works in their favour. Every little helps, especially in this matchup. Chaos taking down Jetten there, as the Nard just trying to survive for dear life, but so is Skyrix. Nard definitely has the HP advantage, looking to push on round whilst the bot comes towards Clash. This is actually the first bot out of 5 for SK. Let's see how well Clash actually defend this, and they're looking to see what they can do, continuing to defend this pretty well here. But now this is where the damage is going to start paying off for SK. Look at the damage it's doing so far at D-Man, down to 19%. That is absolutely huge. And we need to get a bulky bot here.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, because Clash is just going to get this back. They're definitely going to get this last bot. There's no doubt about it. So while it's 14%, I wonder if SK are just going to maybe try and go for it themselves. I'm not too sure about this. They're going to have to be massively defensive, because I feel Clash's bot's going to get more.
Something we'll do indeed. It's all about cushioning the blow for SK if they can.
Is Jetten going to try and drop it?
Bot is definitely going to be
Jetten wants to super
difficult.
I think Jetten's looking to try and super onto the Ike. I feel like that's what he was looking for, but he's not getting hit. They're purposely not hitting him because they knew exactly what he wanted to do. He's trying to force them to fight me. Not going to happen. And now they're going to try and keep this one down. It's a lot of damage done on the bot here. I don't think it's going to get enough. That 14% may well hold them out long enough, and it absolutely does. And a really strong defensive performance from SK Gaming on the third bot there. A level 11, I think it was, bot that came out.
And you saw Guille as well, just using Primo Super to destroy the blockade on the right side created by Skyrix, just to try and help the bot, give him a little bit of leadway. But he went around the other side in the end, which was just absolutely typical, just due to the range he was at.
I love this, by the way, there. So you saw Jetten basically elbow dropped onto the Sprout Super. So it immediately got that bot down to obviously break that wall straight out.
Yeah, that's exactly what Guille did as well, right at the very end. But by then, the bot was going all the way round towards the long way, which was just absolutely typical. But yeah, we saw the game plan. It made perfect sense as to why both, and like you rightly said as well, they were actually managing to do that. So this is going to be a second match point now for Clash. Can we actually end it on SK's best mode?
Well, that's it, right? Can they try and do it, or will we see SK taking it the distance? What adjustments will we make? Obviously, we saw the Stew being switched in for the M's for SK in the previous matchup. I think we're probably going to see pretty similar setups once again. I don't think there's going to be anything crazy changing here, but I might be wrong, because these two teams have it absolutely in the bag to totally change the setups, as they have done many times so far in the ESL Mobile Challenge.
Yeah, a lot of mental fortitude between these two players. It definitely takes a lot of stamina out of you, considering how high level the players are from both teams. But do you know what? I'm glad SK came back from that. The fact that they got their first bot out of games, it's not something you normally see every day. I'm not going to lie to you, but you know, at least it shows signs that they're actually coming back from this. But remember, though, this is going to be a second match point for Clash. If they win this, that's going to be the series donezo. But we will have a fifth set later on, possibly if Clash lose this one as well. But it will be one of Clashes, because they favourable modes on the Super Stadium for Brawl Ball afters. But let's see how SK do in this next game. Excited to see how things will pan out, if SK are going to continue to deliver as to why they are one of the best in Siege, and see if they can continue to push it on into the fifth set, possibly.
Well, they're certainly taking their time. Big decisions are being made here. Remember, SK is still facing that match point from Clash here, so they have to make the right calls, the right times. Do they bravely go in with the same setup? Let's find out as the game gets underway. No, the Bull coming out with the Poco as well. And actually, Clash have read in straight into it. They have done the same, but with the Frank as well, instead of the Poco. So the heal in favor of SK. This is going to be wild.
This certainly will indeed. Chaos has already taken way too much damage, and you can see Semantic with the Primo trying to catch up onto Chaos. He was just barely out of range, and that level 4 siege bot for SK, wow, like that's going to be huge for them to start things off, as now Clash are going to have to try and defend this as the best of their ability, trying to get into the Pop's way as much as possible, but still doing a fair amount in here, already down to under 10,000 HP, but will it even be able to tickle the Ike? No, it will not. Fantastic way to start things off for Clash, as well as they do tie the Bolt lead as well.
Doesn't get a hit away. I wonder if I mean, the big thing here, right, is the difference is the extra Frank with the damage as opposed to the heal possibilities from Jet. And at the moment, it's looking like that heal is paying off. We're currently tied in bolts at the moment, so they're waiting for the next one to spawn, of course. We do obviously get that pre-warning, and SK will be getting the next couple of bolts in there, unless Semantic can't return this one. Very tight from going down there. Chaos is going to try and get his in. He will get it, but the siege bot level 5 for SK.
That was super, super close indeed. SK with another bot to their name, pushing all the way north on the side of Clash. Can they defend as well as last time? We'll have to see, as they're doing the best they can. And still, D-Man, no damage done with the second bot. And you've got to remember, Clash have that 3 bolt lead. And even again, at the same time, SK have had some good map control overall. But if SK win this initial engagement, it could be curtains for Clash, depending on the circumstances. Still plenty of bolts left to collect, and Gear has to pull all the way back and steal a 3 bolt deficit as the trades are coming out here.
Chaos just goes down in the end there. Lived with so little health, but now the bolt, oh, they've managed to get the lead. SK here, they're going to get themselves another one as well, so the final siege bot will come out, and it is going to be SK's once again. Now surely this can get the damage down. You can see Chaos and Nan already working down that. Guille takes down Skyrix, who tried to just sneak around the back and get just that 1% on there. Semantic, I was going to say, has to do the elbow on it. That could be the difference. That big elbow comes in, the bot's going to do the work. SK will close out this set. We're going the distance. We're going to Brawl Ball.
Not gonna lie though, that was a little bit sketchy towards the end. I was a bit, I don't know, like how things were panning out there, considering that you saw their Clash actually cushion the blow quite a lot with that next bot as well, making sure SK didn't get too, you know, heavy-handed in terms of the amount of bolts they were collecting. But Clash did have the lead, but the only problem was they just couldn't hold that center half of the map, and you saw it time and time again. But SK, the adaptation from them has been remarkable, and a fantastic way to end that set as well. But you are absolutely right. We'll be going to Super Stadium, it will be Brawl Ball, it will be set 5, and this is exactly what we wanted.
Absolutely, and honestly, watching both of these teams play Brawl Ball is always magnificent, so I'm really excited to see what it's going to take. I was kind of a little sad when I saw that Brawl Ball was like the 5th in the series. I was like, oh, we're not going to make it. But no, here we are. I mean, what an absolute pleasure this has been so far. Super Stadium Brawl Ball. The crowd's going wild outside as well. Because of this, they want to see some Brawl Ball too.
Yeah, I'm sure they are as well. They're watching it out on and off the server, aren't they, D-Man? So
they actually have it in the main square right now. That's what they're watching.
Watching their big screens outside as well, just waiting for the set 5 to start. But on the same note, Brawl Ball, no matter which map it is one of my personal favourites. I loved casting it as well overall, and the fact we get to finish this off in between these 2 heavy hitters as well as a set 5 game, it's just, you know, it's fantastic to see, a pleasure to watch as well. But in terms of the outcome, I have absolutely no idea what could happen. I'll say Clash now has the advantage in terms of what they want to do, but in a lot of the initial engagements in terms of the slaying power of SK, I'm a little bit worried at the same time for Clash.
Yeah, well, I mean, Clash generally are absolutely magnificent on Brawl Ball, but SK are no slouches either. And as we just said, you know, generally, well, so far, I think everyone's kind of won on their own strengths, right? SK we knew was strong on Siege, and they come out and prove that. So by rights, Clash now come out on Brawl Ball and win it.
You'd think so?
I mean, I don't think so at all. I have absolutely no idea. I mean, I think everybody put SK down, right? I think everybody put SK down to win this based off how they'd been like just dispatching with everyone. Despite the fact they dropped a set, they looked phenomenal in all the other parts. And more importantly, with the patch change coming in, they had looked the strongest coming into this series. But clearly Clash stepping it up, especially when Clash were just pushed by Reply Totem a moment ago. Let's see what they're going to bring to the table for this one. anybody's guess what they'll bring into this Brawl Ball. It is going to be once again a Primo in there, as we would expect. There's a Barley for Guille. There's all sorts. Okay, we're on M's. Okay, I expected the double M's. That makes sense. And the B's in there as well.
Oh, Gia getting pretty leery on that left side, being super aggressive with that Barley, just being a real pain in the backside for Semantic. Semantic's actually pushed the ball onto their side because he can't get near Gia at all in the slightest. Does pass it to him without, at the time actually still continuing to take this damage. So I think it's a matter of how Gia is going to make that push for Semantic, but Semantic needs to choose his decision wisely with this Primo. Of course, Guille can't get anywhere near that Primo, or he'll get taken down straight away without a shadow of a doubt. But you can see on the other side, though, Skyrix and Jetin looking to deal with chaos here, just going back and forth, just peeking left and right just to see if it can get any kind of aggression going on, which he has done a little bit. It says tickled Jetin ever so slightly in the right lane, but Skyrix has taken a fair amount of damage as well, and this is going to be Clash's window to push on up.
Trying to get around the side there. Semantic can't really get in close enough. Now he tries to chase down Gears. I mean, none of it. Just runs away. Lobbing bombs at him, and Semantic's been struggling. There's the super onto Semantic, so it's going to force him out. Obviously taking damage. Now, it does actually help him build his super up, taking that damage. So you're kind of doing him a favor throwing that out there. I'm not going to lie. So I'd be a little worried. Don't forget, obviously, the fact that Semantic will have that wall breaker ability with the elbow drop as well to maybe try and bust something open in the defense. But at the moment, 50 seconds in, pretty much a stalemate.
Certainly is indeed. A Semantic, after a minute and a half, was waiting for that opportunity. Doesn't go his way in the end, which you'd hate to see. Skyrix taking a huge amount of damage. Jetin now in that left lane to try and keep Chaos back if he can. Guille finally taken down by Skyrix. Is Semantic pushing up into the center. Chaos and Leonard trying to keep Semantic back as well. Great trade there to Harlan on the pressure. Skyrix as well. Jetin left on 152 HP. Manages to get away for Nano, but Guille again very aggressive with that Barley, and I love to see it, just giving Semantic no room to breathe here.
Both the stickies getting bopped instantly. But no, here we go. This is going to be a massive advantage for Clash now. 7 seconds. They don't even care. They don't even need the overtime. They bang it in with 2 seconds to spare. And Clash take the first game on Brawl Ball.
Fantastic stuff there. I do feel for Semantic just a tad of that Primo. He must have spent, 90% of that game just trying to find an opening. He just couldn't with such an aggressive Barley as well. Not only that, it's very hard to keep that pressure going, but at the same time not be in range of his super or also let him get push up way too far in an aggressive manner you saw in that left lane. But he did such a fantastic job of it. And this is where I question whether a change might be required for the side of SK.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the Primo change possibly is almost certainly going to come. I don't think the Primo worked at all. He just couldn't get close enough. He just simply couldn't get close enough. Now, arguably, the Barley change may also come through as well. Just trying to think where they can go with this. Because, I don't think the Primo works. As much as I love the Primo, I love the elbow drops, it wasn't the case this time around. And he basically was null and void, stuck in the corner.
He certainly was indeed, and that's the thing with the Primo versus Barley matchup. Yeah, Barley has a big advantage, but at the same time, with the Primo, you can make something happen, but you have to be so patient in terms of waiting for that opportunity to be able to take him down in any way. But if he's got support, especially with the support with the rest of the Clash players and his teammates, then yeah, it's literally next to no chances. Chaos was with him, Lenan was actually with him the majority of the time. But let's see what happens in this next matchup here. Guille, actually, funny enough, the player who was actually using the Barley was actually now switched up to the Primo himself there. But Chaos has been taken out, but does get the trade.
And Semantic was on the Primo and he switched to the Barley. But now Lenan, obviously on his Telltale Mortis, is making it work for him. Jet's surely going to get taken down here. But Guille, he can't get quite close enough to punch him. And the Ems just slows him down and backs away. And Guille just in the end punts the ball away in frustration.
Just barely out of range there, as you may have clearly noticed, clear as day. Skyrix now just waiting to see. Oh, just be careful with the Mortis as well. Lenard's going to almost take him down. Yes, he does, but at what cost? Does get traded out by Semantic. And Chaos and Gear just trying to keep Jetin back, but doesn't have the DPS to be able to follow through with it as he just tried to take the shot, but it does not happen. And Jetin does get cleaned up there.
So, the biggest issue is, of course, that GA has, what, 8,500 hit points, 8,400. So, obviously, there is an opportunity for him to just run it in if they can get a pick, which is what he's looking for right now. There goes Lenan. Lenan distracts around the side. In comes Gia. Gia is just going to try and run it through. The pass comes in. Chaos in the end will run it. And Clash will score again. SK up against it. Match point for Clash here.
Yeah, SK now got a minute left to try and tie things up, but not of Leonard just being a real pain with that. Mortis takes down Jeton here, and it could be a second goal, but looks like Leonard's going to be able to push it all the way, and yeah, that will be a second. We'll be able to get it past the goal line, and Leonard will be able to finish things off, and that is going to be Clash taking the series 3-2. That was a fantastic match, nonetheless. Amazing.
If ever there's a time for Lenan to pull out the Mortis, that was it, and it absolutely worked. And you can see the plan throughout the game. Give the ball to Guille, Chaos backs them up, and Lenan is the man that just causes them problems. And Clash pick it up in what is magnificent style. They are now 7-0 at the top of the table. The perfect scoreline for them. Sure, they've now dropped 5 sets, but what do they care when they're yet to lose a game? But don't forget, guys, they're replaying each other on the next play day next week. We're not done here, though. We're going to be moving on to the last 2 matches, because next up is also a banger. It's Exo Free Agents versus SK Gaming. See you in a few.
I'm going to ask you a peculiar question, but has anyone particularly impressed you from the second round of play-ins? Did you watch any of it? And, you know, who's impressed you so far?
I mean, I didn't watch too much, but obviously I picked up on that Tribe finished a flawless season and taking that second ladder first place, which is obviously impressive. Like, even though, like, some teams are supposed to beat other teams, like, how many wins they end up, like 26 or something, like, it's just incredible consistency, and yeah, for sure.
So would you say you're most excited to go up against them to kind of truly test yourself?
Yeah, for sure. Kind of the clash of the 2 ladder champions, of course. We're looking forward to some good matches, yeah.
I think that seeing you, SK Gaming, AC Milan Clash as well face off again in this challenge season is going to be absolutely awesome. So what have you guys been working on the most to improve your game to make sure you're that much better?
I mean, as of recently, like, we've been experimenting with a lot of different bans and such. Like, I'd say in the start of the year, we were kind of predictable with what we ban. So, like, other teams kind of had that advantage over us, that they know what we're going to ban, what we're going to play, so they can kind of take the front seat on making or deciding how the matches play out. But I feel like, as of now, we're just in a very good stage where we're ready to play with a lot of different bans. And yeah, also our gameplay is kind of peaking at the moment, so we're definitely ready to take on some challenges.
Well, it sounds like you're ready and raring to go, and we're all really excited to see you guys compete in the challenge season. So is there anything that you'd like to say to your fans as we progress to the next stage of the ESL Mobile Open?
So to your fans, I would obviously like to thank you. All the support this year has been insane, and I count on you guys. Keep sharing on us, and we'll for sure provide the W for y'all. So yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck.
Thanks.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Joining with me this time round is going to be Ark MND. Man will be replacing me later on for the last series of the night. But we're not that far that's yet, Ark. We've still got a bit of time left to go. We do have the next matchup, which will be Exo versus SK. And again, another testament to see how far Exo can be pushed. Because after what we saw from SK, they're going to be looking for blood. They need to take their anger out on someone, and it looks like it's going to be the likes of Exo, as you can see there. YDE, Cursed, Yoshi, fantastic squad. Every single one of these players got so much individual skill in the balance. And I must say, Cursed looks very hench in that photo. Very hench.
Yeah, I mean, he lets the work out. He keeps in good shape, and he's a very, very good looking guy, yeah. The love Yoshi as well, rocking the Totem Esports jersey as well. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's been a long day today so far, and yeah, you know, we always spoke about Exo free agents. They had a good day yesterday, and no doubt I'm sure they'll have a good day today. But they've got a lot of work to be done. Actually, having said that, they did take a couple of losses yesterday. So not the best of days. Yeah, but they had some good days prior to that. But I mean, SK Gaming, what can you say? I mean, they are now fully warmed up off the back of that Clash game as well. So looking dangerous today.
Do you know what's funny? Curse looks so hench in that photo. I couldn't even see the reply Totem t-shirt then. That was absolutely brilliant. But yeah, you're right. Now let's tap it serious here. We do have SK, Skyrex, Jet, and Samantha. We did see play a phenomenal series against Clash. Only just a few minutes ago, and that is going to be their first loss, sadly, for them. But I think they're going to be all right. They're going to be happy so far. If they win this game as well against Exo, then obviously it's going to almost guarantee themselves a spot in the ESL Mobile Challenge. It just depends on the seeding. But they want to keep up, you know, the representation of SK. They want to show that confidence and the formidable force that SK are with all three of these players. And extremely high level consistency. You have to really take them to the wire to make anything happen. And we do have the mats and bans. We're going to start off with Sneaky Fields, then Bot Drop, feel sorry for Exo already, Hot Potato, Dry Season, and then we do have Split to finish things off. But what do you think of the bans here, Ark?
Interesting with SK banning Byron, and I can't kind of figure out too much as to why. I mean, we haven't seen too much of him all day. He's not the strongest in the meta, but at the same time, I mean, the other side of things from Exo free agents seems a bit more familiar to me. El Primo and Bell. The M's as well, I think, is a good ban from SK. Just still questioning the Byron pick myself, whether there's something behind that in Sneaky Fields or, you know, just Bot Drop maybe. I mean, I don't know. I just can't really see where they're coming from with that one. But at the same time, though, I mean, Hot Potato's one of my favorite maps when it comes to Heist and Dry Season also. I think it's a pretty decent amount of maps already here in terms of their variety. I think we're going to see a quite diverse amount of brawlers coming up.
I like how you said that as well, because one of my favourites. It's one of my favourites as well. But I do have Brawl Ball to start with. It's one of my favourite modes, and it doesn't really matter what map it is to me. But Sneaky Field's definitely a nice little starter here to, get a little bit of a taste of what's to come here in this matchup. One thing I'm very excited about in terms of storylines, not the fact that SK just lost or anything like that, it's the fact that how far can we push Exo here? We saw them get that reverse sweep, which is probably one of the main talking points here against Tribe a few play days ago. And now this is going to be a true testament to what to expect from Cursed and the lads here to see if they can either create another upset, take advantage of the demoralisation from SK after their loss against Clash. But it's very difficult to say that though, isn't it? It's still a David Goliath matchup, even though Exo are still very solid and one of the favourites to make it into the challenge finals. But we'll see how things come here. If they do at least take down SK somehow, some way, in terms of like the chances they have to actually win this matchup, then not only will they switch the leaderboard around quite a lot, but it's going to give an even more of a guaranteed spot and cause more trouble for the other teams going into this. But I'm talking way too much here, Ark. Way too much. Not giving you a chance to speak. So I'm going to let you crack on to start us off with the first game in the first set.
No, all very rare points. I mean, we've got to remind ourselves, SK is sitting now at 15 points following that loss. Exo Free Agents are on 9 points. So, Exo Free Agents have absolutely got to really go off the back of this loss. But at the same time, it doesn't look like the loss has deterred SK because they scored in the first opening 20 seconds. I was just going to say, they've got to really utilize the fact that they're on a low. SK do not look like they're on a low. In fact, this could be a really fast game with another smash from Samantha. Didn't connect, however, but Cursed on his own here. It's going to be all good. It's over in 35 seconds. And now we're going to give you a chance to talk, Lethal.
Yeah, I know. See, that was nice of me, wasn't it? I gave you an entire game and a set. So you can't say I don't do anything for you, can you? What a joke. That was absolutely ridiculous. You saw the first goal, Cursed shaking in his boots from the Frank and just walked straight past him. And then he just did the same thing again. We could go to the replays. Do you know what? I think the replay is going to be shorter than the actual game itself because of the fact that there doesn't be too much to talk about or discuss. Semantic broke through the boxes, no problem, no structure there. They can just dribble it in if they get one team wipe, which is exactly what happened. And yeah, like I said, not too much to dissect, not really too much to talk about. Just SK just came out swinging and said, cheers for the game, boys. I'm out of here.
Dominant. I mean, Frank there just absolutely going to town. Samantha doing a wondrous job on that side of things. And this is the thing with that Ems ban in play. These tanks are now, I think, going to be becoming a bit more of a regular theme here. I was wondering how SK were going to kick off. I was wondering whether they were going to be going a bit more of a slower pace than trying to bring it down a notch, but they did not. Look at Cursed bringing out the Shelly. I mean, he's thinking the same thing I am. He's thinking, without the Ems, what have we got to counter this? And he's going to go in with the Shelly. And I think it's not actually a bad idea. I am, however, disappointed to not see it being PSG Shelly, Cursed. I will hold that against you for sure, but which Shelly will have to do. Yeah,
we certainly will indeed. Skyrex is going to walk straight into YDE there. Skyrex like, I'm not having any of that. I'm going to try and back away as much as I can and try and recover from that last engagement. Cursed is still on his own in that right lane, but Yoshi's now here to support him. YD pushing all the way up here, and it's looking very, very good. Much better than what we saw in that last game. And that will be a first goal. YD just going to slide that in nicely there. Completely different from what we saw in that first game. I feel like that first game didn't even occur in all fairness, in my mindset anyway. And Semantic now going to see if it can break up the more of the structures onto their side, trying to take down Curse. Not going to happen as Skyrex does take down Yoshi. YD just going to be dribbling it on in, and a replica, but on the side of Exo. So good response there, Exo. Good response. Lovely.
Really nice. Really, really nice. I mean, it takes a bold team to pick Shelly up against it, but they saw the signs, and this is something which SK are now going to have to absolutely consider because, a team like Exo Free Agents, they do adapt and they will look for patterns, and they've already clocked onto the same thing that I was mentioning. So, yeah, I mean, now the fact that they've shown that Shelly card, SK have got to take that on board. They're going to have to play this a little bit smarter and not just simply rely on all that HP and tank, and this was a bit of a hill in the background to get them through.
Certainly have done indeed. It's been very weird so far, isn't it, this series? Not really too much to go through. It's just a little bit balmy trying to get my head around it. But I just love how Exo didn't let things get out of hand again. But yeah, the conversation did play a big part. I completely agree with what you said there. And I'm glad that Exo responded, in a real aggressive fashion, just making sure that it didn't give SK any kind of leadway. They didn't really give any advantages to themselves anyway. There wasn't really too much to exploit. Exo just looked really, really solid, and as soon as they got one team up, they were going straight in, and this is how you should normally see it, really. Just take it as it comes. Don't hesitate in any way, and this is what we love to see from the rest of the guys at Exo, especially YD. He wasn't bothered at all with the slides, was he? He was definitely flanking around left, right, and centre, making sure that he will not play around with his food too much to make sure that he eat his vegetables and push on in and get the kills here and there. So looking very good there from YD. I'd like to see more of that, of course, but very interested to find out what these competitions are going to be from both sides, actually, because it's just been weird. Just weird. But let's have a look and see who get into his third game in this first set.
I think some stew may be coming into the mix. Not this time round, but and it's definitely a possibility, in my opinion, like for teams to consider that particular brawler. I mean, SK are going to go in with the Poco Frank, still feeling that they can make it work with a couple of stuns here and there. Curse coming in with the Gene. I think the Exo are going to have a lot of difficulty here, and Semantic already showing why with a smash and a quick pass to the left from Whitey, which might be their saving grace, but Yoshi spawning in, has no ammo, gets the black hole off, but the super shot, oh, a bit of a miss! Gotta be mentioned, a bit of a miss there from Skyx, hits the post. Curse coming in again for another save, but still the pressure is surely going to continue mounting here.
Certainly will indeed, but that's going to be fine. Literally, neither team is having a day off here, Ark, in the slightest. Minute 50 left on the clock, and just absolutely remarkable. The HP definitely doing wonders for SK, but as I say that, look at the trap created from XO, and this is going to be their opportunity. Fantastic team right there. Is Yoshi going to dribble in? No, he will not. He's going to shoot just due to the fact he's just under 3,000 HP. Perfectly understandable, to say the least. And now we're going to find out how SK can try and hold them back here, because it's just been absolutely goal central the last 3 games.
Goodness me, what a triple suck there from Yoshi. He is absolutely popping up, and another double. No, just gonna go with Skyx, goes down himself, Curse for the pull down, Systematic, a nice shadow takedown as well, leaving Jet and all alone. But I've gotta say, like, I looked at the comp at the beginning and thought surely SK can just go with brute force here, but with some of these boxes down and a Spike for good measure, Spike's a brawler which hasn't really been, thriving as of recent time, really. It was a brawler that always was in the meta, but now it's kind of, come away. But another great tank counter, one that I kind of almost forgot about, to be completely honest, because there's so many other brawlers that are kind of in a better spot right now. And look just how swift and quick these takedowns are. Yoshi with another super as well, and Curse surely not far behind.
Certainly not indeed. Jetton just gets cleaned up. Skyvix trying to stay alive for dear life here, and you can see he uses his super, but at what cost? Does get taken down. He's got to deal with the Frank now. But in a 3v1 scenario and the speed you're going at, mate, not going to go too far, as Yoshi does take down Semantic, and already Jetton taken out as well. This is a clear as day opportunity to now try and push it in and get that goal, and Exo will be the one to take this first set. You wouldn't think so, would you, considering what we just saw back in game 1?
This is exactly what I was going to say. Exactly that. And, I mean, it's almost like I didn't expect this to happen. I'll be honest. Like, if I'm looking at face value at the start of each game, I kind of in my mind had a bit of an idea as to who I felt was going to come out on top just based on the comp. So sort of made this work so well. And, if SK are going to continue with this tanky idea, I think they're going to think twice about it. They're going to have to, because, it's clearly not deterring Exo free agents.
It's not at all, and Exo are being truly tested, and they tried the same thing again like the first game, which is, I can see your point, but now what they're going to do going to the second set, already with an early need for Exo, was thinking about SK going to have to take their anger out on someone, but actually Exo are like, oh, no, we will take your advantage of the demoralization from the last series against Clash. So excited to see if Exo can continue this, because we have seen some dodgy things in the past here, Ark. I wouldn't mind a little bit more of that, of course, going into this second set. So I have to see if Exo can continue coming out swinging, because they did in that last set and they managed to recover really well.
Yeah, again, a bit of a rough day. In my head, I thought they did better, but looking back at the scoreline, yeah, it was a rough day for them yesterday. They lost to Reply Totem as well as to others, and they want to bring this back. They've got to bring this back. They're not in a bad place in terms of the leaderboard. I mean, you're sitting at third. I mean, that's all right.
It's all right.
But it would bring them 12 points, only 3 then, 1 win away from being joined with SK if they are to take this loss today. So, I mean, I've got to say, like, this is the time that they've got to nourish and really kind of hammer home the message to SK. If they're going to do it, it's got to be now, really off the back of that defeat, and now off the back of a first set loss. One thing I've got to say though about SK is that they are in no way deterred by pressure. I mean, look at how they performed against Clash. They may have taken the loss, but it wasn't until the very final set. So they are definitely a composed team, and they don't take kind of pressure lightly. They'll be considering their options for sure, but I think staying composed, a very, very key component within their team spirits.
Yeah, they're not bothered. They're very calm and collected, which is perfectly fine, understandable, especially with the wealth of experience and knowledge here from SK. So yeah, they're going to be right. They're going to be perfectly fine. But cursed YDE in the game. We have to see what they could do going into this next set, see if they can continue to pile on the pressure. You've already seen it from Big earlier on, which is a little bit strange to say, but this also replied, Totem take Clash to the distance. Yeah, it's just been incredible. This is what I love about ESL Mobile Challenge so far. Every single day has not been the same. It's always been weird, great, or just unpredictable. This is why I hate having predictions here. YD jumping across to that right lane as Curse take a fair amount of damage himself. Yoshi now looking to try and play a little bit more support for YDE. YDE is so weak, 16 HP, finally gets cleaned up here. And that is going to be the first spot for SK, and didn't expect any less.
Yeah, let's see what they make of this. I mean, Semantic's got jump, so he'll be looking to break the mid very, very early on. If nothing else, if no damage, that's a really important thing to get done quickly. But I don't know what that was, I'll be completely honest. I'm not sure whether he's breaking aside, ready for the next round. Yeah, I guess not really worried about the mid at all, which is a new strategy. I mean, I'm definitely open to it. Obviously, we have something in mind there, if not a misclick, but I don't want to call it as that. I'm sure Semantic's got something up his sleeve here. It's going to allow Jetson to have a bit more control of the right-hand side lane, so that could well be what he's thinking. Whitey goes down on the left, though, 3 versus 1. Yoshi not going to stand much of a chance in this one, and Skyx breaking the left. Look how actually SK have just shaped this entire map right now. With only that last remaining bit of cover, because Skyx running the superiority star power, he can break over that side, and then there's nowhere for Exo to hide behind, except behind, like, the Jesse turret and the Pam healing station.
Yeah, SK is mechanically gifted in so many different ways, and they know that, which is why they're just standing their grounds, keeping that map control for the majority of this matchup. But still, though, don't get me wrong, no damage taken to the Ike. You saw there, the bot didn't even get a jab at it, Ark. Not even one jab there, so at least that's going to be okay. Semantic has taken down Curse just to continue to pile on the pressure. SK are up by 4 bolts already, so this last bot could certainly do them in, especially when they can all literally just jump on it, no problem.
Yeah, Curse really needed to use that pull to get someone into the Ike zone to get a 3 versus 2 and then recycle back to defend this spot, because they're going to have to need that pull. I don't think it's going to stay 100% this time round. SK are going to absolutely commit now. They've got no reason not to. They can go completely on the offense, as that's Jetson going to do that already, and that's a smart thing to do, because it means that Exo have got to be getting some damage on the other side. Yoshi on 73 HP, not going to be able to do it. This is going to be enough for SK to start to bring this one back with a nice amount of damage and a really methodical approach to this game.
And the full thing as well is the fact that at the final moments, even when you take the bot down, you still only got 6 or 7 seconds to work with. So even if all 3 of you try to defend it without taking any jabs in the slightest, there's no way you're going to get to the other side in time. No way. So even with just 2 members left, there's no way you can even stop the bot from even doing any damage to your Ike anyway. So very, very difficult to kind of, in terms of decision maker, what they wanted to do. But after that one initial jump from the Crow, like you already mentioned, that was literally game. That was the game-winning moment there.
Yeah, it's just like a bit of insurance, and it makes absolute sense, because ultimately, you know, it places immediately the pressure to be responded to, and, you know, if you're out of position as so well, like, there's really nothing you can do about that. So I like that strategy as an approach, and it just kind of allowed them to, you know, fully commit and not have to worry about being a potential. You know, we can still see defenses at, you know, just level 10 bots. So, you know, as they were doing pretty nicely prior to that push. I mean, one thing about X was they were defending nicely up until that moment in time. The problem was that Curse needs to really take down someone from SK to then be able to take more control of the mid. They could have got the gem lead back in that final round, but with that, the way that SK was just controlling so well, having broken up the entirety of the map, nothing they could do about it.
Not indeed. I just felt like SK, there was not a single moment I felt like they were out of control in any way. Like, you know, there was just so much to them which really just suffocating their opponents time and time again, and always had that numbers advantage. Even in the stalemate situations, I feel like they're not letting things get out of control, because they're that fundamentally gifted. It's very difficult to say the least how they can try and topple something like that. Just absolute beasts here, because now we're going to watch this second game commence in the second set, as SK looking to tie the series 1-1 in this best of 5. Jetson was thinking about pushing on that, but actually baited them and jumped onto the spring to go to that left lane. But Skyx is taking a fair amount of damage as well, not before YDE does get cleaned up, and the first bot will go in favour of SK.
Yeah, and Yoshi now with the Piper on defense, going to be a difficult thing to do. They really would have preferred to have that first push for themselves, but let's see what can happen here. SK slowly trailing behind it, but not really too worried about it. It seems Curse, they're going to get some damage. Just going to still connect with the Ike, though. Wiley going to place down the healing station just to allow for that. But look at Semantic there with the homemade recipe pickup, and that's going to slow the advance for Exo massively as Yoshi's got to come back into the mix. He missed a couple of homemade recipes at the beginning as well, and already taking another shot. I mean, this is going to be a disaster for Exo. Yoshi needs to start to apply some pressure here, get a couple of takedowns, or this could be a very similar story to the last time we saw this particular matchup.
Yeah, it could be deja vu all over again here as Curse finally gets cleaned up by Semantic there once again. Skyrix takes down Yoshi, and that's going to be the numbers game once again as the bot's going to be heading their way, but they are on the respawn, so they are ready to take this bot down, but not with Semantic taking down Cursed in the process, also taking down YDE. Yoshi is the last person left standing. They're going to take a fair amount of damage here after. We're going to find out exactly what the percentile is going to be, but look at the amount he's done. Still down to 60%. I thought it was going to be a little bit more than that considering the circumstances they were in. Skyrix taking down Curse once again. YDE's going to get cleaned up soon, not before Yoshi does against Semantic. The slaying power on SK in this mode, no matter what map it is, it's just filthy, isn't it, Art? Just absolutely filthy.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting from SK, just precision. But I mean, I've got to say, a kind of sloppy performance from Exo. Yoshi was just like missing every shot by quite a long way. And, you know, without that kind of, it's kind of like Piper in bot drop is a third wheel, unless you're able to really make those moments count. SK aren't even going to push it, Exo aren't even going to defend it. It is what it is, and we're going to be taking that round past then, going in the favor of SK. We are now all tied up.
That's definitely one way to tie things up. I'd love to know how many deaths SK accumulated because it wasn't many. I'm telling you that right now. That was just a flawless victory. And I was saying about this earlier where SK were playing against Clash on the same mode as well. I was just like, doesn't matter what map it is or anything like that. Every single team they play against, apart from Clash, they just can't deal with the pressure and everything in between that SK are doing in order to try and like topple them, because SK improvise so well with their individual skill on top of that. It's just so difficult to even try and comprehend. That's why when I asked that interview question before with one of the players, I think it was Semantic if I remember rightly, asking about why he was so good at Siege, and he kept it it was a very long answer, but very vague at the same time, if that makes sense. He just basically saying he just tries to improvise, and you know, whatever happens really. Like, he didn't really give too much, and I don't want that. I want to know exactly why, but maybe if we do get another interview with SK, I'll ask him again, and I'll keep asking him until he gives me the answer which we actually want. But yeah, again, a flawless victory for SK as they do tie the series up, remember. So Exo did win the first one earlier on, even though SK had a fantastic, well, you could say a dream start nonetheless. But we'll be going into this third set. Very excited to see if Exo can try and bring this back by any way, shape or form, but that is not the sort of way you want to go into this third set, not at all in the slightest. I think it's going to be hot potato for Highstep, I believe.
It is going to be, yeah, and I mean,
one of your favourites.
Cards close to his chest. He's going to, you know, he's going to keep some secrets. But yeah, secrets. I mean, I can see why. I mean, I'll be honest, I've rarely seen that kind of strategy that we saw early on there, breaking up everything. Like, and actually, you know, normally we see that Piper jump in the middle on bot drop here on the defensive, so you can just kind of get shots behind the bot, and anyone that kind of lines up is a just alley shot for yourself. But breaking up in that right side, I've never seen that before, so they obviously practice that in scrims, but definitely very interesting to see how SK did today. But yeah, Heights, top potato, one of my favorites. Want to see some Rico. We are going to see it from Curse. We are going to see it as well from Jetton, so I love already what's going on here. I kind of prefer the Colette and BB myself. Scarx, do not underestimate as BB. I mean, we haven't really seen too much of BB as of recent time. We've seen a few nerfs, but for me, you know, she had a great method with batting stance, and that got nerfed. But Scarx is a very, very accomplished BB, very, very aggressive, very calculated also. But Curse will be the first one to get the damage down, and Yoshi's got turret.
Yeah, she's still playable nonetheless, but we'll see what Skyrix can do here just out of range. YD does manage to take him down. And looking at the percentile, SK are at a disadvantage in terms of losing 21% on their save, but they won't be crying about it at all. Still plenty of time to work with. YD is taking a fair amount of damage. Skyrix trying to dip and weave and trying to decide exactly how he's going to push up into that right lane, but this is the problem. It's going to be very, very tough here for Skyrix. It's just a matter of what, how, and when he wants to try and push on up. And He will need to take a fair amount of damage before he can push into YD, but hasn't really found that opportunity as of yet. Curse pushing all the way towards that left lane. Does a little bit more damage here again, but at a 28% deficit. Oh, actually saying that though, does do a fair amount of damage onto Exo's safe as well. So just a 22% deficit between the two.
Yeah, remember as well that Skarx will be utilizing that bubble as well and be able to get some value at safe distance. As long as it's cycling supers, be able to continue to rain in some damage. That could be crucial. Curse with a nice shutdown though, and popping the gadget there from Skarx. A nice follow-up on Semantic, and the pop of the gadget from Yoshi. Great plays from X. This is much more like what we saw from them in Brawl Ball. Starting to push upon the safe now. Curse looking to line this one up for sure, or go for Skarx into this little box on the left-hand side. Either way, the control is there, and that's something which, to be honest, we're not really seeing as much from this time around from SK.
Certainly not indeed. Skarx pushing all the way in. Let's see how much damage he can do. It's not going to be a huge amount, of course, but at least he's got backup with Jeton as well. 25 seconds to try and deal 27% damage. There we go. That's a good start. Now only an 8% deficit. Looking to try and get more if they can, but one team right will definitely do it here. Kirsten and Yoshi have to pull all the way back. That Colette super is definitely going to help 1 to 1%. And how things got out of control there. Great stuff from SK to bring that back. And I can understand the pick which you were talking about with Skyrix as well in terms of the choice and, you know, the nerf which has occurred. It's just YDE just needs to make sure he's fully aware of that right lane and continues to pile on the pressure, because at some point you give him one, you know, one little opportunity there to push on up onto, then it's pretty much curtains, and you've got to at least do half damage on the Skyrix before you can be able to be in that kind of safe place there.
Yeah, and you know, for me, there was clear signs that Exo were anticipating possibly a tank going with the sticky syrup mixer gadget as opposed to the herbal tonic. So, but you're right. You know, Skarx did close the gap there, and you know, I was saying, you know, mid-sentence that you know SK were not really establishing the control, and then as quickly as I said it, they just went in on the aggressive, and that's something that Exo have got to be cautious of, massively so going into this next game, because like you know, it was pretty much them in the most part throughout that last matchup in the forefront of things, and then as soon as they dropped the ball, they really dropped the ball. And SK are dangerous when you're lying down. They will punish you for it, and that's exactly what they did.
So they did indeed. Let's see if SK can make this a 2-1 series scoreline by taking this second game in the third set. It looks like Skarix isn't going to change, which is fair play to him. I'm going to see what more he could do. He's going to go towards that right lane instead. Last time round, he was playing the same lane, but did switch it up with Jeton a couple of times just to keep them guessing. He's already taken way too much here, but still looking for that first initial kill. But it doesn't matter. Semantic's the one who actually takes down Yoshi, and we'll get the opener. Skyrix finally takes down YDE, and Skyrix is the last man left standing here. So did a little bit, did a small chunk, did 13%, and now is going to be not on his merry way as of yet, but still going to try and be a real pain in the backside to YDE and, of course, the rest of the guys on Exo.
Surprised that Skarx didn't go for more damage then, actually, to be fair. Wasn't greedy, and that's a good sign. He's very patient in his approach, and he is really dominating this right-hand side lane, and the YDE's always on the back foot here. I feel like Exo have got to isolate Skarx, get him taken down, and move quickly onto the next, because he is just absolutely the main driving force at the moment to allow all this backside aggression to come into play. Jeton with the shot, Semantic waiting in the wings as well, and that is it. As quickly as that, SK, when they got the shots on the safe, they just kept rolling them back in again.
I know, it's just, it should be illegal really, shouldn't it? Absurd. SK up 2-1 now in this series after what we saw after that first set. The second set was just a bit of a downer, wasn't it? Let's be real. And that one just made matters even worse here. Is now Exo on breaking point and SK almost getting to match point now. As don't get me wrong, it will go to set number 4. We can see if SK can clean this up in a 3-1 series. Kind of what we predicted. We thought Exo would take at least a set, but don't get me wrong, still got a couple more sets left, potentially depending on if Exo can come out swinging once again, but looking pretty bleak compared to the slaying power of SK.
Yeah, I mean, I know, I've got to say, you know, everyone's got to take Skarx very, very seriously on the BB. He's like, probably in my opinion, one of the best in the world of that particular brawler, and you can see why he's able just to stay on his feet the whole time and close the gap, and it just brings everything else into the mix. But I mean, Bounty up next, dry season, that is a chance for Exo to slow the pace of the game massively and start to play a bit more a bit more to the way that they would probably prefer. SK like to explode on things, and that pays so well in Heist, and we saw that first game of Brawl Ball going very much that same way. I mean, over in a blink of an eye. So Bounty, not so much at all. I mean, that's definitely going to be a different play style for them to adapt to, one of which they're fully able of doing. And again, those brawler choices are going to come in massively into play. I think we might be seeing in the return of some of the tanks.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Like, it's going to be on dry season, and from what we've seen so far from SK, individually they look 10 times better, like massively better in comparison. The Siege game pretty much proved it. That last time round, the synchronization from SK was just remarkable, to say the least. So if we see some kind of mirror matchup, I feel like it will be trouble for Exo, but we'll see how this occurs here. Oh, really, a very, very aggressive push from Exo. I'm glad they went, you know, not with a standard composition, because they would have been in deep trouble anyway. But things were looking good at the start with that aggressive push. But now I've had to try and back away. Curse looking to see there's a window of opportunity for him to push in with that Mortis here, but still just biding his time, just taking his time to see if he can get any additional kills here. Semantic's gonna be able to take down Curse. YD does trade Semantic out, but Skyrix takes down Yoshi at the same time. So this is going to be very interesting as SK are coming up by 2 stars, and Exo still have to blue star to the neck.
Oh, down goes Yoshi as well to extend the lead for SK. The one saving grace was that a couple of those takedowns will mean that the HP buff will not be as much, but there's another takedown, and now SK are just getting their stride with those gene pools so devastating to hand. They can just bring in the big tanky brawlers in as well with a tick head super to hand. There it is again. Yoshi was killed before he even hit the mark. Curse going in. I think he's thinking better of it now. Yeah, but the tick head ain't gonna stop, mate. It's gonna have to be taken down by the help of Whitey. But I do feel like this is the comp that Exo can come back from. It is a big, big gap at the moment, but if they can get a clean wipe, team wipe, then that could go a long way here.
Certainly could. It'll work wonders. It will match things up 11 to 10 if they do get that team wipe without any deaths, but that's not going to help in the slightest. There's 2 of them already been taken down, and Yoshi takes down Semantic, but now they're just sitting there on spawn. But the things are, they've run out of ammo themselves here, and of course, you know, a little bit close range, but it doesn't matter. SK up 19-21 to 5, getting outnumbered, outgunned, you name it. They've done so much damage in comparison. Paul comes in, Skyrix takes down Yoshi just to add salt to the wound. Up by 18 stars here. Curse is going to come in with just for a little bit of giggles here and there you have it. Up by 20 stars. And that's a fantastic way, a fantastic opener for the full set for SK. And now it's going to be match point officially for SK in this series.
I mean, who needs tanks when you got Ruffs? That's the message to take away from that one. At the end of the, there was more HP at the end of that on SK side than there was on Exos. I mean, you know, at the beginning I felt like with a couple of those kills, maybe that may have helped out a little bit to reduce it down a notch, and maybe would have a bit of a miss heal there from White. Not sure whether he actually had it at the time that he needed, or whether the Myers might have been not quite keeping up the action there, as it's quite fast paced. But just, yeah, the synergy just wasn't quite on point there for Exo. A nice idea. I think it was kind of interesting to combine a tank with the Mortis as well as the heal. They could have worked out a different way, but you know, SK just knuckled down. They just stuck together, got the heals in, and got the HP up, and it just works really, really well. I would suggest that maybe Exo go with the same idea going into this next matchup and just mirror match it and see what comes out on top there.
Well, it worked wonders, didn't it? SK pitched a tent, camped, made sure they come their way, and Exo, you know, SK was saying to Exo, single file guys, you know, don't muck around here, just come one at a time, and they did, and it was just brilliant stuff from XA, just taking advantage of that. Yoshi takes down Semantic. They do have a 2-star lead with a blue star to their name as well, and let's see if Yoshi can try and survive in that left lane, as he does manage to pull back here. So Jetton is going to push up a little bit with that tick, has taken a fair amount of damage. He's going to look to try and back away if he can. But this is still advantage for Exo if they want to try and push on in, but still need a lot of caution pushing up in this next engagement. But you've got to remember that they have the 2-star lead. They don't need to excel or overextend in any way, shape or form to, you know, try and push or try and put any pressure onto SK. So they're doing okay so far.
Nice lamp blow out there from Skyrax just to make sure the tick head didn't connect, and that's going to mean that Curse is going to do a bit more to get his super now. Yoshi going to the Sprouts, a smart move. We know what Yoshi can do with that particular brawler. Very comfortable then in his element, and well, that will definitely be something which he'll be able to utilize now. And I do think the Ruff's introduction for Exo was necessary, as we saw that was definitely the game plan for SK. Jetson then closing in, the spawn trap closing in. Skyrax has got pull as well to note. supply drop dropping down to apply to Yoshi there. That would give him a bit more bang for his buck. Semantic looking low. But Exo, yeah, they've got to be very careful to keep this under control, because one slip here and one slip there, and SK will capitalize and take the lead for their own here. So 2 stars for now, but I don't think that's going to stay the same. I think we're going to see a change up. Skarx is on his own, out of position.
Oh, that was a bit close, wasn't it? Oh, just overstayed his welcome ever so slightly. Did manage to pull back, luckily for him, but this is where the final engagement is going to take place. 10 seconds left, 2 stars up. Can SK bring this back? Managed to get down 1, but still needs 1 more kill to the name. Will he be able to take down Yoshi here? Yoshi just mostly gets away. No, he does not actually. The trade comes in, SK up by 1 star, and they will win that set as well as this series. So they had to take out at least 2 of those players. They've done it in clean fashion, I would say. No deaths towards the ends, and good job from SK to win that series 3-1.
I can see White in the bottom right getting out of position, and he's surely going to be taken down. The blue star came into effect, and Yoshi was the person holding it. The ideal person to pull there. Just trying to tank the shot, it's got to be said. And it's the moment here with the pull. It's just a difficult day for Exo, really. I mean, a great start for them, though. I mean, they're off to a flying start. Couldn't have asked for a better start, but SK just remained calm, collected, composed, and just bang, 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 got the job done.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. SK won that the first game in the first set in like record time, and then Exo just saying, get off your high horse, guys, we're going to try and bring this back. They won that first set, and then it went peaked on all the way in another 3 sets. But you could see it clear as day, the difference in the slaying power. It was just absolute madness. But I'm not talking anymore. That's me done for the night, as D-Man Higa do the last series justice here, and we'll be rejoining Arc momentarily for our last series of the day between Big and Exo. Should be an absolute slobber knocker, to say the least, the way Big are playing at the moment. So don't go anywhere, as we're back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is ESL Mobile Challenge. It's been a long night, but we're back for the final series of the night. I'm Lee Deemer Smith, and joining me is Ark once again. And yes, we are moving on to, well, what may be a rebound game for Exo free agents. They are facing off against Big.
Yeah, I mean, Big have been playing really well, though, I've got to say. I'm very, very impressed with how they performed today so far. And I think they're going to come in with a lot of expectations of themselves. We heard obviously earlier on from Nadine as well, so we had a bit of an insight there as to their sort of a mindset going into these matches, and they can do this. So I've got to feel like they could as well. Exo definitely, though, going to be some resistance there for sure. Arguably the more experienced of the teams, but ultimately we've already seen today, that they are on a bit of a losing streak at the moment. They need to turn this one around. This could go, in my opinion, either way at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the way they just kind of played. It wasn't great, whereas Big were pretty good earlier on, managed to get the win over Tribe, and it's such a different thing, right? For me, Big's been like that hit and miss team, and it's kind of like there or thereabouts. They've done well. For example, they lost the Noble Elite and SK Game yesterday, yet today they look brilliant as the Wall Beaters. But we're starting things off on Purple Paradise. Okay. Then we're going over to Gem 4. Some assembly required. Kaboom Canyon. And if we need it, Backyard Bowl.
Okay, the bans too as well. Nanny. I think that's got to be directly associated with Purple Paradise. Bell as well. Yeah. Obviously, that's a pretty common pick, but one that will make a big difference also being out of Purple Paradise. Primo and Sprout as well. I think the Sprout's got to be a direct ban towards Yoshi. Got to be on the minds of Big as to how dominant he can be with that particular fraud. Primo, I think, is just necessary at this point. But Purple Paradise up first. Gem 4 then up for Gem Grab. For Siege, someone's already required. Kaboom Canyon for Heist and Backyard Bowl to finish things off if we go all the way. I'm curious how Purple Paradise is going to play out. I think I'm right in saying that it was Big that came in on Snake Pro with that strategy with the Frank to keep stunning within the spawn line.
Oh, yes.
So
God,
maybe Big might bring in something tanky for this time. I'm not sure.
I mean, that was literally, wasn't that the first game of patch? I think it was, right? That was was that the first game of patch or something like that? When was that? That was Playdate 2, wasn't it? Yeah, it would have been Snake Prairie, but it was still the bounty game, right? Still the same thing. Obviously not quite as open as Purple Paradise, because, well, nothing is, unless we're in overtime and something. But so okay. Whew. I mean, if you think about Purple Paradise, obviously the Nanny going out, the Bell going out, obviously these are pretty much that along with the Piper are pretty much the defaults for Purple Paradise. So definitely going to change things up. As you say, the fact is that there's Primos available, there's no Poco ban, so we could see some sort of Bruiser comp maybe just to switch things up.
I think Piper is definitely going to be a threat if they do go with that kind of idea to consider. I think the safe bet, if you're Big, really, is to Snake Pro. They have the chance to use the bush, so there's that, and on Purple Paradise, nowhere to hide. So I think Gene is always a staple diet. Healing Puff's such a great star power to really hunker down with, and especially with that Bell ban too. You can't utilize that broad. That's one consideration to have. When that's in play as well. With everyone close to Gene, then Bell's gonna thrive and get a lot of value. So definitely, I think some Gene. Max could even be a broader to consider here to go really on the aggressive, but Max Piper would be the safe bet. Obviously, Nanny, so something else to fill in the gaps, or maybe Big will surprise us. We'll have to wait and see. But the game's about to go in, so I would love them to go with a tanky idea. So they're going to bring in
the Brock. Okay. I mean, that makes sense, right? Long range, but yeah, very slow moving missiles. As you say, you've got to be pretty static to get caught out by Brock's missiles on Purple Paradise, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the Incendiary Star Power will provide a little bit of a area control, area denial there. Nice pick up early on. Yoshi goes down. The Max is a good counter to it as well. Obviously, the slower moving projectiles there. Great pull from Lars as well will even things up a little bit. In fact, give us a healthy lead in favor of Big. But Yoshi and Wiley, they're doing a good job to keep in position. Oh, well, look at how Curse came in straight with the speed. Shots from Dean did definitely strike to the heart, leaving him on 120 HP and a further lead extended.
Yeah, so launching in, and I'm just waiting to see someone get launched in and instantly grabbed. Like instant magic hand the second you can see him coming a mile away, and he's gonna stand and stop in the same spot. Dean is hitting the shots. They are backed up into the corner though, 8-1, but they are putting the punish down. Yoshi unable to turn any of these shots into kills. They're not able to get the stars right now. 43 seconds to go. They've got to keep forcing them back, but they've got to get in. It seems every time they get close, they're getting sniped.
Yeah, Dean's connecting with a lot of these shots, and it's kind of like keeping big in the mix, because the aggression and the positioning has been pretty much big in the back spawn. A nice space shifted from, I think they're from Curse, that just about would have probably taken him down too. But Big have been on the back foot in the spawn area the entire time, but Exo are just not getting the finalizing of the kills here. Yoshi's got to stay in the mix. It's very important that he does here to get this pinch off. Big are all in the corner. Speed from Curse will evade the rocket rain. Can they make the final play though?
Well, it has still kept them at bay, but now we see the hit comes in. Lars goes down. There's the magic hand. Is it going to transition? They need one more. 8-7's the score. Not quite enough. Well, Big just about hang on. I thought they were just going to squeeze them in the corner there.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I was wondering whether they were going to get the team wipe in time. I knew it's possible, but yeah, they needed to have just a little bit more time. I think that if they did, that Sugar would have been going down there too. But credit to Big, because they were ultimately in that corner for a lot of the time, and more often than not came out on top. It was that final play there from Exo, which really did go a long way in the dodging there for the pulls and just a bit more of an awareness. They'll lose the first game, but I think they would have definitely taken on some learnings from it, and let's see what they do this time around.
I'm still not sold on the Brock, but you know what? They picked up the win. I would be interested to see if they would change it to something else. I don't know what. I've got another cat. There's another cat just come to say hello. They keep coming. It's like I swear to God, they wait until I'm actually on air and the lights are on me, and they're like, "I'm gonna come and see you."
Hug time.
Anyway,
yeah, I'm with you. I think that the star power is a decent one. Although actually on Purple Paradise, I can actually see why maybe Fourth Rocket would work as well. But I think Brock for me is just one of those brawlers which teams see coming. They're able to juke it easily. And Purple Paradise is a map which has no cover. Like, there's nothing which you can really wedge between someone to force a position. Like, when they've got so much space to maneuver, it's very easy to dodge. Max, on the other hand, a bit different and does provide a team power as well to consider there. So I think so much would benefit everyone. Could go a bit further for Big here, despite the win. Oh, and the Ruffs could be just the brawler for that. In all fairness to them, with the HP there from the Spill promotion, that could be a great choice for them.
Yeah, I like the Ruffs more. Interesting that Curse said, you know what, I kind of like that Brock idea. I'm going to do that myself. Whereas Big obviously didn't like it, and they've switched off it. So we'll see how it works out, of course. As that Brock is slow. That's the thing, right? His rockets are slow. His movement is slow. And again, Nadine just catching him off guard easy.
Good connecting super from Cursed. I think Rocket Fuel connected there as well. I think Brock could be a decent brawler to take down some of the sandbags, and if Big do soak up some of those shots, it could prove a bit of a problem, especially if they get the pinch on. Then Brock can really get a lot of value, but it's an outrange to Ruffs too. It's a takedown of Lars. Curse with the super, but look at that! Oh my goodness me! What a takedown from Yoshi! Right when it mattered most, and a further one to pick up the 8-star lead. Blue Star in the pocket as well. This is much, much better. Those lessons have been learned so far, but will Exo hold on?
Yeah, and I just wonder, have they got the range to try and force Curse back here? You can see they're trying to do it, but Lars can't land the shots, and Yoshi does. Yoshi stepping it up this time around. Obviously, it was all about Nadine in the first game, but Yoshi definitely stepping up. As I say that, commentators Curse hits in, and Nadine does slam 2 home. Straight into Yoshi's side. 7-12, 20 seconds to go. Bigger on the push.
This is what happens. The final one coming in. Sugar's got Paul, saving Grace. Gets a little bit of rockets to the face, though. Eden comes in and goes out as quickly. And Whitey coming in brings the blue star. 5 stars there
too
to
far
close
away.
the gap for Big. Yeah, and the distance too much there. Not enough to do anything about it. So now this is going to be it. The next game is going to determine who takes this first set.
I mean, did we expect anything less tonight for this to go the distance and go all... I wouldn't be surprised if we're in the 5th game of the 5th series, you know, just going the whole distance, just running it all the way. But yeah, that was, I mean, Yoshi was just landing the shots this time around. The pulls were working out for YD, as you see there, executed perfectly there on onto the roughs. And the problem is with the roughs, obviously it does offer you that little bit of cover, but also it's kind of lacking in the range a little bit, especially for Purple Paradise.
Yeah.
Nothing to bounce those shots off. Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Lacking in range, but in the map with no cover, the sandbags do provide some of that. And also, you know, if you place it down fast enough, can, you know, actually be what Gene pulls in instead of yourself. So there are some qualities to it. I think the range being the biggest one as the weakness there. But ultimately, I think that, I mean, I saw in the Twitch chat as well, someone say roughs ain't it. I disagree. I think that the reason why it didn't work is because Big went down early on. You got to remember, the longer you're within that radius for the field promotion, the more HP you're going to gain, and therefore the more shots you can take to close the gap. The problem is if you go down early on, then you're not going to be able to stay alive long enough to get to your maximum HP. And those early pickups were so important. But Big felt like it wasn't the way to go. They're going to match the mirror. And I think that's a safer bet. I think that that is definitely the way to handle this, considering that you know, Brock is coming out as a result of the bounce. He needs to jump. He does so really nicely as well. Yoshi did not get paid up for his troubles.
Yeah, that was close. That was very, very close. Yoshi, once again, doing the work. Lands the shot to Nadine again, but Nadine replies. Definitely focusing on the Yoshi. Now the Curse taking a good old hit for his troubles. And I feel these magic hands could be a massive part of this. You can see YD looking in. Doesn't work out. Nadine does go down still though.
Okay, well, I mean, everyone's being quite cautious of their HP for the most part. Could have had a couple of kills or deaths either side at the moment. But everyone on their feet, utilizing again those magic puffs. Gene, if Gene had been a ban here, there could have been a very, very different playstyle and comp occurring. But for the most part, Whitey closing his range a bit too much for my liking. Got away lightly, I think, all things considered. Oh, Dean going down is a massive play there. I didn't see that one coming, to be honest. I thought Exo were getting into a really perilous position. Look at this, Sugar all alone. The shot's coming in, has to go back. Oh, the homemade recipe and the jump from Yoshi. My goodness me, so much going on there in that interaction, but it paid off for Exo.
Absolutely did, but there's the focus. Nadine gets one more shot into Yoshi, should be it. Does manage to bounce away from it, and in the end, Nadine will go down. So every time you think he's got in there, the answer comes. YDE doing sidestep, sidestep, sidestep. Not this time. Nadine finds him, but 10 seconds and counting. They have to push, they have to go. Yoshi's the target they want to go for. Nadine's going to jump in, but instantly gets shot in the face. And that will be cursed. Cursed, I've said it again, haven't I? I've said it again. Exo free agents taking the game. Damn you, Cursed.
But looking much more convincing that time round. I mean, it genuinely could have gone either way. I think that the first time round, you know, Big really made it work, but the pressure there, some really interesting plays from Exo, some jumping in really deep at the end from Whitey just to bring things back. And Yoshi here, look at this, pop the gadget, jump the shot. Oh, there was a couple of moments like that where she was very close to getting scathed, but you know, those are the moments that really count on Purple Paradise. When it's this close, you've got to really make sure that you're hitting all those buttons when you need to.
Yeah, absolutely paying off. So, first set goes the way of Exo free agents. Gem Grab next, Gem Fort. The newly renamed Gem Fort.
Yeah, I stand corrected from earlier. Yeah,
formerly, the artist formerly known as Ice Fort. Yeah.
Yeah. It took a while to get the name change, even with the grass into play. We were like, why is it still called Ice Fort? Same with when it was GG Mortuary. It was like, why is there a mortuary when there's no mortuary? But yeah, Gem Fort is the new tile. So yeah, I've learned something new today. Keen to see like this moment in time, whether we see Yoshi bring out the Sprout or whether we see them kind of stay with the kind of, well, they can't because of the ban, right? So the targeted ban was on Sprout. So that was a pretty decent play there from Big, in my opinion, because that would have been a great map for it. And as I'm literally talking, I remembered The bands, a reminder, were, Nanny Bell, Sprout, and Al Primos. So, Tara here's the big one for me. I think to consider M still is a brawler which was not banned. It was banned by SK previously, not by Big or Exo free agents. So I got to think that those are the two big ones for me. I think anything else to fill the gap. Oh, Amber actually as well. Now I'm looking at it as well. Yeah. So definitely some heavy hitters here to be utilized. But I don't know. I'm not sure about the tanks for me. I'm not sure here whether they'll bring anything in. And we are going to see that. Oh, Gene as well, of course. Yeah. So this is pretty standard for me so far.
Yeah, I've expected the Tara and, of course, the M's with the Gene. It's almost a default, just the difference being the Amber as well. And speaking of, just got slapped down by the Tara of Nadine. Gems, though, first getting collected by free agents. They will have to abandon the middle now, though. And Yoshi trying to get around the back of them here and actually successfully doing it. But that's risky with the triple gems. Is going to come around, try and throw out the fake, and gonna just get pulled in. That's just such a too risky a play for my liking, and this is looking good for Big, and now it's going to be all on Exo to try and turn this back around.
I don't mind going around in the back, but like, why did he get so close to Sugar? That's an auto-aim pull for me there from Sugar. Like, just and I'm not knocking him for it. I'm saying that's exactly what I would do because you can't miss. You literally
just
can't
tap
miss.
it, yeah.
I mean, Yoshi could have then applied some pressure from below and had a pinch going on to keep everyone under fire and suppressed. But at the same time, some questionable decisions from Exo. Curse getting the gems, though, is going to close the gap a little bit, but Exo needs to get more control over this mid to bring back this game.
Yep, Lars and Sugar now moving in. Nadine back on his feet. Should be able to go in and get their side gem at the least. With 8-3. They're happy to just collect the gem on their side at the moment. I think that should be working for them. They have to deal with YDE at the moment. Nadine getting away with nothing there, but that's fine. Not carrying any gems. They just can't afford to lose him out at the moment as Yoshi's once again on the flank. This is a double flank coming out here, and this is working out well for free agents. They do manage to get the one down, and that gives them that big gem advantage.
This is the moment here. Lars has got pulled out, as has Sugar. That could be really, really crucial. Lars are getting a lot of pressure from Yoshi to pull there from Sugar, connect with Whitey. That's not the person they want. They need to go for Curse, and Yoshi's protecting him with that black hole.
He's down!
Oh, Dean goes down as well. Exo looked comfortable on that countdown, despite a couple of missed plays on the way to getting there, but made it in the end.
Yeah, that was a tight one, though. It definitely all about Exo free agents is flanking pull, the flanking both sides, left and right. They finally push it round and make it work, and that definitely caught them off guard. They didn't back away from it. They didn't respect it. Well, they did respect it. They just didn't do anything about it. They were shrinking back on themselves and just really in the center. I think based on the fact they'd lost quite a few jewels on the left and the right.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of mistakes here and there. I think that, Big had that control early on, and they just failed to kind of hold on to that. If they had done and kept Exo out of things, then it could have been a very, very different story. But, this is where, a team as accomplished as Exo are a dangerous thing. Even with the brawlers that are banned, Yoshi would have definitely liked to have gone Sprout, but they can definitely work around those things. It's not the worst thing in the world for them. And, Big are going to have to get into the middle of the map and hold it better this time round if they're going to be able to get a win back here, because things could be going a different way at the moment. They are one game away from going 2 sets down.
Absolutely. So what will they change? I'm not too sure. I think they're actually going to keep it the same. I don't even think they're going to switch the Amber in there. Maybe the Amber. Maybe bring the Amber in. I don't know. I'm just probably switch the M's for the Amber, I would say, rather than the Tara. I think they'll probably get that.
It's an option to consider, yeah, for sure. I mean, they could go with that, to kind of try to lock down some of the side edges so that they can see when Exo cross over, maybe. That could be an idea for Big if they want to consider it, or go with some big tanky kind of hills.
Ooh, yeah, Piper, okay.
Yeah, I think this playing. Oh, yeah, Piper is an odd one. That could work out, but Dean's going to have to open these side lanes from the fencing quite quickly to give himself a good line of sight here.
Lars has got nowhere to go, getting sandwiched between the two. The Amber coming forward. Now, Sugar does manage to get the trade in the end. Yoshi takes a phase fall, but Nadine trying to land these shots onto Cursed right now. Does finally get one in there, and he's going to try and break away some of this cover.
Good pull from Sugar, connecting nicely. The gems go down. There's one in the pocket for Sugar, but Cursed brings it straight into his. Look at that, the pull and the quick swift takedown as well. Why he's splashing super just to kind of make everyone aware that, you've got to consider me a threat here. Also, the pinch coming in now from Yoshi, the pin drop as well, feeling pretty confident about the situation, but this is not over yet. Sugar now with pull, but Curse was quick to act on it. And Exo looking very good for me at the moment. Last's got his super, but I don't know whether they got the positioning to use it right now.
Yeah, not convinced by the change here. Nadine is landing the shots, and we know he's very good on the Piper, but the fact is, Kirst is doing a great job at avoiding the damage, the mitigation here. So now Nadine has cleared out all the coverage. Okay, so now this is actually good for Big. This is going to work in their favor. The question is, can they get in and get those gems in time, or will Big be able to now turn this around? Because this has suddenly gone in their favor, I feel.
Great chance. Yeah, I mean, they can just keep delaying things ultimately at the same time. Exo are going to be trying to push this mid, and, Yoshi just trying to, like, seek out a bit of a super. Yeah, he's got it now, but the down goes wide on the left from Lars. So now Lars is the problem. Down goes the support from Yond. I mean, Yoshi connects with the super. It's not going to really do much, though. It's still a bit of a way to go as Curse and Whitey get a little bit of an opening now to go forwards, but they can't find Lars. And Sugar finds Whitey. My goodness me, Big can turn this around. RSB connects with Yoshi. A great takedown. Dean is popping off.
Oh, they just got to get one more there. Nadine has to back away, so close to taking Curse at the same time, and they get the 10. This is all worked out in their favor, and it was all about Nadine just removing as many walls and long grass as he could, and now it's working out. Curse going looking for it, wanted to get the hand in there, but not going to get the pull in time. Looking for Sugar, looking for anything, and they are dangerously close, but Nadine once again popping off on the Piper. Maybe it works. Sugar gets YDE done. The countdown is reset, though.
Yeah, this is the thing now. Yoshi, not happy about it at all. Curse has got to heal. He's going to go for the pull on Lars. There's a risky play because he is so low, but gets the takedown. It's not going to make a difference, though, because Dean and Sugar are hunkered down in the spawn. Big did very, very well. They were behind for a long time. They had to gain composure, but when they did, was it exciting to watch.
This night is one that will just never end. It keeps on going back and forth at 9 gems. You thought that free agents had it in the bag, but Big had other ideas, and Nadine makes it work in the end, along with Sugar collecting the gems. And that transition has worked for them, so I guess they're just going to stick with it.
Yeah, I think that, they just got to make sure they can open up the map quickly. And Piper here is an interesting choice, but one that is going to struggle in the early game. So that's the thing that Exo have got to consider now is, like, are Big going to bring that pick in again? If so, brawlers like Rosa could just literally be all over the Piper all day long. And that brings back everyone away from the objective. So I think the question on Exo's mind here is, are Big likely to bring that pick in again, or is it too risky as a brawler to have? And if Big do decide to bring the Piper pick back in, and on their minds, they've got to be like, right, we've got to get super break open the map and really utilize as much as we can that advantage. It might be the safer approach which they adopt to, but I'm not too sure at this point. Big are showing good signs of adaptations, and it's kind of working in these instances.
Yeah, we'll see whether they change it. Of course, there's a multitude of options out there. The ones that they can't go with, the bans that are out there, is Nanny, Sprout, Bell, and Primo, all banned out from this one. I'm thinking my brain, because we have had a couple of people picking banned brawlers throughout, but I'm assuming they're not going to pick those and give a free win like a certain Tribe Gaming did earlier on tonight.
I'll be honest, like watching tournaments, I've never seen so many banned brawlers played over such a short period of time. We had one yesterday, didn't we, with the M's, and today we had 2 more. I mean, it's just like blowing my mind. I rarely ever see it. It's like buses, you wait for a bus, they never come, but then hit them come along at once.
Yeah,
and
it was both
right.
Tom. Tom having a bad night.
Pen and paper, guys. Pen and paper goes a long, long way. Ultimately here, I think that, Exo have got to think back to Purple Paradise and how they played that one out. But I do like the way that Big are keeping Exo free agents on their toes. I mean, on paper, Exo free agents have had more experience. I mean, Wiley's been at World Finals 2 years in a row, Curse as well. And Yoshi this year has really shined to the plate. So if you want to look at it that way, maybe they've got the advantage. But at the moment, the way the Big are playing, I think this could be a much, much closer affair. And Stu is an interesting choice to bring into this mix. I like what I'm seeing from Dean today.
Absolutely. It seems to be working out well for him, but Sugar's the one that's got things started. Nadine coming in now with that Stu. Definitely one that is going to change things up here And it is down to YDE to try and keep them at bay there with the Amber, but they managed to click the 2 gems. Curse comes back in and tries to regain some semblance of control here. Nadine in and out, tries to get the damage, and it buys the time for the Tara around the back to get the card damage down, the splash damage on the 2 of them there. And now Yoshi getting up close and personal. He's going to get doubled up, and he's actually causing a real big problem. Gets the pull, pulls them both down. Brilliant work for him. At the same time, Curse gets the hand down, and now everything goes the way of free agents.
And there we see the black portal there, the shutter going in. That's a really, really great star power to have in the event of an EMS, and we're not going to see that EMS this time round. So, but Yoshi's still going to utilize that to find out where Lars is lying. And oh, he played that a bit too close to the chest, and Lars will pick up 2 gems for sure. Curse is in a very precarious position. Goes down. Lars will pick up Whitey as well. Big turning it around and not getting too greedy, because otherwise Yoshi would have got the upper hand over to Lars. Now, can Yoshi turn his left-hand side back into his favor to get countdown for Exo?
Or you try and explain that to anybody out there playing Pugs right now of why he didn't go and scoop up those gems, didn't get greedy on it. It was clearly the right play, but I think on any day, the vast majority, probably like 95% of the players would have gone to hoover up everything there.
Yeah, absolutely. Lars winning side as well, though. That's going to apply even more pressure. There's 2 gems in the middle. That's going to make it 7 wide. He's too low to really do much here. Shorty goes down immediately, yeah. Sugar a little pop of the lamp blow for the... Oh, but the session in Paul ED will pick him up! Oh, no!
That was absolutely mega. The sad face comes out. You're not going to catch a stew with 10 seconds to go. No way, no how. Big will be closing out this one and equaling up the series. What a piece.
I mean, you know, D-Man, I hope you haven't made any evening plans, not going out to dinner late tonight.
How can we make evening plans? It's 12 o'clock. It's a morning now.
I mean, it was a fantastic pull. I mean, Exo had everything going for them up until that point. It was a close game, but they could have easily gone to countdown themselves. But when it came in, it had to hit the mark when it did. And boy, did it do just that right at the cusp of the range. I mean, Whitey going down there was the first sign of the lamp blow to try to keep Sugar into the mix. But look at that. It was so low, bringing it back for the ED to be able to take care of the rest.
I think he was on like 3 to 5 or 5 hit points or something like that, but still obviously pulled it in for the Stew to manage to land it. So that was just full team play, teamwork, brilliant stuff. You love to see it. Big, honestly. We've been talking about how they have been stepping it up throughout the night. Fantastic work for them. They took down Tribe earlier on today, and they're taking it to free agents, and that will just open up the whole mid-table of this group session.
I think over the weekend I'm going to have to have a big think through these predictions, make a couple of notes, maybe a bar chart or something.
We've all
and
been
kind
off
of like
today.
get my stats on. I've got to get some of these guys involved, I feel, because like they, you know, Mobile Elite yesterday looks like it's going to be big today. Is going to be turning things around. If they keep on this way, I mean, this competition really is going to get very, very interesting. At the moment, there's Exo free agents on 9 points, as well as Tribe, as well as Big, as well as Reply Totem. 4 teams all on the same number of points. So that's a big deal to consider here.
Yeah, because it's all about that 4th place. Well, at the moment, it might be 3rd and 4th place, because obviously we were almost semi-counting on Exo free agents to be taking that 3rd place, but at the moment they are definitely being challenged for that. We're moving on to Siege next. Some assembly required. We've had it a couple of times tonight. The first game of the night, okay, that wasn't Big. Big was the second game of the night. It was Noble Elite Tribe. Obviously, we had this one last out. I don't think we've had it any other time today. No. Oh, tell a lie. Right. Big played it yesterday against Clash, didn't they? Was it? No, against SK, sorry.
Yeah, I think as far as today goes, no, this is the first time, yeah, except for that earlier stage in set 3 on the Tribe game. But yeah, yesterday also as well, towards the end of the day. It's a great map. One of my personal favorites when it comes to Siege. And we saw actually use Tribe utilizing the Rico pick, and none of that going to be seen this time around. Going to be seeing more traditional ideas. Gene for both sides, as we've seen the importance of that particular brawler here. I think that we're going to see that pattern continuing on here. Nadine and Yoshi dancing on the right-hand side, but it's going to be Yoshi to pick up the kill. Will they pick up the push? It looks like they probably will. It was actually Lars going to bank that bolt there, but not before the other bolt is banked in favor of Exo, so the push coming in and Big to defend.
And I'm a big fan of the Carl on this map because obviously you can utilize the fact that you throw that boomerang across multitudes of cover, sort of zip in and out. You can see YDE doing exactly that to amplify my points at the moment and getting a heck of a lot done here. 49% and counting, 40% and done. Finally, YDE goes down and they've already built the bolts up as well. So great start from Exo free agents.
Yeah, you're just going to bank a bolt there as well. One in the pocket, another one picked up the map. That's going to be 3 added on to the score of Exo. Whitey's pulled in with a really nice connection there from Sugar, but I think already, Exo have been doing work on the bolts. Yoshi's got a 4th and now a 5th on the map as well. Bit of speed with the dash in as well for supporting Cursed as well. If Whitey goes in again and gets a couple of shots, this one's going to be all over.
Well, Big were trying to make sure they got some bolts back because they knew they had to defend here. They were making sure they got some bolts so they could quickly try and get that final bot out, but I'm not too sure. Sugar with the pull drags the bot all the way over to the right-hand side. It will delay it a little bit, but I'm still going to hammer it down. 15, 12, 10. Almost done and does it 10%. They might be tempted to go for it themselves here, but now the final bot's going to be coming. It is likely to be in the hands of Big, but they need a 90% chunk from this bot.
Yeah, I was surprised that Whitey didn't use the flying hook to get out when the Gene hand pulled the bot, actually. But either way, let's see how this one goes. Whitey banked one there, another one in the pocket. It's going to be very tight. 5 seconds for Whitey's got one last banked. Here's, it's going to be a close one. Big in a push.
Just sneaks the last in the end there, making it the 7, so close to tie, but now they have to defend this one. Bigger got to push. They need 90% of this bot. The bot down to half health already. Now it's going to get pulled away as well. That's surely going to delay things. They are going to get the damage down. 53, 40, 33. It's going down quickly. Is it going to be enough? They need one more hit. 1 second. Oh, they stole it. They got it in the last second. Can you believe it? Big come out on top.
2%. Ems is a really dangerous brawler on your Ike. I mean, you see there how important it was for all 3 members of Big to stay in the mix there. Such an important moment early on here. There was a 60% lead for Exo free agents. And there you see just a little bit more there for the final push. But I kind of wondered why they didn't flying hook out of that zone to not go down and be able to come back in for more damage than here. And that was the moment there on that right-hand side. Just a little bit. Goes a long, long way.
Just the M's cloud emanating over it and just ticking down those last... Oh, man, you got to be kicking yourself. And you lose it in the last second. Just like that. It is painful. Right, okay, let's start considering brawler changes. We know Rico can be strong on this map. That's a possibility. We've also seen, if I'm not mistaken, this was the map that SK against Big pulled out the full brawler comp almost in there as well. Obviously, Primo is banned out. The likelihood of Frank or something like that is definitely doable.
Yeah, I was literally going to say the same. Frank here is a really viable brawler. We saw Curse actually bring him out yesterday. We were like, whoa! Kind of surprised because we haven't really seen Curse go to that particular brawler despite being really, really skilled with it. On their toes and collecting those, that's really all you need. You haven't got to necessarily do much more than that. It's more of a defensive and offensive capabilities to apply for your teammates to stay up and running. Ultimately, that's the way you want to go with that. I just don't know whether we'll see it. I think teams might play it safe,
I feel like I need to just freeze frame my face just to keep with you. I can still hear you, Ark. It's all right. You froze a little bit here on the main play. You got a frozen face right now. I love it. I love it. I hear you perfectly well. That's great. I suggest you refresh your call and maybe get that going and we can sort that out because now you're giving me such a stern look. I'm a little concerned about what is happening.
I didn't realize it so well. I was like, I kind of always shook myself as well in the process. But yeah, I think teams might play it safe. I think Rico is an option here. We saw Tribe utilize yesterday. That's my personal favorite here. I think that can apply a lot of pressure. But Tank's an option for sure. But there's nothing wrong with a Stu. There's nothing wrong with a Gene. They're all kind of good pairs of hands. No pun intended for the Gene there. But I think that might be the way that these teams go again and just go with the mirror.
Well, I think, ladies and gentlemen, if you check the VOD, you might be able to get a frozen arc as your phone background. It's totally possible to do. Let's get into the game here. We didn't mention the fact that Surge was obviously in there, was banned out in the last game, I believe, but it's obviously available. There's the Ricos we were discussing, the double Carls this time around as well.
I mean, I didn't think of the Surge. I think Casey might have been playing that earlier as well on this particular map, and it's definitely an interesting one. But I think that it execute the pressure up and keeps Sugar's stacks low, then he's going to struggle. He's got speed at the moment, so let's see whether he can gain up to the next one and then the next one after that. If he does, that will give him more range and be able to utilize a lot of that, and that's a way to go there. But I've got a feeling he's going to go down there. Yeah, Curse was quick to spot that as well, and that's a really solid amount of control from Exo. Curse can get those 2 bolts as well. Back one on the oh no, I stand corrected. Eat my words. Kiss taking down Vadim, but why would put them in his pocket?
Well, bolt's definitely going to be in Exo's advantage. Oh, can they try and turn this one around? 6-3. Bot will come out. There we go. So they will have once again the second attack here, but oh, just a brief pause there for both of us, but we are all good. Lars, those going to get taken down. I'll tell you what, if the big get wiped out here, this could be the end of the round already.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Exo are still all on their feet here, and that's a really good sign, but can they get the takedowns they need? 1% is all it's going to be. Oh my goodness me, Big. I've got a mountain to climb, but if they can bring this back, 1% is all that Exo need. Oh, they got to defend for their lives now.
I mean, they did it on 10% last time, so I guess Exo are just like, yeah, not this time. YD just goes on through. And we go the distance again, Ark. We go the distance again. This one's going to run and run. 1 a.m. finish. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all set for it. I'm going to get my matchsticks in my eyes and keep those lids open. Yeah, I mean, I like the way that, Exo had learned from that mistake previously and just, went in to finish the job and they committed enough to be able to do so. I think the Surge pick was risky, actually, by Big in that respect there. It didn't really kind of pay off for them too much. And, yeah, I think, Curse was very aware to the idea of just keeping those stacks suppressed. Yeah, I mean, Big, they've done some good things today. I still think there's still some fuel left in the tank here. It's a close one. A few blunders here, largely kind of around the brawlers that they're choosing more than anything else, not their skill. And that's a really important consideration here. If they get some of those brawler picks right and even get a strong counter comp against Exo, then I think we might have a really interesting match on our hands still.
Yeah, we'll see what they change. They're definitely going to change something out there. I mean, while they did bring the Rico, I'm not too sure what effect use it had. They were basically just lost. They just didn't have any control of that middle area, so they completely lost control. They need to get something in there, something going. They tried to mirror the Carl, that didn't really work out for them. So maybe adjust that one. Maybe go back over to. Did they keep the Gene? I didn't actually notice whether they kept the Gene. There was so much happening in that game, but maybe keep the Gene going. Yeah, they did. They did have the game. Sides. No, I was thinking whether Big had it. I think they both had it. Yeah. So maybe I don't know. We were talking about the Frank earlier before, right? But I'm not sure the Frank's going to work now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one to call. I mean, Carl is always a great brawler to go in for the bowl. And the thing that White is utilizing really, really nicely is the fact that he's not just using it to get the bolts and to dash around the map. He's using it really, really well on the offense as well. And, finding those little moments where he can just go from the side while support does this thing and just be a great distraction in that respect. I think Big should consider bringing in that Carl again, but just they got to play it better. Whitey's really popping off at the moment with it. Curse as well with the Gene. So, getting this build. Oh,
Frank.
Here we go. Frank and Bull. No Poco, though, but I don't mind that because the Magic Puffs will do a similar effect. But let's see whether she can keep Lars on his toes. Yoshi can dance around. There's no knockback now since the patch, though. It's got to be said. He will be stashed away from the hammer.
Well, Nidine goes in, does manage to get the kill onto Curse, but Yoshi's doing a fantastic job. And, well, for Lars, he kind of wants to keep the cover as long as possible. But there's the pull onto YDE, and that's what we were expecting. So Sugar makes that one work, but the bolts are still going over to Curse.
Yeah, Yoshi going to dash away again. And this is the thing that Lars might want to... He's going to struggle here against Yoshi. Yoshi's showing great awareness to his range here. Might be better going for Whitey there as well, but yeah, it's not really paying off so far. I mean, eight bolts, rather, in the bank of Exo free agents, and surely another push coming in off the back of that. Yeah, big on it. The map's completely open now as well for the most part. So nowhere that Lars can even hide behind.
Yeah, 10-6. They've got this next one. And now Nadine's back in business. He's got to try and get in there. The ball and the Lars, the focus. Whitey is going to be the one they try and go for. The pull comes out from Curse, and he just locks Lars down like that. And it's perfect timing because now out comes a level 12 bot. It's going to get a lot of damage down here. You can see they're going to struggle to slow this one down. It's going to get some serious punches and bunches onto that Ike. Now they finally will finish it off, 68%, but they need to get some serious bolts here because obviously Big's still holding those 7.
Yeah, Big need a pull from Sugar, but Curse is the one to get Dean. Can Sugar bring in anyone? I think Whitey goes down there on the left-hand side. Lars connects, finally able to do something with it. It's the chance for Big to make the comeback. Have they got enough bolts to do it? That's going to be the question. Yoshi going to bank on the right, but Big are extending their lead. They got to get a push, and they got to get it now.
Nadine holding that bolt, needs to get it back to the base. There we go, 11-6. This is looking great for them. So the big attack coming out now. 11-11. Let's see what they can back this up. Look at Lars. Lars is waiting. Now he's going to try and walk in. Oh, what a great little pull there from Curse to try and delay it as long as possible. Sugar will do the same. He manages to finish him off around the side there. 63% is all they're chasing, and they're absolutely going to get it done. 17,000 hit points. Lars absolutely smashing it. That is simply job done before the time even runs down.
I'm impressed. I'm going to say it. Straight up impressed. Going into that third round, it looked like it was not going to happen for Big. They had Frank, they had Ball, and they had to make a play. They had to get back into the thick of it after that defense. I mean, Frank's great on defense, but you really want him on the offense. But they had to get and maintain the mid-control to really assert themselves and get the push. I just didn't see it coming. And Big played it so well.
Yeah, so Big now 2-1 up in sets. And we move on to Kaboom Canyon, which is a fantastic heist map. I absolutely love Kaboom Canyon, probably one of my favorite ones. So I'm interested to see how this is going to play out. We had it obviously in the SK Clash game earlier on tonight, which was an absolute epic. If you missed out on that one, I highly recommend watching the VOD. If you don't want spoilers for scores. So it was a brilliant game, went the distance. That's what I love to see. This one looks like it's going the distance as well. You know, I don't think we've had a 3-0 tonight, have we? I think they've all gone at least to the 4th set.
I think you could well be right.
Yeah, no, we haven't. 1-3,
right.
3-1, 1-3, 3-2,
Yeah.
2-3,
Yeah.
1-3. Yeah, it's been a long night.
Yesterday. We had a lot of 3-0s yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was quick. Yeah.
And teams today just like keeping us up and keeping us active until the very, very end. I mean, I'm pleased with that. I like to see games go the whole way. I wonder, though, whether we might see Big try to wrap this up quickly. The Byron coming out with the Byron collect. But, I mean, I've got to say, recently, hasn't proved as successful as it used to be. So let's see whether Exo will make it work. I do like B here, and Crow is a go-to. And Dean, he's been dangerous on Piper today. We saw him bringing out on Gemfort of all maps. So, I mean, you know, in that respect, I kind of worry that if Dean can make this work, then this middle area of the map could be taken back quite quickly here.
Well, Yoshi is going to at least get the damage down to try and start things off. Just obviously make sure there's no stalemate going to happen. That's the bonus that Colette brings to the table. We're going to get Lars down here. It's going to be a simple trade back and forward. At the same time, Nadine goes aggressive and tries to put the damage down on to Curse. Not going to work out. I should point out, guys, by the way, while we've had fantastic matches tonight, we're going to have the same all over again next Tuesday, so be sure to tune in for that. Obviously, it's going to be the revenge matches effectively as we hit the halfway point just after this game. Nadine's going to clear out that cover. That just buys time for Curse to get the shots onto the safe, and in goes Whitey.
Well, good start then, but if Yoshi goes down here, you see the effectiveness of the heals there, though, still raining in. Let's see, Dean going to pop the homemade recipe. Does not connect with it, however. The mid-control will be in Big's favor. They've got to get some damage, and Sugar's going to think about it on the left-hand side. Nice connecting shots from Lars as well to take down the Yoshi. Sugar going to jump in. No, going to stay back a little bit here and just play the slow game out. Curse gonna go in from the aggression, doesn't connect, could have gone for the heals, but went for the aggression, didn't pay off. But this should be a chance here for Exo to push around these sides. Whitey's on full health here. But at the moment, if they can get a couple of kills here and there, they'll be able to get the damage they need. But 35 seconds approaching, not much time to do it.
Yeah, this is looking pretty much in the bag at the moment for free agents. As I say that, Yoshi does get picked off by Nadine. Finally starts to land those shots. Lands another one onto Curse. That was magnificent shot now. And needs to get the shots away, but neither of those shots landed. 20 seconds and counting. No hit points for Nadine. It's going to be down to Lars and Sugar, who really don't have any hit points either. So Nadine has to land some quick shots. Does a sidestep. YDE. Oh, not going to be able to land the second shot there. Looking towards it, and look at that. Yoshi comes in to try and finish the job. Just goes ultra aggressive. Now the craziness begins. YDE gets on the back line, and it will be enough for Exo free agents to pick it up. The damage done early was absolutely necessary because they started to lose out towards the end there.
Yeah, it was one of the game modes that kind of lended itself well to some of the sort of situation that they're facing right now. They're able to just keep, if they get that early lead, they can just hold the defense, and as long as they do hold that defense, it will kind of go in their favor. But Big now a bit of an idea as to how to respond. I think that if they're going to play Colette and Byron, you kind of got to go with the same yourselves. I feel like. But it has been beaten. Has been beaten recently, so I'm kind of coming away from the idea a little bit. Before, in previous methods, it was just like, you've got to play that or you're going to lose. Now, there is definitely a little bit of maneuvering there. We didn't really see kind of Dean get into his stride, into his element in that game. I feel like if he does, then that might be a bit of a game changer as well to consider. But Big have got the lead. They want to hold on to that lead, and I think that Exo at the minute are in a good spot to take this all the way.
Yeah, the biggest difference for this game when it was SK Clash was the Nanny, of course. Nanny being banned out in this game as well, in this series, is going to be a big part of it. The Sprout, Bell, Primo also taken away from that, which is why we're not seeing the Piper Bell combos in there as well. Let's have a look what they're going to bring to the table as this game gets back underway. Pretty much the same, isn't it? Yeah, same for Big and same for free agents. Okay.
Or never miss homemade recipe there from Dean. Let's see what will happen here as Lars connects with Yoshi. He'll sprint in from Cursor, will keep him really connected in that middle part of the map. He's probably a couple of shots away from his super now as well. And if he advances on the mid, he'll start to show the first sign of damage. Sugar knows that. Connects. Slow down for the slowing toxin gadget. And yeah, Curse wasn't available to heal. Not back from Lars. So chance for Big to push forwards. And they've got to do so aggressively because they didn't really see too much of that last time round. They've got to get their hands dirty now.
Oh, how is Curse allowed to walk out of that one? And he gets Lars down as well. Nadine forced to back away here, and that's going to buy the time for Yoshi to go in and get that little bit of damage down onto the safe, and that's what it's all about right now. Nadine, really low on health, is going to get sniped out there. YDE takes Sugar down at the same time, and this is problematic for Big now. They got YDE on the Crow on the left-hand side, and this is what it was all about in the Clash game. Obviously, it was where the Nanny works out, just about range for him to get those Crow feathers into the side of the safe. We do look like we're going to try and have the same. Lars was attempting to do the same, but it got picked off as he tried to move up on the right side. Ooh, the snipe.
Yeah.
A minute to go. There's time.
There is time, and Dean is slowly healing up as well with no heals from Curse. Yoshi is quick to go, and that's the thing. This is the weakness of the Exo comp, really. They can focus on the Byron, but Lars going down is not going to finish from the right-hand side, that's for sure. This just as quickly as that going to turn back in favor of Exo if they stay on their feet now with Cursed available to heal up the squad, but he goes down, Wiley goes in, and that's a really good counter. Sometimes the best defense is a strong offense.
Although
Wiley just went in. But yeah, that's the thing now. Wiley wants to stay in the mix, but Lars is going to hold back here to stay around for it.
Dean was trying to go forward. Now, 29 seconds. They have to land one of those big shots. And at the moment, all Dean is doing is removing his own cover, removing his own problems. And it's the shots that are not landing. Nadine down to 100 health. Nadine goes aggressive, gets YDE. Yoshi will come in onto him. Curse survives on the back and takes down the Crow as well. And that's surely enough here. Lars is going to try and get around the back. He needs to get a little bit of damage done, and he's going to get the time. You can see they're going to try and push in and get the damage down. 49%. It's all on Yoshi. He gets it done. And Exo will close this one out and take it to a fifth set. 2-2.
I mean, we called it, didn't we? We thought it might go all the way, and we are going to go all the way today. with our final matchup. This one, again, gotta be, going back to some ideas again from Exo, that memory they must have still with Tribe going back to that 5th and final set. The only other team that I think is kind of taken them to the 5th and final set so far. So they're going to bring out the big dogs going into Backyard Bowl for Brawl Ball, and just get the job done there. Big, have shown a lot of ranged brawlers and utilized them well, but they didn't do so in Heist. Maybe Backyard Bowl is that open map to be able to do just that. Time will tell. But this one is a very, very close one, must be said.
It really is. I mean, we were talking about the inconsistencies of teams earlier on, and Nadine was one of those players we were talking to, because the fact is, they got 3-0 swept by Noble Elite yesterday, and now here they are against Exo Free Agents going the distance in the 5th set. It really is inconsistent.
Yeah, very true. A very, very great observation there as well. And, it was great to kind of hear from him directly about that. And I've got to say, teams like Exo are not easy teams to beat, to even get to the 5th and final set. So, let's see. I mean, there's a lot of space to maneuver here. We saw as well, back in Paradise, plays that in Paradise, it's long range is a good thing for Big. It's just about it being the right game mode for Big. So it's about whether Brawl Ball is going to be the right fit for them.
Yeah, well, they are up against Exo Free Agents, who are pretty darn good on Brawl Ball. Just to remind you guys, bands-wise, Nanny, Sprout, Bell, and Primo. So obviously we saw Sprout a few times earlier on, and certainly Primo obviously here as we go on to, it's Backyard Bowl, isn't it? Backyard Brawl. I think so, yes, Backyard Brawl. For obviously Brawl Ball, which is actually possibly my favorite mode to commentate, not to play. I would say everybody's a fan of gem grab, right? To play, then it's because that's where you start. So it's where everybody's happy. But I do love me some football. So I'm all about my Brawl Ball.
Yeah, it's so fast-paced, especially since the patch and the update. And, we're not seeing as many draws either, which is kind of interesting to note. Just like we sort of have sometimes the rematch, but as a result of those respawning ins, definitely it's mixed things up a little bit there. But I think B would be a good shout for me. I don't know whether we're going to see any tanks here. Primo would be really the only one to consider, because you can really close that gap. I don't know, it'd be a bit of a risk. We have seen a little bit of ball from both sides today. I don't know. I think the long range approach is the safest one, and putting some consideration there might go a long way.
Yeah, we also saw the bruisers coming out obviously earlier on as well. Hell, we've seen all sorts, to be fair, on Brawl Ball. We've seen some pretty wild Brawl Ball so far. Let's have a look. Let's get it on the screen. Let's see where we're going to go with this one. Actually staying the same. So okay, so the G, the Crow, and the B for Big. The Stew. That is, I'm trying to see what's in there. There's a Crow, I can see that, and it is the Gene as well for Exo Free Agents.
Yeah, and I think this is the way to go. I think that having the safe idea in mind, B is obviously just a heavy hitter really, and Gene can pull you in and really make you suffer. Everyone's spinning because they know they've got the same ideas in mind. Stu, I think for Yoshi is going to be an interesting one to have. Arguably one of the strongest brawlers in Brawl Ball to have on your team. So at the moment, both teams are just trying to earn their supers, and both teams are being stubborn about giving it against the other team. No one wants to give them the advantage here. Let's go for a while.
Yeah, there's not really anyone connecting. Just go. Just the smiley face comes out from Kirst. Yeah, nobody connected, so this is just simply staring at one another at the moment. This is a bit of a stalemate, and that's the problem when obviously this map has such a range that it does kind of stay like this, and it almost promotes this style of play.
Yeah, someone needs to Tina again with the thumbs down. Both teams, I mean, this is what happens in the 5th and final set, if you've got that kind of comp, that's kind of meant for overtime, Dean is going to thrive for sure, and Yoshi also, if you can get that super. Do you know what? I've never actually seen a game of Brawl Ball Beast this passive. You've seen it in some of the other titles, and you get these stalemate occurs, and you see in Clash Royale as well, with the cars and just that elixir burn that you see. Don't often see this in Brawl. We see it a lot on Snake Prairie, actually. That was one map where we did see it. Now we're going to see a little bit moving forwards, making the first play. The slowing toxin there, ready for Curse on the plate there. The lamp blower as well for the pickup, Yoshi. Everyone getting into the mix except for those that are
He's
down.
so slow.
Slowing Totem as well. Cass gets ball from Sugar. That'll be the biggest play so far. They've got to get this ball clear.
Yeah, the Toxin paying dividends there because Yoshi on Stu, that's the exact person they were looking to try and just run it in and get that goal just before the timer ran down. Not going to happen though. So overtime it is. Now everything pulls away. I got to be honest, Big at the moment, they're one player down. This is where the pressure could come onto them. They are going to get the respawn back in there now. Now they do land it. That's a big hit onto Yoshi there. I think it was Lars and Nadine combined there with the B, managing to hit that Stu hard.
On the pull, wide a bit. It's not going to do much. The healing puff still there. Yoshi trying to. Oh my goodness, we danced around this, but the pull from Sugar to shut it down. That should be enough to survive a little bit longer in, but they want more. They're thirsty for it, and they know that they can get to match point if they can just get the pressure into play here. Kirsty's got a saving grace pull ready to hand, but he's got to hit it to make it count.
Yoshi back in there. Manages to get super down, but it's not enough for him. Nadine does land the shot there. Now the ball forward, 15 seconds and counting. They need to get another pick. There's the pass. It goes into YDE. Punts it in the corner. The respawn comes back out from Yoshi. He's got a pass. Shoot Nadine into Sugar. And he will score for Big in a clutch play there. If you missed it earlier on, we had it in overtime. Pause on the line. I, for a moment, thought we might be going the same.
Great footwork, wasn't it? I mean, to get that ball through the time and the pressure of the situation, there was not much time to make it work. Oh my goodness me, Big did really well. Look at this. That was a great little interception
10,
there from Wiley.
9,
But
8.
then to get this through, Yoshi did well as well, to be fair. But then getting that part through there was the most important play of that game. And now Big are on match point again against Exo.
Ooh, this is going to shake things up all over the rankings. I mean, right now, EXO are sitting on, I think, 303. They got Tribe on 304, Big are on 303. So this would actually put Big into third place, which is massive for them. Reply Totem also on 304, the same as Tribe, by the way. All separated, obviously, by what sets they've won and lost. But this would be a huge performance for Big here against Exo Free Agents. A big shocker, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, it would be if Exo do lose his next game, a 4-loss win streak, or 4-loss lose streaks rather, sorry. That's going to pack a sting. That's going to be a tough thing to recover from. The minute they're in a great spot sitting on the leaderboard in third, if they take this loss, they are not going to be in that position by the end of today.
Well, here we go. Let's get things underway. Can we see another big performance coming out, taking this series 3-2, or will this changeover pay off as Kirst goes looking, goes angry, goes hungry, but doesn't work out? We were talking about the 8-bit earlier on. They're going to get the pass over to Yoshi. Yoshi gets the dash away from Lars and puts it over the line. Brilliant play from Yoshi.
I gotta say, this is exactly what Exo need to do to put that early pressure on. It's something which they've done in Heist, and it worked out well. Now, utilizing the same idea, we're bringing in the Byron into Backyard Ball. I mean, for me, I think this is a bit of an old school comp. Combining Byron with the 8-bit is something that I've not seen for the longest time. I mean, but they actually are making this work for the most part. But now look at Big in the positioning, bringing out the turret there for the pull. It's not the worst of ideas. And let's see whether Big can make this one count with the slowdown coming in. Yoshi is going to bear the front of it. Can they get the takedown? Doesn't seem the hills from Curse right now coming in. Everyone's staying on their feet. And Curse is not even shooting anyone on Big. He's just spending his entire time healing up his teammate.
YDE just keeping everyone alive. You love to see it. Yoshi tries to go in once again. Not going to work out. Now Big within the attack. Nadine has to get the pass in. Lars into the box. And that's a goal. With a minute to go, this one's going the distance, boys.
Oh, my word. What a great time to reply, because with 1 minute remaining, if it does go to overtime, it gives them the chance to get in position to when the boxes go down. Let's see which team it is to make the first kill, because that could determine as the clock draws nearer. There's that same strategy again from Sugar, bringing in the turret and taking down the cover in the process. Not the worst of ideas, because eventually there's not going to be a cover left behind. Let's see Yoshi behind the wall. And surely going to go in now on the aggressive and gets a couple of shots for his trouble. Pressure on Lars then. And Sugar's going to have to be there for the healing pass to keep him in the mix.
YD keeping them heals onto Yoshi. Oh, Yoshi catches Lars off guard. That could be the start of something here as they go looking for Sugar. 16 seconds to go. Yoshi gets the kill onto Sugar as well. They just need to get the pass across there. Lars is going to get the respawn. They're going to get him fully healed up, pick the ball off. YD needs to get the pass into Yoshi, or is Yoshi just going to try and run it himself? 4 seconds to counter. They're waiting for that overtime shot to come through. Now they go for it. On to Sugar. Sugar's the focus target. They're forced back behind the goal. Yoshi's going to keep the pressure on. Kurt's going to keep the pressure on. YD with a pass. Yoshi looks for the goal and scores! And we go the distance. Did we expect anything less in the final game? We go all the way to the third game in the final 5th set. Incredible stuff.
My word. Match point, match point. I think this is surely going to have been the most sets played out of the play days so far. Because honestly, teams today have been really going the distance. I mean, it's what we love to see. Now, the question is, will it be big or will it be EXO free agents to win today on a high? I think it's safe to say that, for EXO free agents, it would probably be a much worse position to find themselves in. 4 losses in a row could be a difficult thing to come back from. Big want to end today on a high. They're going to be fighting for this one.
To answer your question in chat, maybe Overgrowth Sprout could do some work here. Well, he could, but he's banned. Him and Nani were banned out by Big. Bell and Primo were banned out by free agents, which is why we're obviously not seeing that Sprout out there. I think it was the SK Clash game we had the double Sprout setup as well in the Brawl Ball. So yes, I agree, it could, but unfortunately not available. Let's see what they're going to do. Hopefully they don't bring any banned brawlers out. Oh no, it's the Frank Bull. And is that the Primo? Yes, it is. Sorry, not the Primo, the Poco up against the 8-bit. So free agents stay the same, but Big are going smashing.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this as an idea.
He's just going to walk it in. Oh, no.
I think EXO forgot about it. I think they might have forgotten about the prospect of bringing it in. I mean, Poco's not banned, so ultimately you can just walk it through. EXO are going to have to think on their toes now. They've got a lot of time because that goes the first one. Neither going for in the middle. Last got a bit of an opening. Oh, he scores! Big take down the Giants that are EXO free agents.
Wow. I was just about to say before we got to it, I was talking about the bans, will we see the Bruisers return? And oh my word, they just walked through. Didn't even care, didn't even try and kill him, just walk on through. And wow, big performance from Big. And wow, mega stuff. And they take it. And more importantly, they move into 3rd place now, Big do.
I mean, this is really going to shake things up. When we go into Playday 5 now, this is going to mean so much. It's going to be changing and giving teams an opportunity to really shine. Big are going to have a party tonight, that's for sure. Taking down Tribe early today was just the start for them. The takedown of EXO free agents was the icing on the cake.
Massive performance throughout. It went the distance. We didn't expect any other way, but Big create the upset. And Nadine in chat, congratulations to you guys. We talked about it yesterday, obviously. Actually, it was earlier on today, wasn't it? You did the interview with Nadine. We talked about the difference, yesterday 3-0, swept aside by Noble Elite and SK. Today, mega performances taking down Tribe Gaming and EXO free agents. This is a league that is absolutely delivering, and it's anyone's guess right now who's going to be those final top 4 teams.
Yesterday it was Noble Elite that we had down as not involved in the predictions, and we were wrong twice. Well, today it's Big. We were wrong about them, and boy, did they deliver. What a great performance from them, and I'm really now excited and definitely going to be reconsidering a lot of them moving forwards, because I think that this competition now is so wide open.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. So here's the leaderboard right now. Clash at the top of the table after beating SK Gaming earlier on. Sorry, spoilers. They are now on 6-1. There is Big now in 3rd place, 4-3. And then it gets very interesting. Tribe, EXO, and Reply Totem all on 3 and 4, basically in positions based on how many sets they've won and lost. Noble Elite picking up those wins, also now on 2 and 5, and Navi at the bottom on 0-7, which in fairness, doesn't really do them justice either, because they've been picking up sets as well throughout there. I can tell you they're 4-21 in sets at the moment. So, incredible stuff. Incredible games overall. What a day.
Oh, yeah, what a day. We've really quite seen it all. We thought we saw it all yesterday, seeing like a Leon and Shooting Star. Well, today we saw a bit more than just that. But honestly, the standard and the level that the teams are playing at is to be marveled upon. Some of the most exciting goals and moments scored. It just really does open your eyes when you see this kind of level of true world class.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Just to remind you guys, it's all about getting into the top 4. They will move through to the finals, of course. That's what it's all about. So it doesn't matter whether you're first, doesn't matter whether you're fourth. You get through to those finals. Of course, seeding might count. But either way, fantastic stuff. What a day of Brawl Stars. We will be back next Tuesday, same time, same place. And we're going to have the same games as today. We'll see you then.
Still I'm standing tall, know about the ball. I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking calls. What your credibility and all for like dominoes. Can you really take the stands? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we